Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story Vol 1 Part 2. Chapter 53 Meeting Xiaorui Again. Chapter 053 Meeting Xiaorui Again. Regular chapter. Grandfather Tang squinted his eyes, a glint flashing within his eyes. Continue. That is all, Tang Yuan replied abruptly. That is all, you piece of crap. You dare say that is all after reaching the main point? Do you have a death wish? Grandfather Tang became greatly angered and lashed out with a kick on Tang Yuan's buttocks. With just this little bit, how could you be certain that Qin Hu's Northern City clan have anything to do with the theft case? What exactly happened? Tell me everything from the beginning. If there are any parts that are unclear, I will rip out your fat skin. Tang Yuan became frustrated. Seeing that he cannot bluff his way out, he obediently reported everything that had happened. Grandfather Tang squinted his eyes as he listened. When he heard about Jun Moxie accusing the Northern City clan being associated with a theft case, he interrupted Tang Yuan and asked, "Could it be that bastard Jun Moxie has beef with the Northern City clan?" No, how could that be considering his character? If he had any grudge with the Northern City clan, he would have flattened that little clan a long time ago. How could Northern City clan still survive if such was the case? Tang Yuan quickly denied. Indeed, Jun Moxie should not be trying to frame Qin Hu. Simply based on the Jun family's power, there was no need for him to push such a matter to our side. However, I am somewhat unable to trust that Jun Moxie. That being said, he should not be someone who could conceive a high-level strategy to harm others. Grandfather Tang stroked his beard. But Grandpa, the Xuan core is simply too important for our family. At a time like this, it is better for us to believe in something than nothing. Seeing his plans about to come to fruition, Tang Yuan quickly added, "Correct, I would rather believe in something than nothing at all. Besides, it is only small gang from the underworld. Can I not move against them? I can just consider this an act of helping the common people in getting rid of a nest of evils." Grandfather Tang violently stood up, saying that the Northern City clan is connected to the theft case based on that incident alone is indeed far-fetched. However, the great clans within the city had been acting over the line recently. Especially this Northern City clan. I hear that they have done no small number of evil deeds. In addition, the investigation into the Xuan core had omitted these few clans. Since that is the case, I might as well catch those from Northern City clan and interrogate them first. Hopefully, we can find a lead there. Grandfather Tang thought about it. Even though he did not place much hopes into it, if there was even a glimmer of hope, then he had to at least check it out. Relay my orders. All those at the 9th level Xuan Kai and above are to assemble immediately. We will be taking action tonight. Remember, until the matter is over, they must not kill senselessly. I need information from them. Understood. Tang Yuan was overjoyed. Third young Master Jun's method was indeed amazing. His grandfather's treatment towards him had already changed. This plan from Jun Zai was fundamentally born of his distaste for the Northern City clan. Those that earned the evil monarch's ire can forget about living a good life. However, Jun Zai had too many concerns about the aftermath of moving against them by himself. Thus, he pushed this matter onto Tang Yuan. As for Tang Yuan, the reason he accepted this role was simply to make his life more bearable. He could no longer stand being treated like a mouse in his own house, being beaten and cursed at every day. As for Grandfather Tang, He decided to act on it because he was holding on to the hope that it was related to the Chuan core. After all, having hope is better than having no hope. Besides, he could also use this opportunity to wipe out a harmful group for the sake of the common people. No matter what result this incident brought, as long as he could publicize the list of crimes that the Northern City clan had committed, the reputation of the Tang family would rise by one level. That way, his actions would gain the support of the masses. Besides, Northern City clan was the weakest amongst the 6 great clans. They do not have any supporting powers behind them. Moving against them was something that required no discretion. In addition, there was a possibility of a pleasant surprise if it turned out that this action would bring a potential lead towards the Chuan core. However, Jun Zai, Tang Yuan and Grandfather Tang did not know something. They did not know that this action from their side was a truly lucky strike. This would become an unexpected pleasant surprise for them. Everything would come together on this very evening. As for Lai Yoren's arrangement to have Qin Hu investigate Jun Zai, his instructions had only just arrived for Qin Hu. Unfortunately, now that Grandfather Tang had mobilized his forces, it would appear that Lai Yoren's plans would be foiled yet again. Without any warning or reason, his plans would be broken apart. All because of 2 debauchees, one who could not stand the existence of Northern City clan, while the other wanted to escape from his miserable situation. These 2 selfish debauchees ended up foiling a highly detailed plan made after countless analyses by Lai Yoren. Could this actually be the will of heaven? Jun Zai proceeded slowly along the way. The divine weapons store was just ahead. Before the shop was a luxurious carriage bearing a crest with 2 crossed swords. This was the special crest belonging only to the Dugu family. Someone from the Dugu family was here. Jun Zai was shocked but did not pay any heed to it as he slowly strode inside. If this was the debauchee Jun Moxie, he would not dare to cross paths with a member of the Dugu family. However, Jun Zai was different. What does he need to fear from the Dugu family? Dear young master, what kind of weapon are you looking for? As he entered the shop, a middle-aged man came forth. There were no small number of young masters like Jun Zai within the city. All of them favored the habit of carrying a magnificent-looking sword. However, these swords only serve as a decorative item with no real ability to kill. Naturally, these weapons' practicality would be questionable. I am not here to buy ready-made weapons. I am here to inquire, do you have cold iron for sale? Price is not our problem. Jun Zai laughed out, portraying a look of wealth and power. The man's eyes flashed as he thought to himself, I thought this kid is a debauchee. Could it be that he is actually an experienced professional? I cannot afford to make this mistake. He appraised Jun Zai once more before replying. It turns out that young master here is a professional. However, our shop currently does not have any cold iron, as it is too hard to procure. Would 100 tempered steel iron suffice instead? Jun Zai chuckled and replied, if it has truly been tempered 100 times, then it would suffice. However, this 100 tempered steel iron, has it truly been tempered 100 times? The middle-aged man's face showed an awkward expression of embarrassment. Young master here is a true experienced professional. Even though my shop's 100 tempered iron has only been tempered around 10 times, the quality is indeed above average. Even if it is to be compared to the others around the world, it can be considered one of the best. 10 times, I understand. In that case, what about mysterious iron? Do you have any? Jun Zai sighed. How terrible could it be that this place's level of technology was actually behind Earth by 10,000 years? Putting hopes into their forging methods would be pointless. As of right now, all he could do was search for special metals. When it comes to special metals, mysterious iron was the best. None. The middle-aged man wiped his sweat. Why was this man asking for all sorts of materials that was hard to procure? He suddenly remembered something. A few days ago, we received a piece of meteoric iron. Would that suffice? Meteoric iron. John Zai's eyes lit up. Let's go and have a look. When asking for the mysterious iron back then, John Zai was only hoping for what if. He had fully expected there to be none. Unexpectedly, there was a meteoric iron. Even though mysterious iron was rare, the rarity of meteoric iron was even higher. It seemed that his luck was quite good. John Zai followed the middle-aged man through the storeroom as they walked into the store behind the shop. Before they reached the storeroom, however, a clear voice could be heard from within. Excellent, I want this meteoric iron. The owner of the voice was someone that John Moxie had feared the most, Dugu Zairoi of the Dugu family. Why am I bumping into her everywhere? Scary. John Zai's heart became anxious. He quickly stepped through the door. Without waiting for anyone to say anything, he quickly opened his mouth. Haha, Miss Dugu, I did not expect that we would meet again here. This must be fate. It is you, John Moxie. Dugu Zairoi turned around. Her eyes sparkled as she straightened her chest. John Moxie, you are too abnormal. Why is it that I would end up bumping into you all the time, just like a clingy ghost? How peculiar. Suddenly, she jumped, pushing her face before John Zai, asking viciously, John Moxie, you are not stalking me on purpose, are you? Chapter 54. You want the big one. I want the small one. Chapter 054. You want the big one. I want the small one. Regular chapter. Miss Dugu, aren't you putting too high an evaluation on yourself? John Zai could not help himself as he blurted out, stabbing Dugu Zairoi with those words. If I had wanted to find a female companion, I would have gone to the Soapy Rouge establishment. The number of beauties there is nothing to laugh about. Not to mention, those beauties are tender and each. Dugu Zairoi's pretty white face turned furious. Her delicate hands twisted John Zai's arms. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at him as she asked, each words spoken with emphasis. What did you say? A gentleman fight with words and not their hands, John Zai said in a stern and righteous manner. With a bitter face, he continued, Elder sister, please go easy on me. There is no need to tire your delicate hands on my account. HMPH, speak up. What ulterior motives do you have for following me? Speak quickly. If you do not, then I cannot guarantee the safety of your ears. Dugu Zairoi did not loosen her grip at all. John Zai was well aware that this little girl was a woman of her words, having no fear for consequences. Turning around, John Zai smiled. Wasn't Miss Dugu planning to buy a piece of iron? Since that is the case, how about if this little brother help you buy it? You Dugu Zairoi suddenly recalled that John Zai had won so much precious treasures back then, but had not given her any at all. Thinking about it, her heart became annoyed and her anger flared up. Obviously you are the one who should pay for it back then. The both of us partnered together and won so much money, but you haven't given me my share. If not for my good luck, could you have won so much? Since you have won so much precious stuff thanks to my luck, then you might as well take this opportunity to repay me. After saying that, she suddenly laughed. She held out her hands, using it to make a measurement as her cute pair of teeth became exposed. I want to make a short sword, about this length. It will be a very thin one that I can keep hidden in my sleeve. It is good, don't you think so? John Zai's heart perspired. This little girl sure can talk. All she did was become a witness. She played across the board, winning 20,000 silver liangs, after which she snatched up at least 100 silver liangs worth of bills. Now, her role had suddenly transformed into that of a partner, and all that happened only occurred because of her good luck. In order to create a small knife, she wanted the whole piece of meteoric iron. What would one call the act of destroying a precious treasure? This little girl here could be considered a standard example. The piece of meteoric iron was approximately the size of 2 basketballs. Its entire body exuded a strange color, seemingly similar to the special color exuded by aluminium alloy from Junzai's past life. However, it was clearly more pure in quality. It also sported irregular patterns on its surface. With just a glance, Junzai judged that it was of a higher quality compared to mysterious iron. It was at this moment that Junzai made the decision: no matter what I have to do, be it swindling or extortion, I must obtain this piece of meteoric iron. Something of such good quality could only shine when placed in this master's hands. Boss, how much does this piece of scrap iron cost? Using his legs, Junzai slovenly kicked the block of basketball-sized meteoric iron, his mouth crooked and his eyes slanted as he asked. This caused the middle-aged man who led him inside to become surprised. This young master had just spoken with him earlier while giving off the impression of an experienced professional, his demeanor and manner of speech calm. But how was it that after meeting this beautiful young lady, he would suddenly transform into such a disgusting-looking person? What kind of game was he playing? Could this be what they call going crazy over a beauty? What a source of calamity! Beauties are truly the root of all calamities. Ah, young master, this piece was found out. The boss was a slightly hunched old man. Without waiting for him to continue, Junzai interrupted him in an impatient manner. Do not talk nonsense. All you need to do is state your price. This young master has nothing but money. If something catches my attention, then even a rotten iron would become a treasure. As for this scrap iron, just state your price. I understand. In order to be able to open a shop within the capital city, the boss was a man of experience. He could clearly see that the young master before him was likely one of those highly prestigious debauchees. How could someone like him provoke one of these assortments of demon kings? He quickly replied. This iron's origin is extraordinary. It is valued at 80,000 silver liangs. In addition, if young master and miss here wish for us to forge it into a weapon for you, then it would require an additional 5,000 silver liangs. Oh, 80,000 liangs, so cheap. This young master will buy it. Junzai put on the expression of someone who had so much money that he even forgot his own name. He then kicked another block of iron. What about this broken stuff? Junzai radiated an overbearing aura. However, the block of iron he indicated was no ordinary iron. It was a piece of finely tempered steel iron. Its size far outstripped that of the meteoric iron, its body exuding a dark red color. This is a piece of 100 tempered steel iron. Even though it is not as good as the meteoric iron, it would still cost 2,000 liangs, the boss answered almost immediately. He could clearly observe that this senseless young master before him was a very impatient one. The price of 2,000 liangs was enough for at least 3 families to live without worry for one whole generation. This price was indeed quite expensive. As for the 80,000 liangs earlier, it was simply an astronomical amount for the common people. However, when placed before these prodigal debauchees, this price was but a strand of hair from 9 oxen. Not expensive, not expensive. In fact, it is quite cheap. Junzai waved his hands. I will buy it all. He pulled out a stack of silver bills from his bosom. Those were none other than the winnings from the other day. He spat out some saliva, then moistening his fingers on his lips, he pulled out 90,000 worth in silver bills. He slapped the bills on his hands with a resounding purr. Here is 90,000 liangs, no need for change. Dugu Xiaorui was observing all this from the side. Her face slowly changed from a smile to disappointment. Slowly, she felt coldness appear in her heart. A look of disgust appeared on her face, a strange sensation filling her heart back then. I thought he had changed. It seems he is still the same debauchee Sai. One hand was paying money, while the other hand received the goods. Jun Zai quickly finished the transaction for both blocks of iron. As of now, the 2 blocks of iron had belonged to Jun Zai alone. With a cold face, Dugu Xiaorui asked, "Third young Master Jun, since you have paid for it, isn't it time for you to hand over the iron to me?" In her heart, she felt a pang of regret. If she knew that he was still the same old person, why would she let him pay for it in the end? It caused her to become unhappy. If I had wanted to find someone to help me pay for it, there are the princes, the young masters from the noble families, officials' families. Would someone like Jun Moxie get the chance? What a loss of face. Still, meteoric iron is a rare material. I might as well just put up with him a little longer. Indeed, that is only natural. Jun Zai laughed. Miss Dugu, there are 2 blocks of iron here. You want the big one, and I want the small one. Am I truly honored to be able to help Miss Dugu pay for it? Har har. What did you just say? Dugu Xiaorui was just about to head towards the block of meteoric iron when she heard something wrong. She could not help herself as her beautiful eyes widened. She almost could not believe her own ears. I want the big one, you want the small one. Did he become an idiot? The small one is the meteoric iron from outer space. The big one is the 100 tempered steel iron. Even though the quality is considerable, when compared to the meteoric iron, it is basically comparing the heavens and earth. What do I want a normal tempered steel iron for? Indeed, Jun Zai answered naturally. Just look, I have already bought up those 2 scrap iron. But I have no need for a lot, only a small amount is enough for me. If I am to take the big one, then it would go to waste. As the saying goes, pink is the present for beauties. Naturally, this big block of iron must be gifted to beauties as well. Naturally, that beauty is none other than Miss Dugu here. Of course, if Miss Dugu feels that it is insufficient, then I can just buy up more for you. All of them only cost a few thousand apiece. Simply cheap stuff. How about I buy up 10 of them and get a carriage to send it over to your residence? Dugu Xiaorui's whole body suddenly shivered in rage. She finally understood what was happening. It turned out that Jun Moxie was also aiming for the meteoric iron. However, he was worried that she would finish the transaction first. Thus, he had proposed paying for it. And now that the transaction was done, he actually wanted to give her a block of ordinary tempered steel iron. Chapter 55 Playing the Road for Once. Chapter 055 Playing the Road for Once. Sponsored chapter. Sponsored by Sood K from Dubai. Big thanks to the sponsor for the support. Scrap iron, why don't you try find me a few of these scrap iron? This despicable Jun Moxie, using the excuse of paying for me, he tricked me to gain possession of the meteoric iron. It just so happened that she was also not thinking clearly at the moment and forgot to mention which one she wanted. Jun Moxie Dugu Xiaorui screamed, her pretty eyes bulging out widely. Are you tired of living? Innocent Jun Zai spread out his arms as he shrugged, his face a mix of roguishness and innocence. What are you talking about, Miss Dugu? Of these 2, I have already given you the bigger one. What else do you want? You want to buy iron, and I helped you pay for it. And yet, you say I am tired of living you are being too unjust towards me. You very good indeed, Jun Moxie. You sure have guts, but you better make sure that you do not end up in my hands. I will never forgive you. Dugu Zairoi's chest rose up and down, as she was angered to the point of tears. She bit her plump lips as her whole body trembled. The tears within her eyes rolled about before finally falling down. Jun Zai felt rather awkward. After all, the iron was one that Dugu Zairoi had wanted first. But he had used the excuse of paying it for her to pocket it instead. Using such an underhanded means to trick a little girl simply felt wrong. He tried to comfort her. What are you crying for? How about this? When I am forging weapons from the iron, I will make a precious blade for you as well. After that, I will send it straight to your residence. So, let us just call it even. All right, is this how you comfort people? Who wants your blade? Dugu Zairoi did not know that Jun Zai was actually making a promise with her and thought that he was ridiculing her. She finally broke down in tears, her heart grieving non-stop. This iron was obviously mine in the first place, you woo-woo-woo. Truthfully, Dugu Zairoi was not crying due to the loss of the meteoric iron. Even though meteoric iron was rare, it was not too difficult to obtain considering the power and influence of the Dugu family. The real reason she was crying was because of Jun Mox's detestable actions. Putting on the airs of a debauchee, he had interrupted her in the midst of her purchase, then buying those 2 blocks of iron without letting others finish. His actions turned everything into a complete mess, and once everything was done, he offered a piece of garbage to her to add salt to injury. He even put on a pious expression as he said, "You want the big one and I want the small one. How can this kind of item be valued using size?" Of course, the biggest reason for her to despise him was that she actually fell for it. She herself became confused after seeing his pretentious portrayal of a debauchee and ended up being tricked by him. Beads of tears fell down her face, signifying just how heartbroken Dugu Zairoi was feeling. She looked at Jun Zai, who was standing there like a wooden pole. He is not even bothering to come over to comfort me. This made Dugu Zairoi even sadder. She started bawling her eyes out. "Erg, stop crying. Your face becomes screwed up when you cry. You end up looking ugly." Jun Zai frowned, his eyes squinting. Apparently, this was how he intended to console her. "I want to cry. I don't need you to care. You woo-woo. Who did you say is ugly?" The word ugly is a taboo for girls. There were things in this world which could be endured, and there are also things in this world which could not be endured. Dugu Zairoi suddenly stopped crying, her eyes glaring viciously at Jun Zai. In an instant, anger rose up from within her heart, and from the anger came a loathing. She caught hold of Jun Zai's arm, opened up her small mouth, and bit Jun Zai's arm. After biting into his arm, she broke down again and continued crying. Ouch! Jun Zai's facial muscles twitched as he gritted his teeth, hissing. "Screw you!" Dugu Zairoi looked at him through eyes filled with tears as she sobbed. What did you just say?" She did not hear it clearly. Jun Zai shrugged, spreading his arms as he bared his teeth in pain. Dugu Zairoi then continued sobbing. Jun Zai scratched his head, shrugged his shoulders, spread his arms and proceeded to do nothing. In his past life, Jun Zai was an assassin and rarely had anything to do with romance. If there was any extra conditions, they were usually related to money. Once the job was completed, he will lock eyes with his client, then parted ways without forming any sort of relations. He has absolutely no understanding of the heart of females and no knowledge on how to console females. Thus, even when observing Dugu Zairoi's crying state, He did not bother to step forward to try consoling her. He had given up any efforts to do so in the first place. If you want to cry, then just go ahead. Crouching on the ground, he carefully checked the quality of the meteoric ion. The longer he inspected it, the more satisfied he felt. He then used his hands to lift it up. Even though it was only slightly bigger than a basketball, it was still weighed at around 200 jin 121 kg. He chuckled twice in satisfaction. If this block of meteoric iron were used to forge his flying daggers, they would be unbreakable and strong. He had found a real gem this time, even though his method of obtaining it was rather underhanded. As he was feeling intoxicated from happiness, his buttocks suddenly felt pain, akin to having the meteoric iron block slammed onto his ass. After that, he heard Dugu-Zairoi's sobbing sound as she quickly ran out, leaving a string of tears on the ground. It turned out that after she saw Junzai completely ignoring her, turning around to inspect the meteoric ion, Dugu-Zairoi became even more resentful. She fiercely kicked his buttocks once before running away while crying. Gently touching his ass, Junzai became infuriated. Seeing that Dugu-Zairoi had already left, Junzai took a deep breath and cursed out, "Screw your mother. You little girl, if you ever fall into my hands, I will censored. HMPH. Truthfully, even though Junzai's current strength was nowhere near Dugu-Zairoi's, in a battle of life and death, Dugu-Zairoi, who only had a small amount of experience, was no match for Junzai. However, this was also the root of his problem. In his past life, Junzai had only trained himself in the fastest and most vicious methods of killing. Each technique was meant to take life even when he was exchanging moves with acquaintances. Thus, when fighting normally, Junzai was simply unable to fight at full capacity, making the situation extremely unfavorable for him. Once in his past life, some of Junzai's martial brothers had requested him to give some pointers through a spar. He replied, "Do not ask me for a spar. I do not know how to fight. I only know how to kill." How could he engage in a battle of life and death against Dugu-Zairoi, be it her family background or her temper? Neither one was something that would allow Junzai to kill Dugu-Zairoi. In addition, she is known as the nemesis of debauchees. This proved that she is a female of certain character. Furthermore, there was also the fact that the previous Jun Moxie was simply too much of a useless scum. Straightening himself, he turned towards the shopkeeper and asked, "Boss, if this piece of meteoric iron is to be handed to your shop for weapon forging, how many times can you temper it?" The old shopkeeper contemplated momentarily before replying. "My humble shop had once had the opportunity to work with this type of meteoric iron. After getting rid of the impurity, my shop could continue tempering up to 3 times. The finished product could radiate traces of circling wind clouds upon its surface. Its radiance would discharge a chilling aura. If utilized for forging of weapons, then the weapon would certainly be extremely sharp. Could it reach the state of cutting through iron like mud?" Junzai asked. No, the edges of the old shopkeeper's mouth curled as he simply answered, "Cutting through iron like mud. This little brat has been listening to too many legends. Since that is the case, why do you call yourself divine weapons store? What kind of divine weapons cannot cut through iron like mud?" Junzai stared at him with a gaze that gave off a feeling of being cheated. The old shopkeeper suddenly felt the urge to turn upwards to shout the words "injustice." "Young master, I am afraid there have been a misunderstanding. The so-called cutting through iron like mud, that is simply a mythical legend for the properties of a divine weapon. Besides, even if a weapon is a genuine divine weapon, one must consider the strength of its wielder. Only a capable person would be able to utilize it to cut through iron like mud. As for the divine weapon that can cut through iron like mud even when wielded by the common people, there is none in the whole world. Oh, your words are quite logical. Junzai suddenly recalled the words, when true mastery is attained, even a blade of grass could become a sword. He could not help it as he shook his head. What nonsense! Once such a kind of mastery has been attained, why would I need a sharp sword? I want a sharp sword because my level of strength had yet to achieve a satisfactory level. Never mind then, I will think of something else, Junzai sighed. Please send these materials to the Jun residence. It turned out this was the one from the Jun family. No wonder he was so prodigal, the old shopkeeper agreed as he wiped his sweat. His heart, on the other hand, rejoiced. Even though this young master was a debauchee, at least he did not make any unreasonable demands. Since you want to handle it yourself, that would be for the best. Only, what a pity this meteoric iron. As for that legendary divine weapon, there is none in this world. Asking me to forge out something like that would kill me. Observing Junzai's back as he left, the old shopkeeper shouted inwardly, a debauchee like you actually want to forge your own sword? If you can truly forge one out, this senior will stop walking with my legs. I will walk using my penis. Chapter 56. Who is following me? Chapter 056. Who is following me? Sponsored chapter. Sponsored by Luke Collins from Australia. Thank you so much for the support. After turning, Junzai exited the shop and walked home. It was not that the Jun family did not have any carriages. In fact, the Jun family carriages were quite luxurious. However, Junzai had always preferred walking with his own two legs. The subconsciousness from his past life as an assassin could only feel true safety when walking using his own 2 feet. Regardless of whether it was a car or a boat, traveling through them would cause a feeling to arise, a feeling that his own fate was not within his own hands. This was a feeling that Junzai could not overlook, as it would make him feel uncomfortable. This was Junzai's habit. His own fate must rest within his own hands. He even sent away the bodyguards that Grandpa Jun arranged for him a long time ago. Junzai was well aware that those bodyguards beside him were only there for show at best. No matter where he went, there would certainly be someone following him secretly. And the one that was following him in secret was the real expert. Even Junzai had never seen this person. Junzai's current level of cultivation was insufficient to locate him. However, he had been able to clearly feel that person's presence since the day Grandpa Jun put him on his tail. This feeling came from the senses unique to a top assassin. Even though there was no reason for him to believe that was the case, Junzai had absolute faith in his judgment. As of now, Junzai found himself becoming highly interested in the person who was secretly tailing him. Even though his current level of strength was far from comparable to that of his past life, his current spiritual sense had already surpassed that of his past life by several times. He had tried many times to get rid of this tail, using his own counter-tracking methods. And yet, this person could continue tracking him like an inseparable shadow. Such a capable person was truly rare. From an external point of view, Junzai seemed to be wandering aimlessly. However, his spiritual senses were spread out, coordinating his every actions carefully, tantamount to flowing quicksilver, pervading through every corner. Furthermore, even though Junzai's movement speed was not fast, anyone who was trying to track him would realize that each change in direction and each movement forward or backward that Junzai made was one that was completely unexpected. If the one following him was an average individual, they would have lost sight of Junzai's shadow a long time ago. However, the one following Junzai had not been shaken off, not even once. Truthfully, the one tailing Junzai had already cried out bitterly to the heavens countless times in his heart when Grandpa Jun requested him to protect his grandson without him noticing. He had agreed in a heartbeat. In his opinion, all he had to do was protect a debauchee who spent most of his time doing nothing. How hard could it be with his level of experience and skill? He was confident that this Junzai would never realize that someone was tailing him even if he were to tail Junzai for the rest of his life. Who could have guessed that after 2 days, this top-level tracker would end up feeling hammered? The actions of this brat before him were completely beyond common sense. When he believed that Junzai was moving to the east, Junzai would suddenly change directions. When he tracked him back, thinking that Junzai had gone to the west, he would suddenly find that Junzai had instead gone south. This person could be considered an existence close to the pinnacle in the tracking profession. And yet, in merely 2 days, he had made several mistakes in tracking Junzai's movement directions. If not for the fact that Junzai's level of cultivation was too low, he would have been left in the dust a long time ago. After committing several errors in succession, he became depressed to the point of insanity. Several strands of his beard have been plucked out. There were several occasions where he simply felt the desire to jump out, grab the brat's collar area, and ask, "You son of a bitch, why are you going through the east gate and exiting through the west gate of this establishment, and that wandering around here and there? Just what were you thinking? Could you not behave yourself?" Could it be that this debauchee brat had found me out? Just as he thought about this, he would immediately deny this possibility just by observing his debauched demeanor. Anyone could tell that this brat has no ability to find out about me. The reason he is acting this way is obviously because he simply has no idea what he himself wants to do. As he was contemplating, he suddenly realized that Junzai had increased his pace and walked into a rouge watercolor shop. He could not help but let out a poo in his heart. As expected of a debauchee, he would even barge into a place meant for women. Unexpectedly, Junzai did not come out even after a while. Becoming impatient, he went nearby and stole a glance into the shop only to find that Junzai was not in the shop. He could not help but become depressed. It turns out that this brat had left using the back door. How could I be so stupid? How could I not have thought of this? Like the wind, he sped towards the back door to search for Junzai. After the distance between the man and himself became considerable, Junzai finally determined that the aura of the person tracking him had fully dissipated. After which he slowly waltzed out of the rouge watercolor shop. Bowing courteously, he thanked them, then backtracked his way and marched off. A few of the females within the shop stared at him with wide-opened eyes. This handsome-looking young master seemed rather healthy. Why is it that he would suddenly have a stomach ache after entering this shop? In addition, he also occupied the toilet for so long. We were almost unable to hold it in anymore. The sky slowly became dark as the sun slowly descended. The evening atmosphere was left to worry by itself as the shadow of the night opened its grim jaws. It awaited the moment when the last vestiges of light has faded so that it may devour the entire world. Junzai walked for a bit before suddenly backtracking and turning into another path. He then turned towards the back door of the rouge watercolor shop and continued using that direction. He chuckled triumphantly in his heart. It seemed that I would be sending him spinning today. In jungle hunting, this senior is the most accomplished in this area. If I could not even defeat a wooden club like you, that would really be weird. Little kiddo, You are way too tender to be going up against me." As Junzai expected, after that person went to chase after Junzai, he could not find any trace of Junzai. He immediately realized that he was duped. He immediately returned to the shop like a gust of wind. He searched high and low in all directions before standing alone before the Rouge watercolor shop. Observing the people coming in and out, his face was a mix of green and red. It was as though he was opening a dye shop. His whole body felt powerless. Dominating the world for decades, his tracking techniques had never failed before. Today, however, he had actually lost to a little inexperienced brat. In addition, the brat was an ignorant and incompetent debauchee. This was simply the biggest joke in the whole world. His heart cried out, "I have completely lost my face this time. How shameful, what a completely unexpected situation. Junjanshin, just what kind of grandchild did you raise? How could he be so heretical?" Junzai laughed, feeling very pleased. Although he knew that the person following him did not hold any malice against him, he was someone who preferred acting independently. To have someone following him around like a ghost simply left an unspeakable distaste in him. In short, it simply made him feel uncomfortable. Now that he had gotten rid of the tail, he finally felt relaxed. Suddenly, Junzai's body, which was walking, became stiff for a moment. He then relaxed his body. His shoulder muscles quivered once and a flying dagger slipped down onto the palm of his hand. A few chilling aura which brought with it a cold feeling of darkness converged from various directions. Their target was none other than the street that Junzai was currently traveling on. This aura was one he had encountered before in his past life, one he was very familiar with. Assassins. Seriously, I had just gotten rid of the one sent to protect me, only to end up walking into an assassination attempt right after. If I really end up getting killed here, won't this become a joke? Did I commit a self-defeating move? Junzai laughed bitterly in his heart. However, an undeniable feeling of excitement, which had been long absent, rose from the depths of his heart, secretly bringing the scent of blood. Finally, I will finally be able to see my fellow peers in this world. I hope that you do not make me disappointed. The sound of neat footsteps was heard from the front as a group of people approached. In the middle of these people was a sedan chair. The sedan chair was colored in a clear yellow with pearls hanging down from the sides. Hanging below the string of pearls was a golden bell. The bell swayed lightly, issuing a clear ringing sound. Listening to the ringing sound would make anyone feel pleased. This was the imperial sedan chair of the royal court's Princess Ling Meng. Could it be that the one that these people wanted to kill is not me? The target is actually Princess Ling Meng. Junzai contemplated through it within his heart, and felt that there was a high possibility of this being the case. For him to come into this street was simply something done at the spur of the moment. If these assassins had wanted to kill him, there were places that were far more suitable back then. There was no reason for the assassins to follow him all the way until now before taking action. However, to assassinate Princess Ling Meng in the open when she was still so near the imperial palace, just what kind of people would have such a high level of courage? Chapter 57 Assassins. Here's 2 bonus chapters. Chapter 057 Assassins. Princess Ling Meng is the current emperor's most beloved daughter, someone whom His Majesty would pamper greatly, treating her as though she was a part of him. If Princess Ling Meng were to be assassinated, who could imagine just how furious and saddened His Majesty would become? These people were actually capable of taking on the fury of His Majesty, the Emperor. Junzai did not have any time to further consider this as Princess Ling Meng's entourage had arrived before him. The two waiting ladies at the front saw Jun Moxie standing before them without any movements whatsoever. Their faces turned into an expression of extreme disgust. They lightly moved towards the sedan chair and whispered a few words into it. The person within the sedan chair said a few words, and the entourage stopped. Then, the curtains of the sedan chair were opened. The face of a beautiful girl wearing light yellow palace clothing was revealed through the window. The face showed some impatience, but the impatience was restrained as she asked, "Jun Moxie, why are you standing in my way today?" "Standing in your way?" Jun Zai was shocked. He then looked around and found that he was standing in the middle of the street. It was impossible to expect such a big entourage to make a detour for his sake. Besides, this was the princess entourage. It made sense to say that he was the one standing in their way. From Jun Moxie's memories, Jun Zai had known of Princess Ling Ming's existence, but had never seen her in person. After seeing her for the first time today, he could not help but give an applause. It was no wonder that Jun Moxie would become obsessed with her. She was a heavenly beauty, one that could rock the world. A soft white complexion, arched eyebrows, crystal clear eyes like the clear surface of autumn waters, an oval face, flowing black hair, her entire being exuded a noble and holy aura. She seemed to be in existence beyond the realm of mortals, a beauty like none other, just like a pure water lotus flower. "Your Highness, where are you planning to go?" It was then that Jun Zai realized that before him was the imperial palace. Princess Ling Ming had only just exited the imperial palace, only to bump into assassins. What does this mean? Something was obviously not right. After realizing this, Jun Zai immediately felt the need to move his legs and run away as far as possible. With the current state of the Jun family, it would be unwise for them to interfere with the royal family's internal strife. Looking at Princess Ling Ming's protective detail, Jun Zai judged that their ability to keep her alive was minimal. It appeared that this incredible beauty was about to perish in the hands of the assassins. Even though Jun Zai found it to be unfortunate, he did not feel any form of reluctance. After all, protecting himself and his family comes first. "Oh, I am going to the Dugu residence to find Zairoi. Third young Master Jun, please make way for me." Princess Ling Ming's face remained calm as she replied. As it turned out, after being duped into losing the meteoric ion by Jun Zai, Dugu Zairoi became more frustrated as she kept recalling the incident. Feeling sad, she went to find her good sister, Princess Ling Ming, to let out her feelings. Unfortunately, Princess Ling Ming happened to be together with the Empress in the sleeping chambers of the palace. Thus, Dugu Zairoi was unable to meet with her. When Princess Ling Ming returned, she found out that her dear sister came over and left while crying. She became worried. Fearful that something big had happened, she quickly arranged to leave for the Dugu residence and find out what happened. What exactly could cause this unruly, yet cute and intelligent little sister of hers to become so sad? Who could have guessed that she would end up meeting the culprit right here, Jun Moxie? Naturally, Princess Ling Ming did not know of this. Otherwise, she might even have this bastard tied up and sent to the Dugu residence. Jun Zai was currently feeling puzzled. He could not feel any commanding and dominating aura of a noble from her. Instead, he felt a peaceful atmosphere. For this gentle atmosphere to appear from a royal princess was something of an unusual occurrence. Understood. Moxie will not disturb your highness anymore. Please go ahead. Jun Zai decided that it would be better for him to have one less problem and went to the side. However, he decided to give her a warning. He gazed profoundly at her and spoke in a deep voice. Be careful along the way. In fact, Jun Zai's heart was puzzled by an even greater mystery. For a dignified princess of a kingdom, especially considering Princess Ling Meng's status, how could her protective detail be so small? Furthermore, there was no expert accompanying her at all. It was at this time, when her level of protection was at its weakest, that an assassination attempt would take place. Could there be such a kind of coincidence in this world? The more he thought about it, the more Jun Zai felt that there was a huge conspiracy hidden beneath this situation. Coincidences, how you should talk. A gentleman does not stand below a crumbling wall. An outstanding assassin would flee as far away as possible. Jun Zai is not a person who cherishes beauty or a sympathetic human. Not to mention, he would need to risk his own life for this. He would firmly reject such a kind of deal, especially considering how this woman only have feelings of disgust for him. No matter how beautiful she may be, even if she is a celestial beauty, so what? Princess Ling Meng was somewhat surprised as she looked at Jun Moxie. From what she recalled of this third young master Jun, whenever he saw her, he was bound to stalk and annoy her, calling sister, sister. For him to be speaking in such an accommodating manner today was truly rare. However, his actions would allow both sides to maintain their reputation and could be considered a good thing. The princess returned to her seat and the curtain was put down. Looking at her now, one would only see the hazy figure of an extreme beauty, a fleeting dreamlike existence. Within the shadows, someone spoke out urgently. Boss, the Jun family's debauchy brat, Jun Moxie, has suddenly appeared. What do we do now? Do we wait for him to leave or? A masked man lied upon the roof, his eyes shining with a golden light. Perfect, do not miss this chance and finish him off as well. We will let that old Jun Janshan go crazy as well. This will be a good thing. Understood. Jun Zai moved to the side as he murmured to himself, even if one is an aromatic beauty of stunning proportions, they will still rot after death. In the end, all that remains would be a pile of bones, just another part of the soil below. Jun Zai, do not be soft-hearted. Standing out now would only bring harm to yourself. Jun Zai finally shook his head and began to leave this dangerous place. It was then that several chilling aura locked onto Jun Zai. Oh my God, as of now, he could no longer escape even if he wished to. Jun Zai could feel the killing intent directed towards him becoming thicker. How could he not understand that they have already included him in their target list? How could I end up provoking everyone I meet? What an unpredictable calamity. Is this what you people consider collateral damage? I am just someone who happened to pass by. Following the raise the sedan chair order, the entourage began moving forward slowly. A number of the bodyguards from the group were extremely courteous as they bowed ceremoniously towards Jun Zai before moving forward. At this moment, Princess Ling Meng, who was seated within the sedan chair, was pondering Jun Zai's last words. Be careful along the way. This sentence of his was somewhat nondescript. Suddenly, she felt a chill in her heart. Could it be that Jun Moxie knew something? Could he be trying to give me a subtle warning? The chill in her heart grew as she thought about this. She opened her mouth to give the order to stop so that she may ask Jun Moxie about this. It was then the sky turned dark as the endless shade of night enveloped the ground. Behind the darkness of the night, several masked men in black clothing akin to great crows descended from the skies. Even before reaching the ground, tens of sharp blades shot straight towards the sedan chair. Whizzing through the air, the blades emitted golden and silver radiance. Wretched screams could be heard in successions, while the black-clothed men descended upon the bodyguards. Several of the bodyguards reacted by shouting in unison, "Protect the princess!" Each of them stood defensively around the sedan chair, their swords gleaming in the air. The sound of clashing swords resounded non-stop, causing the commoners using the street to scream and run for their lives. Another 2 masked men in black descended from the roof and headed straight towards John Zai. Looking at the color of their bodies' Xuan Kai, they were both silver-leveled Xuan Kai experts. The current John Zai had no way of defeating them, especially when considering their identity as assassins. Chapter 58 Assassinate. Chapter 058 Assassinate. They mobilized 2 silver-level Xuan experts against me. You are giving me quite a high evaluation. John Zai laughed bitterly in his heart. To send this kind of expert against a mere debauchee, it seemed that the one who organized this assassination was quite the generous person. 2 gold-level experts and 7 silver-level experts, a total of 9 highly capable Xuan Kai experts. For this group of experts to go against the princess' defenseless entourage which had no experts accompanying them was simply as easy as breaking an egg on a stone. 2 swords, which shone with silver brilliance, stabbed forward. The 2 pair of eyes behind the masks emitted bloodthirst and cruelty. Their strike was meant to kill in one hit. Facing these 2 attacks, a variety of methods to deal with them flashed within John Zai's mind. But no matter which method he chose, it would end up exposing his true strength. Jun family's current state was one that gave the emperor assurance. With the Jun family in decline, Jun Wui paralyzed from the waist down, Jun Moxie an incapable debauchee, signified that the Jun family had no successor. This in turn would mean that the aged Jun Janchen could have no secret ambition. It was only due to this that the emperor would be willing to leave the authority over the entire military in the hands of Jun Janchen. But if His Majesty were to find out that Jun Moxie was actually a dragon amongst men, the trust within His Majesty's heart would turn into an enormous suspicion. After all, Jun Janchen's position within the military was simply too terrifying. If Jun Zai were to reveal his strength before the bodyguards of the princess, then it would be tantamount to forcing His Majesty to take action against the Jun family. Thus he could not. In an instant, Jun Zai made his decision. Jun Zai showed an extremely flustered face as he retreated in a confused manner. Suddenly, his feet seemed to have tripped over something and he tumbled backwards. Seemingly unintentional, this action caused one of the incoming swords to simply graze off his scalp. At the same time, he channeled the art of unlocking heaven's fortune to protect his internal organs, and then forcefully twisted his body, allowing the other sword to pierce sideways into his chest. The wound seemed serious, but in truth, it failed to hurt even his bones. The art of unlocking heaven's fortune circulated through his body. The thick white mist immediately charged into his limbs and every meridians as it quickly restored his body. At the same time, the other assassin delivered 2 flying kicks at Jun Zai. 2 pang were heard as it both landed upon Jun Zai's chest, causing him to groan and cough out a mouthful of blood. Jun Zai fell to the ground while facing the sky, after which he rolled over, causing his white robes to be speckled with blood. After rolling over once, he laid there with his face planted on the ground, showing no signs of movements or breathing. The 2 assassins glanced at Jun Zai, who was not showing any movement at all. Then they rushed towards the besieged sedan chair of Princess Lingming. In their minds, Jun Moxie, who was the most renowned debauchee playboy in the capital, could not possibly have any chance of surviving a sword attack through the chest, in addition to 2 all-out kicks from a silver-leveled Xuan Kai expert. As of now, all of his internal organs should have been crushed, leaving no hope for survival. Thus, neither one of the two men had any interest in him after giving him a glance. Neither one of the two men noticed that as the two kicks landed on Jun Zai's body, a strange pulse burst out from Jun Zai's chest before he fell to the ground. When the two kicks landed, his chest area burst out with at least 6 pulses, dispelling a majority of the force behind the kicks. Princess Ling Meng's bodyguards today were the most common amongst the palace guards. Only the two leaders were comparatively stronger than the rest, but they were only at the silver level. Under these unprepared circumstances, they had to deal with the attacks from 2 gold-level experts and 7 silver-level experts. They could only become flustered. Even though the number of bodyguards outnumbered the assassins, they were of little use. Strangely, the sedan chair had exhibited no movements or sound since the black swords struck into it. It was unknown whether Princess Ling Meng remained alive nor not. The bodyguards standing before the sedan chair fell one after the other. The 2 masked men in black leading the charge leaped through the air as one, their body radiating a golden glow as they glided through the air akin to an eagle about to snatch up a rabbit, heading towards the sedan chair. The bodyguards became alarmed and shouted loudly. They rushed forwards desperately without any consideration for their own lives, hoping to stop them with their lives. Unfortunately, their opponents were 2 gold-leveled Chuan Tai experts. How could they with their humble level of cultivation stop the 2 experts? The gap in strength between them were simply too high, and the bodyguards were pushed back to the left and right, like a sea being parted in half. Instantly, the 2 masked men in black arrived atop the roof of the sedan chair. 4 hands lashed out with a brilliant golden glow. Its brilliance burst out in a flash. The magnificent roof of the ornate sedan chair was torn apart. Strips of its colorful adorning cloth danced in the air. Under the night sky and the golden light, this scene was a remarkable sight, beautiful yet sorrowful. A black glint flashed as the black swords that were fired into the sedan chair suddenly emerged like a poisonous dragon, shooting out towards the 2 men in black who were still hovering in the middle of the air. With a flash of swords, the sounds could be heard as the black projectiles were cut down. At this moment, a slim figure appeared amongst the strips of adorning cloth. The figure, wrapped in a glittering silver radiance, moved with haste and grace. Within Princess Ling Meng's eyes, anger and unwillingness could be seen. Both her hands were equipped with short swords glowing in a bright silver glow, which she used to stab towards the 2 men in black. This princess, which had the appearance of a weak, slender woman, was actually a silver-leveled Chuan Tai expert. Unexpectedly, the princess who was only so young could have such a high level of martial talent. In terms of cultivation, she was comparable to the other martial genius Dugu Zairoi. The 2 men in black gave a snort as they unleashed their sword attacks. 2 pang could be heard before the 3 of them fell down towards different directions. Princess Ling Meng fell onto the ground. Her beautiful face turned bright red momentarily before turning pale. It was obvious that she had suffered from internal injuries. No matter how talented she may be, she is still merely at the beginner stage of the silver level. Even if the 2 gold-leveled Chuan Tai experts had exhausted their strength, a sneak attack by Princess Ling Meng would still end up with her suffering from a bitter loss. An intrinsic difference in quality existed between the silver and gold level. It was not something which could be compared. After enduring the recoil, the 2 masked men in black charged forth once more. With a step upon the ground, they caused a hong sound and 2 indentations to appear as they shot forward, traversing through a pace of 30 feet. Their long swords radiated with a golden glitter as they flew mercilessly towards Princess Ling Meng's tender body. Princess Ling Ming had just emerged from the earlier fight with a considerable internal injury, but she had no chance to regain her composure. Having no other alternative, she squeezed out every last ounce of strength to dodge backwards, but was still unable to escape the two incoming swords. In addition, as she tried to force out whatever strength she could muster, the Xuan Tai within her body became chaotic, going completely beyond her control. It all came together in a random manner, causing a pain comparable to having a sword skewering through her. This resulted in her having no more strength within her body. All of a sudden, she could not help but fall into despair. Could it be that this is how I die? A mournful look of confusion floated upon her beautiful face as she stood quietly, watching the two swords advancing upon her without even trying to dodge anymore. She no longer possessed the strength to dodge. A silver-leveled Xuan Tai expert going against a gold-leveled Xuan Tai expert, in this case too, even if she was not injured, even if she was in possession of superb dodging skills, all would be in vain. The swords had closed in on her to the point where Princess Ling Ming could clearly see the cruel expressions of delight upon the eyes of the two men in black. It appeared that those two feel highly satisfied to have the chance to personally kill such a divine beauty. Your Highness, several bodyguards howled loudly as they rushed out without a care for their own lives. Unfortunately, it was too late. Was it truly too late? As long as they kill off this beautiful woman, their assignment would be complete. Naturally, they would be able to enjoy an unimaginable amount of wealth and status. All that was required was for this sword of theirs to push forward a little more and everything would be over. Even if she was the daughter of the owner of Tangsing Kingdom, even if she was a rare martial talent, she would be left without a single breath in her body. The two men in black were well-trained first-rate assassins. As gold-leveled Xuan Tai experts, their hearts were poisonous and black. The act of killing was something they do without emotions. However, their current target was a princess, causing a look of ecstasy to leak out from their eyes. As of now, everyone's attention was focused onto Princess Ling Ming. As such, none of them realized that Zhun Zai, whom everyone had assumed to be dead on the ground, made a slight motion. A flash shot forth from his fingers, moving upwards through the sky. After flying for a space of 5 feet, it made a 180-degree turn, and emitted a dazzling blue radiance as it whistled towards the space between the assassins and Princess Ling Ming. Chapter 59 Sky Xuan. TL I have decided to change the Supreme God Xuan rank into Supreme Divine Xuan rank. I will change those in the earlier chapters later on. Chapter 059 Sky Xuan. Regular chapter. Seeing the assassins heading towards him earlier, Zhun Zai had already thought of a method to get out of this situation. As he was falling down in a seemingly miserable manner, he exercised every ounce of skill and focused it upon his chest. Through the empowerment of his internal energies, his outer and inner robes bulged forward, forming 2 delicate layers of protection. The heavy kicks from the assassin seemingly connected with Zhun Zai's chest, but was in fact interfered with by the pulsing outer robe, causing its momentum to dissipate by a large margin. Next, the pulsing inner robe acted in concert to further shave off another layer of momentum off the kicks. As such, the amount of force behind the attack was only at less than 1/3 of the original. By the time the kicks landed on his chest, the momentum behind it had been mostly spent, leaving only a minor force behind it. Despite that, a sword wound and 2 kicks were not something the present Zhun Zai could easily endure. It was in fact quite difficult. At the same time, Zhun Zai channeled the art of heaven's fortune to force all the blood from his injuries into a mass of blood, which he then sprayed out. It seemed like a scary amount, but was in fact nothing severe. The sword wound was cocooned by the powers of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. With the art's mysterious prowess, the wound could only be considered a flesh wound. The 2 kicks, on the other hand, was a different matter, causing him no small amount of pain. If these men had waited for Zhan Zai to leave before dealing with Princess Ling Meng, or perhaps if they had ignored Zhan Zai in their assassination mission, then Zhan Zai would have simply walked away in a calm manner by now. At best, Princess Ling Meng was only Zhan Mox's dream lover and not Zhan Zai's. Thus, this senior had no scruples at all about not caring for her. Heroes will step forth to protect beauties, but in order to obtain and protect beauties one must first have a sufficient amount of strength. It just so happened that strength was what the 3rd young Master Zhan was lacking at the present. Instead, these assassins decided to include him in the target list, causing the evil monarch's fury to rise to the skies, disregarding the possibility that something like this might happen again in the future. Zhan Zai would never forgive them for what they did this time around. Against all those who harmed me or those who attempted to harm me, I have always dealt with them preemptively. Since you wanted to kill me, then you better watch it. I may not be able to kill you now, but I sure can disrupt this plan of yours. Even though this would be a non-beneficial transaction, I will still have to do it for once. Therefore, Zhan Zai, who should have left, decided not to. Witnessing Princess Ling Meng in her critical situation, he utilized his unlocked meridians to mimic the Kai of a Skyxuan ranked expert. He poured the Kai into his flying dagger before shooting it out with a swirling maneuver. The 2 assassin leaders were about to push their swords forward and finish off Princess Ling Meng when they suddenly felt something off. A blue radiance flashed before them, causing everyone to squint their eyes due to its extremely dazzling brilliance. Dark blue. A small flying dagger, which had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, struck down in between the 2 swords of the assassins and Princess Ling Meng's body. This small flying dagger had seemingly brought with it the entirety of the dark blue aspect of the night down upon the ground. The dark blue color upon it caused everyone's soul to palpitate with fear. Amidst the darkness of the night, this dark blue radiance was simply dazzling. This Skyxuan expert. The 2 masked men in black cried out in fear. An expression of extreme horror flashed within their eyes. They lost all thoughts of killing Princess Ling Meng, hastily retracted their swords, and retreated quickly in an awkward manner. Their expression after seeing the flying dagger was akin to seeing a deadly viper. That was a strength that they simply could not defy. Indeed, when facing Princess Ling Meng, who had the strength of Silver Xuan, the 2 of them were like an adult fighting a child. However, in the face of a top existence known as the Skyxuan ranked expert, a Gold Xuan expert were at best a baby, if not an ant. There were not many Skyxuan experts within Tangsing Kingdom. How could one suddenly appear at this crucial moment? Although the flying dagger was imbued with an azure blue color, it seemed to be lacking any force behind it. It gently fell to the ground, inserting itself between the 2 men in black and Princess Ling Meng. The thin flying dagger stood like a willow branch, swaying gently. The azure blue radiance upon it remained without dispersing. After a moment, the flying dagger was finally restored to its original color. Many of them at the scene were shocked and simultaneously stopped whatever they were doing. Their eyes were all focused on the small flying dagger inserted upon the ground, their expressions filled with astonishment. In their eyes, the small flying dagger had transformed into an insurmountable moat. upon the flying dagger was the deep blue color, which was maintained from the moment it was shot out until way after it had stopped. Judging by these events, this Skyxuan expert's level of cultivation must have reached the pinnacle stage. The gap between this expert and the supreme divine Chuan realm was probably only half a step. In addition, this flying dagger was shot out without any sound, seemingly without any force behind it. Yet, the high level of precision involved in controlling the trajectory of the flying dagger declared something to them. It declared that this flying dagger was meant as a form of deterrence. The Skyxuan expert had not issued it with the intention to kill. This act made it appear that this expert had no worries and simply did not view the 9 assassins highly. It was obvious that the expert had absolute confidence in his ability to kill them all in an instant if any of them tried to make a move against Princess Ling Meng. To say that a Skyxuan expert could wipe out these 9 men with a wave of his hand was not an exaggeration. Everyone there were highly capable individuals possessing vast amounts of experience. How could they not understand the intentions of this secretive expert? As the 2 assassin leaders were about to stab Princess Ling Meng, a figure draped in blue clothing suddenly radiated an oceanic blue glow. This person, who was hidden within the dark eaves of a house situated beside the street, was about to make his move when he saw the flying dagger appear. He became startled and his body, which was about to fly out, abruptly stopped, his eyes covered in shock. Within the eyes of this man in blue was a light blue shine, signifying the beginner stage of the Skyxuan rank. Even though he could be considered a top-level existence, compared to the Skyxuan expert who issued the flying daggers, his level of cultivation was somewhat inferior. Behind their masks, the 9 assassins' faces were filled with fear and a little bit of dilemma. Even though they were assassins by profession, they were still men who valued their own lives. If there were a chance to win, they would certainly choose to duke it out. However, when facing an impossible task with 100% death rate, everyone could only choose to retreat. In contrast, Princess Ling Meng's bodyguards all became relieved and delighted with such a legendary existence protecting Princess Ling Meng. Her Highness' safety was assured. If the princess were to be assassinated here, then even if they were able to protect their own lives from these assassins, they would not be able to escape the Emperor's wrath. Once His Majesty launched an investigation into this case, their wives and children might end up being harmed. Princess Ling Meng opened her eyes and bore witness to this scene. Looking at the small flying dagger on the ground, she felt thankful. If not for this flying dagger which had appeared in such a dominating manner, she would have perished by now. Which senior has arrived? Do you have any instructions? Please show yourself. The leader of the masked men in black stood straight, his hands cupped respectfully towards the sky as he said in a courteous voice. Trying to pull wool over the tiger's eyes, this man pretended to not understand the expert's intention and tried to feel him out. If this assassination attempt were to fail, they would not have anything good awaiting them. Thus, he could only hold onto the possibility of a what-if and give it a try. If it was determined that this hidden Skyxuan expert truly desired to protect Princess Ling Meng, then they would have no hope of accomplishing their mission even at the cost of every one of their lives. Should that be the case, they could only choose to retreat. However, even if Princess Ling Meng was the princess of the kingdom, the most adored daughter of the emperor, how could someone like her have a pinnacle Skyxuan expert as a bodyguard? Only the emperor of Tangsing Kingdom could qualify to have such a kind of bodyguard. The street remained still, not a sound to be heard. It was only natural for this mysterious Skyxuan expert to not give these minor characters any acknowledgement. Chapter 60 Mind-blowing Skyxuan expert. Chapter 060. Mind-blowing Skykshuan expert. Regular chapter. In the distance, the muffled sound of hooves could be heard, each sound resounding like thunder as they moved towards them. It appeared that this assassination attempt had been found out. After a while, the eyes of the leader of the men in black burst with a cold glint. He waved his hand and charged at Princess Ling Meng with a sword in hand. Since you refuse to talk, then I will try again. If you choose to stop us, then we will retreat immediately. If you do not stop us, then Princess Ling Meng will die. That way, our mission can be completed. However, as he advanced forwards, he carefully avoided the flying dagger, not daring to come in contact with it. Who knew what kind of strange temper this expert might have? Coming in contact with the dagger might end up inviting a calamity. A deep blue color suddenly appeared in the middle of the air as another flying dagger carrying a blue glow shot down before this man in black. The speed of this dagger was obviously faster than before. It appeared that this mysterious expert was feeling somewhat angry at the Gold Kshuan assassin's act of not understanding his intentions. The two flying daggers were inserted onto the ground, small and exquisite, its body quivering, just like a precious artwork that could be crushed by merely coming in contact with it. It seemed as though it would be blown away by the winds at any moment. However, in the eyes of the 9 assassins, these two flying daggers had transformed into a mountain standing before them and Princess Ling Meng. An insurmountable mountain. Any attempt to cross it was tantamount to suicide. As of now, if they wished to kill Princess Ling Meng, they must first kill the one who issued the flying daggers. However, that person is a pinnacle Skykshuan expert. Even if all 9 of them were to join forces, it would only take the expert the time it takes one to lift one's hand to finish them off. At this time, the Skykshuan expert hidden on the roof had already activated his entire spiritual awareness. Closing his eyes tightly, he endeavored to detect every single powerful existence. Under his spiritual awareness scope of search, he was confident that he could detect the movements of a pinnacle Skykshuan expert or even a beginner stage supreme divine Kshuan expert. However, after using his spiritual awareness to search, this Skykshuan expert's eyes widened in horror. Beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead, evidence of how much fear was within his eyes at this point. Who was it that had helped Princess Ling Meng? The Skykshuan expert considered this question within his heart, but he no longer tried to search for the immeasurably mysterious expert's aura, because his earlier search, where he utilized his entire being, had resulted in nothing. There were no Kshuan Kai fluctuations in the air, nor was there any trace of soul fluctuations. The person who shot out the daggers had actually contained all of those. What could that mean? What kind of cultivation was required for this? From the perspective of this Skykshuan expert, this was something that he could not accomplish. Not even a pinnacle Skykshuan expert or even a middle stage supreme divine Kshuan could accomplish this. Could it be for this mysterious expert to have such a high level of ability? Could it a pinnacle supreme divine Kshuan expert? Isn't that an invincible being that is simply an existence that belonged within myths and legends? Oh my God! When he recalled how he who was merely a minor little beginner stage Skykshuan had tried to detect the whereabouts of this powerful existence, the Skykshuan expert became drenched in sweat even though he was unable to determine the location of this person. Such a kind of existence would certainly have found out about him if this person had chosen to reveal his soul and retaliated by slapping his spiritual awareness. Then his mind would have been crushed without any difficulty at all. Should that happen, there was no doubt that he would have become a basket case by now. Fear, terror. How long has it been since he had felt such emotions? But at this moment, The heart of this Skyxuan expert could not help but feel fearful. A look of gratitude appeared within his eyes as he silently saluted the empty air. His manner was respectful, as though he was seeing his ancestors. He knew that the other person was able to feel and observe his current actions. How could he have known that this pinnacle supreme divine Chuan existence within his mind was currently sprawled on the ground like a motionless, dead mutt? As for the matter of him failing to detect any powerful soul, that was simply a matter of course. The Xuan Kai soul power of this pinnacle supreme divine Xuan expert that was lying on the ground like a dead dog was not even at the silver level. It was simply too weak. Back then, even though he had detected his presence, he had completely ignored it. It was simply too weak. Of course, there was the question of why the pinnacle supreme divine Chuan expert would use the cultivation level of a Skyxuan to deter these assassins. This was a very easy question to answer. The radiance of Xuan Kai would return to its original state once the supreme divine Xuan rank was attained, and the Xuan Kai used would have no color at all. If this person had used his true abilities to issue the daggers, those assassins would have simply ignored it, not knowing what kind of meaning it held. Wouldn't that be unsightly? And if he were to personally come forth to stamp down those few ants, that would simply be too demeaning for him. On the other hand, the highest possible cultivation level that could still radiate color when using Xuan Kai would be the pinnacle Skyxuan rank, which radiated a dark blue ocean glow. Even those who have no Xuan Kai cultivation would be able to notice this. Evidently, this senior was a very compassionate and thoughtful person. Moreover, he was also a man of great benevolence. His heart was simply too thoughtful. The Skyxuan expert lamented as his heart was filled with admiration. It was no wonder that this person could achieve such a high level. Just by observing this senior's level of cultivation, this kind of disposition, the Skyxuan expert felt himself to be far inferior. This senior is a true master. If these thoughts within his mind were to be known to the pinnacle supreme divine Xuan expert who was lying on the ground, he would likely spew out a mouthful of blood and faint. "You are simply giving me too high of an evaluation." In the street below, the leader of the assassins revealed an expression of resignation on his eyes. His expression changed for a bit before finally looking up and shouted, "Since Senior would not permit this junior to be presumptuous, this junior will leave." After waiting for a while, there was still no response. Realizing that the Skyxuan expert had no intentions of revealing himself, and hearing the sound of horse hooves getting closer, he waved his hand. "Withdraw." The 9 men retreated simultaneously. Together their golden and silver light flashed out as they prepared to escape far away. But just as they were about to do so, a cold voice suddenly spoke out. "After killing so many people, you want to leave by just saying that? Did you think you could get off that easy?" Following these words, a blue figure suddenly appeared in the corner of the street, blocking the escape path of the 9 men in black. This man's entire body was covered in blue radiance, his eyes akin to a pair of light blue pearls, his body tall and lean. Standing in the midst of the darkness, those who saw him could not help but feel a sense of loneliness within their hearts. Loneliness, dismal, solitude, bleakness embodied within this man were all these negative emotions that would cause anyone to feel extremely sad. Even the slender long sword held within his hand seemed to be exuding an aura of loneliness. Princess Ling Meng's face lit up as she cried out, "Uncle Yi, it is really you. Menger feels so happy." The expression of the 2 assassin leaders suddenly underwent a great change, their eyes contracting at the same time as they coldly asked, "Solitary star of the horizon, and it turned out to be you isn't your weapon of choice the sword since when did you start to use flying daggers to mystify people? It does not matter what I use, it will be more than enough to kill you pieces of trash. Yuhan glanced over the 9 assassins before looking at Princess Lingmeng. His eyes revealed a rare expression of warmth and affection. Little Meng is misbehaving again, going out of the palace secretly. Now you have encountered a dangerous situation. Are you frightened? With Uncle Yi here, Menger will definitely be safe. Princess Lingmeng smiled lovingly. Before this world-famous solitary figure, solitary star of the horizon, Yuhan, Princess Lingmeng did not appear to have any resemblance to a royal princess. Her bearing was more towards a little girl who had just met her dear uncle, her face showing an incomparable amount of respect and dependence. Chapter 61 Yuhan. Chapter 061 Yuhan. Regular chapter. Yuhan, he is a solitary top-rate expert who traveled alone, and a Skyxuan expert. Everyone knew that he had never become close to anyone. He possesses a solitary nature and is ruthless. Once his sword is drawn, those he fought against would usually end up dead. However, they do not know something. This solitary swordsman was once a handsome and passionate young master. There is an even bigger secret that no one knew of. Yuhan and the current empress, Murong Zirxu, were childhood sweethearts. However, for some unknown reason, Yuhan's family declined overnight, his family name removed from the capital henceforth, and Yuhan became a penniless nobody. Back then, the Murong family was a sky-encompassing powerhouse. Naturally, they would not allow their family's daughter to be married to a penniless nobody with only a cultivation of silver-level Xuan Tai. The Murong family flagrantly obstructed them and finally caused the two lovers to part ways. Dejected, Yuhan left while Murong Zirxu was left in distraught. Murong Zirxu attempted to commit suicide several times, but was saved from the brink of death. Eventually, there came news of Yuhan's death, causing Murong Zirxu to fall into an abyss of despair. Under the constant persuasion of her parents, she finally decided to accept her family's arrangements to enter the palace and marry the emperor. A few years later, she became the empress of the kingdom. Yuhan left for 10 years. His pursuit of swordsmanship was successful and his Xuan Kai cultivation had advanced to the Skyxuan rank. Feeling that he was finally qualified to marry Murong Zirxu, he rushed back in excitement. Unfortunately, his lover from back then had become an empress, and Princess Lingmeng at the time was already 7 years old. Standing opposite one another, tears flowed down from both of them, an unspeakable feeling of pain ripping through both of them. Entering the ocean-like palace gates, since the day ye entered the way. Heaven's will is unpredictable, yesterday is not today. Heaven toys with the will of men, such is the decree of time. Yuhan became disheartened, his hair turned white overnight and his character was greatly altered, becoming heartless and extremely ruthless. However, he remains affectionate and loving towards his former lover's daughter, Princess Lingmeng. Since then, he vowed not to see Murong Zirxu again, but he would frequently visit Princess Lingmeng to play with her. His frozen heart would only melt when he is with Princess Lingmeng. Yuhan had become Princess Lingmeng's bodyguard. It did not matter whom, even if the current emperor wanted to chastise Princess Lingmeng, Yuhan would still wantonly unsheath his sword. Princess Lingmeng is the one thing sustaining his soul, and this cold-blooded swordsman's most sensitive spot. This matter is a royal secret known only to a select few. Thus, the one behind these assassins too had no clue. If they did, they would not have sent merely 2 gold-leveled Xuan expert for this assassination. In fact, there may not even be any assassination attempt if they really wanted to kill her. Then they would need at least 2 experts at the Skyxuan rank or higher in order to succeed. Yi Guhan had already determined that the mysterious expert would not come forth, but he was unwilling to allow these assassins to leave. Thus he had revealed himself. In Yi Guhan's eyes, anyone who wished to bring harm upon Princess Ling Ming must be killed. No amnesty would be given. Slowly turning his body, he unsheathed his sword. The long sword quivered like a serpent. An undulating blue color rose from the sword. With a grim face, Yi Guhan said, "Go die." The 9 assassins remained silent. We had previously asked in earnest if Senior had any instructions for us. The reason we asked that was to probe your intentions, and yet you remained silent. Now that we wanted to retreat, you decide to come forth and stop us. Aren't you just messing around with us? Naturally, they were unaware of how wrong they were. Those 2 were simply 2 different persons. Yi Guhan, if you want to kill people, you need to use swords. Mouth alone will not cut it. The 2 assassin leaders became enraged as they recalled what happened. Even if your strength is far stronger than us, do you really need to toy with us? They were aware that they have no luck in winning, but their courage were ignited, and they taunted him verbally. Yi Guhan remained motionless, his appearance as cold as ice, his gaze as intimidating as an incoming arrow. His straight body loosened, the light on the sword grew colder, and he suddenly made his move with ruthlessness. The pale blue light exploded like fireworks and enveloped the area, signifying Yi Guhan's agreement with the assassin leader's words to use sword to kill them. It was pointless to waste his strength on words. After all, talking nonsense with a bunch of people who were about to die was probably a stupid idea. The sword shone brilliantly, bringing with it a pale blue radiance. When the sword struck out, it created an illusory dreamlike feeling. However, within this wonderful radiance was a rich flavor of heart-breaking sadness. The awe-inspiring sword radiance exuded the same atmosphere as Yi Guhan, bleakness and solitude. Yi Guhan turned his body and struck out with his sword. A light line suddenly appeared on the throat of the silver Xuan assassin closest to him. A mist of blood gushed out, blending with a pale blue radiance that covered the sky. The blue and red color suffused with one another, creating a beautiful yet heart-breaking imagery within this scene of carnage. The sword breaks the heart. The horizon remains elusive loneliness. The corpse of the assassin slowly fell down. Yi Guhan maintained his mournful expression. His figure appeared before 2 other assassins. These 2 assassins that had seemed so impressive just moments ago now appeared to be no more than a pair of defenseless chicken and dog in his eyes. Just as how the silver-level expert could look upon those at the 9th level and below as ants, the same applied to a Skyxuan expert when facing silver Xuan experts. These 2 men were but little babies in face of a Skyxuan expert. 2 more jets of blood sprayed out. Yi Guhan's face retained its grimness. Amidst the blood-filled skies, he brought a dream-like pale blue light with him as he moved about, just like a ghost. For a group of gold and silver level experts to go against a Skyxuan expert was no different from smashing a rock with eggs. There were no hope for them to emerge victorious at all. Moreover, their opponent was Yi Guhan, who is renowned for being a murderous, cold-blooded maniac. "Move quickly, scatter and run," the assassin leader shouted out. His body was the first to rise to the skies, akin to an arrow flying back the way it came from. The remaining 5 assassins scattered out just like an exploding grenade, every single one of them fleeing for their lives. There was no need to think of the outcome. The only question here was among these 9 assassins, who would be able to successfully escape. Yi Gyuhin let out a lengthy howl, his voice containing a dense feeling of loneliness and melancholy. His murderous aura reverberated with the endless feeling of loneliness as his pale blue sword rose into the air, just like a huge sapphire flying through the skies at a rapid speed. Each time the pale blue light flared out, an assassin's wretched cries could be heard as he fell to the ground. Just a moment after the order was given, 4 of the assassins that were trying to escape had already been killed, though their bodies have yet to descend onto the ground. As for Yi Gyuhin, he was engaged with one of the gold-level assassin leader. The 2 assassin leaders possessed the highest level of strength amongst the assassins. One of them fled to the north while the other fled to the south. Even with Yi Gyuhin's ability alone, after killing off the other 4 silver Xuan assassins, he could only stop one of the leaders. As for the other one, not even he could do anything about it. Zhang Zai, who was lying on the ground, had his eyes slightly opened as he enjoyed the show. Witnessing Yi Gyuhin's superhuman might, he could not help but feel fascinated. In an open battle, not even the original Zhang Zai in his past life could hope to defeat Yi Gyuhin. This caused Zhang Zai to have a higher evaluation towards the Xuan Tai cultivation of this world. Naturally, this was only if they were to fight openly. However, if this was an assassination mission, Zhang Zai was confident that he has at least a number of ways to murder Yi Gyuhin. After all, an open battle to the death is not Zhang Zai's forte. A pale blue color, he is probably only a Sky Xuan beginner, and yet he possessed such a kind of power. How would a pinnacle Sky Xuan compare? How would a supreme divine Xuan compare? A strong feeling of delight at seeing such strong people rose within Zhang Zai's heart. Fighting against the strong was the only way for one to enhance one's strength. Unfortunately, the present Zhang Zai simply does not have the strength to challenge the strong, otherwise he would probably have jumped to his feet and challenged Yi Gyuhin to a fight. Strength. Zhang Zai's heart burned as it churned with endless desire. As it so happened, he suddenly realized that the fleeing assassin leader was heading in his direction. The killing intent within Zhang Zai's heart burst out. Son of a bitch, after bringing a bunch of people and causing this senior to end like this, you want to leave? You think you could just waltz out of here? His wrists quivered and his flying dagger slid down onto his hands. Zhang Zai's face, which was hidden beneath his body, showed a ferocious smile. Time to die, kiddo. Chapter 62, Professional and Non-Professional. Chapter 062, Professional and Non-Professional. Sponsored chapter. Sponsored by Siti Karomay Nair from Indonesia. Great thanks to the sponsor for the support. The assassin leader saw that Yi Gyuhin was temporarily unable to catch up to him, and let out a sigh of relief. As he was running away as quick as he could, he looked around and noticed that the debauchee Jun Moxie had at some unknown time shifted his position to instead lie on the ground with his face facing the sky. Jun Moxie's eyes seemed to be slightly opened as well. He could not help but felt surprised. Could it be that this brat is still alive? Turning his head, he saw that Yi Gyuhin had already pressured his partner to the road of death. Judging by what he could see, Yi Gyuhin was trying to catch his partner alive and was unable to spare any attention towards him. Considering all this, he felt himself getting somewhat more courageous. We failed to kill Princess Ling Meng. But if Jun Moxie were to die, the capital would fall into chaos as well. Right, the assassin leader suddenly slowed down as he moved in to deliver another sword strike into the body of this debauchee. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly saw the debauchee brat before him opening his eyes, spit out with his tongue, made a sly face and cursed in a whisper, "I will screw your mother." The volume of his voice was very low. Amidst the incoming rumbling sound of hooves, the other people who were situated several jangs 3.04 m away were simply unable to hear anything. Not to mention, none of them were currently paying any attention to this place as they were closely watching Yi Gyuhen's battle. Thus, only the assassin leader who had fled and was close to Jun Zai could hear his words clearly. Instantly he became enraged, his eyes bulging out. Just because this senior was not able to deal with a Skykshuin expert, did you think I cannot kill a prodigal debauchee like you? Someone like you actually dare to curse at me? He charged down, his sword stabbing viciously as his heart cursed inwardly. This senior will take you down. It was then that a jade blue color flashed outward, as though the azure ocean had appeared before his very eyes. As though in a dream, a deep blue flying dagger mysteriously appeared before the assassin leader. Its aim was the assassin's throat. Skykshuin the assassin leader became shocked. His hands and feet became frozen all of a sudden. Under the extreme shock, in addition to his earlier action of rushing downwards, he lost his composure and fell. However, before his body reached the ground, the deep blue flying dagger had already struck into his throat, penetrating inside by at least 3 inches. Even at his moment of death, the assassin leader remained confused. Yi Gyuhen was clearly 30 zhangs 91.2 m away from him. So why did the flying dagger appear here? What was going on? This question caused the gold-level assassin leader to remain confused, his eyes bulging widely in death, just like a scholar in seek of knowledge. The injuries Jun Zai suffered earlier were not light, causing his movements to be less nimble. Even though the sword wound had been wrapped up, there were still the 2 kicks from the silver-level assassin. Now, Jun Zai watched as the gold-level assassin fall to his death with a puzzled expression on his face. However, what was alarming was that even in death, his hands remained tightly gripping onto his sword. "Screw your granny, you unrepentant bastard," Jun Zai cursed inwardly. Going all out, he forced his body to move, barely budging away from the lethal strike. Pang! The assassin leader's corpse fell right on top of Jun Zai's little body. With a kai sound, the sword in his hands slid into Jun Zai's thigh in the area with the most flesh. If this sword had gone slightly to the left, Jun Zai would have to gloriously become an employee within the palace. Sinofer Jun Zai had already been knocked down and was unable to rise up at all. Then, the sword slid into his thigh, causing him to hiss in pain. In the end, young Master Jun cried out in his heart, who could have guessed that even a dead man could use a sword to harm others? This world is simply too freaking fantastic. The sword pierced straight through Jun Zai's thigh and into the ground beneath him. Any movement would aggravate the wound. In a worst-case scenario, it might even bring harm to his tendons. Under these circumstances, Jun Zai was simply unable to move. The same was true for the assassin leader's corpse pressing down on him. The both of them were like a human pyramid. The assassin leader's hands gripped the sword tightly, and the sword had pierced through Jun Zai's thigh. This image was unspeakably peculiar. Son of a bitch, Jun Zai was on the verge of tears. Since I came to this world, this would already be the 2nd time that I was pressed down on by a man. First time around, even though the fatty was nauseating, he was still a living person. This time, I am actually being pressed down upon by a dead man, and I cannot even move. A living person and a dead person. Both their faces were directly opposite one another, their eyes staring at each other. It was then that John Zai realized that this bastard had died with his eyes open. Feeling curious, John Zai observed carefully. The more he observed, the more he felt that this person's eyes did not seem to express resentment or malice, but rather doubt and confusion. "Son of a bitch, are you telling me that you cannot find your way to the Yellow Springs? Do not look at me. I do not know." John Zai viciously cursed him. When pressed down upon by a dead person whose eyes remained bulging out in a stare, most people would be trembling regardless of how courageous they may be. However, John Zai was a freak who could even start a conversation with the dead. In one word, powerful. With a purr, Yi Gyuhan disarmed the other assassin leader. His blue sword flashed out and was upon the man's throat. "Who sent you? Speak up." Yi Gyuhan was enraged if he did not ferret out the person behind this assassination attempt, who knew if this would happen again he could protect Princess Ling Meng once or twice, but he may not be able to protect her forever. The next time this happened, what could he do if a Skyxuan expert was sent to hold him down? The assassin leader coldly stared at Yi Gyuhan, the color of despair evident within his eyes. Suddenly, he laughed out. "Yi Gyuhan, did you think I would talk? Haha, what a joke. I did not expect that the world-renowned solitary star of the horizon, Yi Gyuhan, a dignified Skyxuan expert, would actually turn out to be so naive as he talked." Black-colored blood suddenly flowed down from his mouth and he stopped breathing. His eyes was fixed upon Yi Gyuhan. A look of ridicule remained in his eyes. The moment he was captured, he had bitten down on the poison pill within his mouth, sealing the throat and purging the blood. What a vicious poison! Yi Gyuhan sighed, his face revealing a look of admiration, and murmured, "You can be counted as a real man. I will not make things difficult for your body." Presently, all the assassins have been killed off, and the area had turned silent. Even though the words uttered by Yi Gyuhan was low in tone, it could clearly be heard by John Zai. At that moment, John Zai suddenly had the urge to laugh loudly. What nonsense! Under these circumstances, you actually call him a real man? If that were the case, then the value of real man would no longer be of any worth. If he does not commit suicide, would you let him live? Even if you let him live because he is a real man, would the chief assassin let him live? Will the mastermind of this incident allow him to live? I have seen stupid before, but I have never seen someone so stupid. And you are a Skyxuan expert to boot. Idiotic Skyxuan expert. John Zai's heart welled with a great amount of contempt. Since you have decided to take him alive, the first thing you need to do when going against these kinds of people is to knock out his teeth while he still has the ability to move. This is the absolute basic. As for the blocking of acupuncture points, breaking the inner tie and all those, hey, do I really need to elaborate for you? Noob are simply too unprofessional. The professional assassin within John Zai was greatly upset. Amid the field of blood, Princess Ling Meng frowned, seemingly unable to stand the thick scent of blood. She walked forward. "Uncle Yi, when did you learn this wonderful flying dagger technique? Once we go back, you must teach me, please." Once the flying dagger was mentioned, Yi Gyuhan suddenly recovered himself. He immediately cupped both his hands ceremoniously as he faced the sky and spoke in a clear voice. "Thank you, senior, for extending your aid today. This Yi feels highly grateful." Princess Ling Meng's experience is shallow. If she somehow offended senior, I hope senior would be benevolent and not pay it any mind. If senior have any request of me, please say the word. This junior would certainly endeavor with all my might to accomplish it in order to repay senior's favor. In his heart, Princess Ling Meng was like his own daughter, and had become the one reason for him to live. For the mysterious expert to save Princess Ling Meng was equivalent to saving him, thus, he did not mention whom it was that have been saved. Regardless of whom, he still felt grateful. TL Yellow Springs Underworld. Chapter 63 Heartache. In celebration on finally getting Otherworldly Evil Monarch on main dates, here's another 2 bonus chapters. Yeah, I kinda failed it the first 2 times 3. Also, upvotes on main dates would be most appreciated. Main dates link. Chapter 063 Heartache. With Princess Ling Meng's level of cultivation, it was difficult for her to distinguish between a Skychuan rank and the one above it. Her words earlier may have offended the mysterious expert. Thankfully, the mysterious expert was open-minded and chose not to pursue the matter. This was a good thing because once such a powerful figure becomes enraged, the consequences would be most disastrous. Yi Yuan, who understood the severity of the situation, had naturally come forth to remedy the situation for Princess Ling Meng's sake. Naturally, considering Yi Yuan's temper, he would never have spoken out such words if not for the sake of Princess Ling Meng. He would not do so no matter how grateful he personally felt. Everything remained silent, seemingly indicating that the mysterious pinnacle supreme divine Chuan expert had left. Yi Yuan gave out a sigh. This was something that he had expected. Considering the person's identity as a master from outside the kingdom, would he lower himself to stand before a mere princess? Uncle Yi, this is what are you talking about? Princess Ling Meng stared at him curiously with witty open eyes. Menger, those words of yours were too careless. Those words are a great offense to the one who saved you. The senior who issued out the dagger to save you is someone else. In addition, this senior's level of cultivation far surpasses mine. No, it would be more accurate to say I am unable to even compare with someone like him. Yi Yuan told her in an imposing manner. That dagger is the pinnacle of blessings. It is not something that I could send out. Our Princess Ling Meng cried out in surprise, her delicate hands covering her mouth. Something like that actually happened. Since Uncle is already a Skychuan expert, then that would mean the senior is an even higher form of existence. That is the absolute truth. Yi Yuan nodded seriously. Princess Ling Meng gathered herself, turned to face the skies and gave a deep salute of respect. Princess Ling Meng here thanks senior for rescuing me. My nonsensical words earlier was a blasphemy against senior, and yet senior was generous enough to forgive me. I wonder if senior would be willing to come forth, so that Ling Meng could apologize and thank you in person. The space remained still, not a sound could be heard. For someone who was a Skychuan expert or higher, why would they care for the thankful gesture of a mere princess? And if this was a pinnacle supreme divine Chuan expert, he may not be willing to appear even if the other person was the Emperor of Tangxing himself. Princess Ling Meng were not aware of all these. However, in order to express her gratitude, she must profess her thanks regardless of whether the person was still around or not. Since her Uncle Yi had told her that it was the truth, then it must surely be the truth. A pity we have no chance to meet this person. Yi Yuan sighed, his face returning to its cold form, and he stood wistfully at the side. Little Menger, Uncle Yi will have to leave now. It would be better for you to return to the palace. The Imperial Army is already on their way. In the distance, the thundering sound of hooves inched closer. Princess Ling Meng looked at Yi Yuan with an expression of unwillingness and asked, Uncle Yi, when will you return to visit Menger? Silly Menger, Uncle Yi would always be by your side. Yi Yuan sighed inwardly before softly replying, I will definitely come to visit Menger. Earlier, one of the assassins managed to escape. that could end up causing some problems in the future. That is why Menger will have to be very careful in the next few days. Princess Ling Ming whispered in, her face showing reluctance. The sound of hooves had reached the corner. Yi Guhan lifted his body upwards and skimmed through the air. Suddenly, he exclaimed in midair and changed his direction, moving towards Junzai. His sharp eyes analyzed the scene before him. Seeing the small dagger inserted into the throat of the assassin, he could not help but feel grateful. It turns out that the senior had already helped me solve this problem. This is truly humbling. Straightening his body, he left, floating up to the roof. With a blue flash, he suddenly disappeared. From the corner of the street, a robust horse marched out towards them. A young military officer in blue with an urgent expression on his face rushed close by. Seeing Princess Ling Ming standing safely there, he gave a sigh of relief. He quickly saluted and asked, "Princess, are you all right?" His concern was evident within his voice. Princess Ling Ming stared at him in a dazed manner. Slightly bending her body, she picked up the two flying daggers from the ground. Checking it in detail, the flying dagger was as thin as a layer of onion, exquisitely small and subtly curved with beautiful engravings. Princess Ling Ming became fond of it instantly. Her face revealed light traces of excitement. "This is the divine weapon used by the master superior to even Uncle Yi. What a lovable dagger." "This is dagger?" the young man asked in a stammer. "Princess, please be careful when dealing with these weapons. If not for the senior expert who shot out these flying daggers, I would have been killed by those assassins. There would be no chance for me to wait for your arrival. Naturally, Yi Guhan's existence cannot be revealed to those who were unrelated to her." Princess Ling Ming glanced at him briefly, her beautiful face showing traces of fatigue and a hint of sadness. When she chose to leave the palace in the past, there would be at least a Jade-level expert escorting her. That was His Majesty's personal arrangement for her. Why would that expert suddenly be sent out on an errand? In addition, the several elite gold-level experts that usually accompanied her were all deployed elsewhere for some unknown reason. It was under such circumstances that she encountered assassins as she left the palace. What does all this mean? It goes without saying. Princess Ling Ming was extremely intelligent and was well aware of what was happening, but she tried to force herself not to think about it. She was unwilling to consider it. She dared not consider it. That was because the resulting scenario would be too painful for her to bear. Heart-breaking pain. If you want to struggle for the throne, then just do it. Why do you have to turn me into a tool for your struggle? Is the throne really that precious? Could it be that in your eyes, I am but a tool for you to further your interests? We may not share the same mother, but we have the same father. The same flesh and blood. Why could it be true that there can be no love within the royal family? She felt the two flying daggers within her bosom coming in contact with her skin, releasing a cold sensation. Yet Princess Ling Ming felt warm and safe. The mysterious Skyxuan expert saved her life and did not blame her for mistaking his deeds for others. This benevolent mindset caused an endless amount of fascination to well up within her. Yi Guhan was aware that the mysterious person's strength was probably above that of the Skyxuan rank, but Princess Ling Ming did not. She only knew what she saw, and that was the ocean-like azure brilliance, saving lives without showing even his shadow, drifting back and forth, leaving not a trace of his existence. A caring of rewards from others, much less the ignorance of those he saved. What kind of character is this? This is the character of a real master. A deep sense of trust was born within the heartbroken and frustrated Princess Ling Ming towards this mysterious figure. He is like a dragon that would show his head and not his tail. This created a belief that this person is highly dependable. In her heart, she felt that this mysterious person is just like her uncle Yi, worthy of her trust. With a flying dagger beside her, Princess Ling Ming suddenly felt herself becoming more courageous. Indeed, with a pinnacle Skyxuan expert and the solitary star of the horizon, Yi Guan as their protector, anyone would be able to sit back and relax. She recovered from her daze, only to discover the young man staring at her. Princess Ling Ming became embarrassed and turned angry, her heart becoming depressed. This person is the eldest son of the city's Murong family, Murong Qianjun. He is the rising star of his generation from the Murong family where Princess Ling Ming's mother hailed from. In terms of relationship, Princess Ling Ming and him could be considered as cousins. He is considered one of the renowned handsome talents within the city. Ever since meeting Princess Ling Ming, though, he was smitten as though she had captured his soul. He had requested his family for a military leader position in hopes of meeting and staying close to her and at the same time allow him to launch a frenzied pursuit for Princess Ling Ming. Since Jun Moxie stepped back 2 months ago, Murong Qianjun is now one of the top 2 suitors for Princess Ling Ming. The other suitor is the Grand Preceptor's grandson, Lai Yoren. Chapter 64 Old Man in Gray. Chapter 064 Old Man in Gray. Looking at him, anyone would feel that this young Master Murong is a talent in both civil and military affairs, extraordinary in every aspect, blessed with handsome looks, highly capable in the field of martial arts, a perfect match for any woman. However, Princess Ling Ming felt that this person is very hypocritical. Before her, he seemed to always be wearing a mask of being deeply in love. As someone who lived within the palace all the time, she had no way of judging whether this face of his is true or false. How much of it is the truth? How much of it is fake? What is the true face and character of this person? Princess Ling Ming felt that she do not have the slightest grasp onto the answer for those questions. The other suitor is the first heir of the Lai residence, Lai Yoren, who holds the title of #1 gifted scholar in Tangsing Kingdom. Likewise, he is someone who filled Princess Ling Ming with uncertainty. Lai Yoren is handsome and well-mannered, graceful but not showy, and rarely showed himself. He had caused countless ladies from the capital city to become obsessed towards him. However, no matter what, he refused to show himself, causing him to be labeled as the #1 refined gentleman of Tangsing Kingdom. Lai Yoren would always show a warm and graceful countenance, never one to be either anxious or tardy. He seemed as though everything that was happening in the world was within the palm of his hands, that everything was within his expectations. However, Princess Ling Ming had always felt that it was impossible for there to be someone so perfect in this world. If this person's external appearance was but a camouflage, then he would be an even more horrifying, more unpredictable existence. No one could hope to understand what he was really thinking. Whenever she was together with this person, Princess Ling Ming would often be visited with an inexplicable feeling of dread. This feeling warned her that this gentle-looking youth before her is an extremely dangerous person. By comparison, the original Jun Moxie is someone who wore the greasy countenance of a rogue. He did not attempt to hide his nature, as though announcing to the world, "I am a rogue, and I am not afraid to show it." Even though his character is somewhat unbearable, at least he was someone who committed bad acts in the open. Despite being a scoundrel, his bad actions were all done openly and there was no need to fear him taking sinister actions in secrecy. Thinking about John Moxie, she suddenly recalled that this debauchee was just here not long ago, and he even gave her a warning. Regardless of whether it was on purpose or unintentional, it was at least a gesture of goodwill. However, it seemed that the assassins had already killed him off from the very beginning. When she considered this point, she quickly asked, "Quick, go find third young Master John and see how his condition is at the current." She could not help but feel anxious within her heart. Although her life was saved, she feared that John Moxie might have been killed off. That would cause Grandpa John to fly into a fit of rage. The resulting storm would likely be far worse than if she was the one killed. It appeared that the city was about to be plunged into a turbulent storm. Hopefully, her three brothers would not take advantage of the ensuing chaos by the angered Grandpa John and create an even bigger problem for the kingdom. Although she did not witness it for herself, Princess Ling Ming believed that John Moxie was most likely dead. After all, two of the assassins had appeared from John Moxie's direction. At that time, he had already fallen to the ground. If he had not died, would the assassin have left him alone? Several bodyguards went forth to search, but after searching all over, they were unable to find Zhang Zai. That was because Zhang Zai was currently being pinned down by the assassin's corpse to the point where their bodies perfectly overlapped with one another, leading to the bodyguard's failure to notice them. A rough-looking bodyguard rushed to report to the princess. "Princess, we could not find third young Master John's corpse. Perhaps the corpse stood up and ran away by itself." Listening to those words, Princess Ling Ming's face turned black to the point of puking blood. "What nonsense is this? You could not find the corpse, so maybe the corpse stood up and ran away by itself. A corpse can run away by itself." Murong Qianzhen's face turned dark. "What are you talking about?" The guard panicked and started stammering. I meant, we failed to find third young Master John's corpse. Maybe it left Nano. I meant." "Enough, stop talking." Murong Qianzhen's face turned black. "If you cannot find the corpse, that means you cannot say that he is dead. Even more so, you cannot call it a corpse. You should have said the third young Master John's body had disappeared. Understand?" The bodyguards all complained inwardly. "Weren't you the one who said that he is dead? To think that you still have the face to lecture us. What a despicable person." Princess Ling Ming felt helpless and said, "Go search again in detail. If you find third young Master John's body, quickly send it to the John family." Under their influence, Princess Ling Ming almost blurted the word corpse herself. After searching again, they were unable to find anything. Thus, Princess Ling Ming arranged for a bodyguard to report this matter to the Zhang family. Not long after the bodyguard had left on horseback, a gray figure rushed out before them. This figure turned out to be a small, thin and withered-looking old man. Murong Qianzhen unsheathed his sword and asked in a stern voice, "Who?" "I am looking for someone." The little old man's face was a mask of depression, as he looked everywhere. His face filled with anxiousness. He turned a deaf ear towards Murong Qianzhen's question. Murong Qianzhen was greatly infuriated and shouted, "Take him!" Considering that an assassination attempt had just been carried out against the princess, this weirdo's appearance was a very suspicious event. The surrounding soldiers voiced their affirmation and was about to rush forward when they saw the old man suddenly becoming exalted. "I finally found you, har. Why don't you run now, your grandmother's little bastard? You have a sword piercing through you. "Ha, let's see if you still dare to run away again," he shouted out in a gloating tone. All they saw was him kneeling down before an assassin's corpse, and was in the process of pulling out a sword. "He is in league with the assassins. Take him down." Murong Qianjun became overjoyed. He felt that this person was really stupid. All the assassins here had already died, and yet he chose to enter this place, which was surrounded by the army, to find a corpse. Surprisingly, the old man threw away the sword after pulling it out. Then, he lifted the corpse of the assassin and casually flung it away, just like how one would throw a sack, without a care in his actions. Bending down, he picked up a bloodied body. Princess Ling Meng hastily restrained Murong Qianjun before observing the body in detail. It turned out that it was Jun Moxie. He was covered in blood on both head and body, looking as though he was about to lose his life in a moment's notice. Suddenly, Jun Zai's eyes moved about, causing Princess Ling Meng to become shocked. "It turns out that this bastard is still alive. May I ask this senior's identity?" Princess Ling Meng asked. "I do not have time to chat with you, little girl. This old bag need to hurry up to help him take care of his injuries. Otherwise, he might really kick the bucket." The old man picked up Jun Zai's body and with a flash, appeared before Murong Qianjun. Staring at Murong Qianjun, he scolded, "Little bastard, next time, watch your language." Pulling back his head, he disappeared like a puff of smoke. Murong Qianjun was about to retort in anger when the old man before him suddenly disappeared without leaving a trail, causing him to fume in rage. However, with Princess Ling Meng here, he needed to maintain his graceful image and could only grit down heavily on his teeth. In his heart, he had successively cursed the old man's 18 generations of ancestors. "This is bad." Princess Ling Meng's face changed. "I have just sent someone to report to Senior General Jun. Now that Jun Moxie has been taken away, things would turn ugly if the Senior General becomes furious." Murong Qianjun stepped forth to comfort the princess. "Princess, please be at ease and just return to the palace. I will immediately arrange for someone to go to the Jun family and report that Jun Moxie, this person, is still alive." Princess Ling Meng let out a sigh of relief. That would be for the best. Turning her gaze, she suddenly noticed the flying dagger inserted into the throat of the assassin leader. She gave a cry of surprise. "It turns out that the senior had already helped me take care of this future problem, and here I was being ignorant about it." She walked over and pulled out the dagger. Checking it, she found that it was indeed the same as the other two. She could not help but wonder, this person is a true peak-leveled master. I wonder when I will have the opportunity to meet him in person to give my thanks. Princess Ling Meng turned her head to see the miserable state of her team of bodyguards. She sighed. "With things as they are, how could I hope to go to the Dugu residence?" Recalling Yi Guhan's advice for her, she spoke out. "Return to the palace. List down the name of those who died, report it to the inner palace, and ensure that their families are compensated generously." No longer able to bear the sight of carnage before her, Princess Ling Meng closed her eyes and slowly shed 2 drops of tears. These men all died for her sake. Chapter 65 Unexpected. Chapter 065 Unexpected. Regular chapter. As the carriage was destroyed, Princess Ling Meng leaped onto a horse brought over by one of the bodyguards and slowly headed back. The atmosphere was unusually somber. Murong Qianjun immediately ordered the army to escort the princess, forming a protection detail with Princess Ling Meng in the middle. He himself rode atop his horse, turning his head. He thought to himself that bastard Jun Moxie seemed to have suffered from some serious injuries. I wonder if he will make it. It would be for the best if he dies. Every time I see him, I feel like smashing him down. He is just a typical scum waiting for a beating. He wanted to caught Princess Ling Ming with that kind of character. He truly is a brat who does not understand his own abilities. Grunting, he urged his horse forward and watched the graceful figure of Princess Ling Ming, who was proceeding before him. He could not help but feel dazzled, his heart absolutely captivated, his soul ascending the confines of his body. He completely forgot to send someone to report the earlier matter to the Jun family. I say, old man, you have been following me like a ghost for a good 3 days. Could it be that I am so handsome to the point where you have taken a fancy to me? The old man was carrying Jun Zai, similar to how one would carry a baby in their arms. The old man's body was very withered. It seemed that there was no flesh on his entire body. This caused Jun Zai an unspeakable feeling of discomfort, as though he was lying on a cobblestone ground. Knowing that this old man would not harm him, he threw away all notions of courtesy and started speaking sarcastically. Who you think this senior was following? A prodigal wastrel like you? Voluntarily you kept scurrying around randomly every day. I do not even know what kind of hidden tactic you used to escape from my sight. But look at you now. This is retribution, if not for the fact that your grandfather spent a great sum of a. How did you know I have been following you for 3 days? The old man was indignant. He felt that being together with this debauchee was something shameful. Just as he was about to grumble, he suddenly realized something wrong, something very wrong. How did this useless brat realize that I have been following him for 3 days? Could it be that this senior's tracking skills have regressed until such a degree? The old man became startled and suddenly stopped. He no longer cared about the disrespectful manner in which Jun Zai used to address him. Fool, did you have to ask such a simple question? Naturally. Someone told me. Jun Zai casually threw out an answer after thinking it through. Even though this old man's tracking skills was unable to escape Jun Zai's senses, it was still first rate even when compared to his past life's experiences. Considering the original Jun Moxie's abilities, he would not be able to realize it even after training for hundreds of years, let alone escape from the old man's sight. You are the real fool. You are such a fool. It is only natural that you would not be able to discover this senior. Who told you about it? Was that person the one who taught you how to escape from my sight? The old man felt shocked. He was actually unaware that his tracking skills were being countered. In addition, that person possessed the ability to guide this useless being, Jun Moxie, to shake him off his tail. This was simply horrifying. How much strength is needed for this feat if this person is an enemy? How do I know who that person is? Jun Zai continued. I have never met him. Oh, that is only natural. Considering how powerful the other person is, do you think you have the qualifications to meet him? But since you put it this way, you being able to escape from my sight was all due to that person's instructions. That person was the one who taught you. The old man was prejudiced and had already decided that this debauchee had absolutely no ability to discover his existence. After all, he had absolute confidence in his own tracking skills. However, he asked just in case. His heart became alarmed. Could it be that a supreme divine Chuan is watching me? That cannot be. Could it be? The more he thought about it, the more his mind became panicked. Truth be told, this old man's techniques were indeed impressive. Otherwise, it would not have taken Jun Zai, the king of assassins of his generation, a good 3 days to deal with him. Of course. By the way, old man, Are you done talking? Why are continuously asking about all this? Where are you planning to take me to? You should hurry up and bring me home. Junzai was feeling uncomfortable and started cursing within. Quickly send me back home so that I can use the Hongjun pagoda to heal myself. If I were to do it outside and get exposed, what then? Nonsense. Judging by the amount of injuries you have, I will need to quickly handle it first. Otherwise, you would be dead by the time I reach your home. The old man was feeling unhappy himself. With my level of skill, how could I have ended up being counter-tracked? Son of a bitch, if I were to return directly to the Jun residence, your old head would throw a bunch of depressing complaints on me to the point of death. If I do not clean this brat up, going back like this would be too humiliating. While talking, they arrived at an inferior-looking house. Holding Junzai, the old man rushed into it and placed Junzai onto the ground. After that, he carefully checked the wounds on Junzai's body from top to bottom. He could not help but be astonished. On Junzai's chest, a sword had nearly pierced straight through him. In addition, 2 purple bruises could be clearly seen. This was obviously the result of 2 kicks aimed at his chest. Considering the strength of the 2 silver-level assassins, an attack by either one of them should have been enough to send him off. Yet, after having suffered from a stab to the chest and 2 kicks from them, Junzai was able to preserve his life and still talk casually. This was not even the most astonishing point. What was truly outrageous was that not a single rib was broken. The old man sent his Shuankai into Junzai's meridians to carefully check. Junzai's internal organs had received no damage. Internal injuries were lacking, causing him to stare with bulging eyes. This sword stab was simply too skilled. It actually went through the intercostal area between ribs. This brat's luck is simply too good. Brat, did you by any chance hire those assassins? If that went the case, why would they take so much care when dealing against you just by looking at your wounds? I highly suspect that you guys planned this in advance. Were you planning on playing the hero saving the damsel in distress? You wanted to win the favor of that beautiful little girl. The old man stroked his beard, his eyes slanted, his face turning highly obscene. The old man's whimsical words almost caused Junzai to choke to death. He laughed bitterly. Old man, you sure have an imaginative mind. I nearly died earlier. How was I supposed to play the hero saving the damsel? Why are you staying still? Quick, help me bandage my thigh. Can't you see that it is still bleeding? Junzai was somewhat rendered speechless. This old man was already an aged senior, but why was his actions so disorderly? Why did his grandfather hire someone like this to tail him? Pooh, you useless little brat. You think this senior needs you to instruct me on how to do things? The old man stroked his beard. Brat, you are a lucky one. You won't die. You also won't become crippled. Having said that, he patted Junzai on his thigh and continued. Everything is fine now. Junzai's thigh had just been pierced with a sword. Even though his bones were not harmed, the sword pierced through his muscles. 1 sword, 2 holes. To be patted by the old man on the thigh at his current situation caused him to feel a heart-rending pain. Junzai bit his teeth, sucking the air and hissing, beads of sweat dripping out from his forehead. As he continued hissing through his teeth, he asked, Old man, do you have a granddaughter? The old man suddenly stared at him with vigilant eyes. What do you want to do? He forgot to think why this brat had asked him to treat the thigh first. By his observation, the wound on the chest took precedence. If you have a granddaughter, I will rape her and then kill her. I will send you to your death by breaking your heart. You old bastard. Junzai cursed inwardly. Can't you see that I am seriously injured yet? You actually violently slapped down on my wound. Oh, I meant that it would be better to let a woman do this kind of job. The person was just before him. How could he not lower his head? Unacceptable, the old man shook his head. You are a pervert. This is something known to everyone in Tangsing City. Junzai was completely speechless. Why are you calling me a pervert? The real pervert is Jun Moxie, not me. By the time the old man finished treating Junzai's wounds, it was already late at night. Of the two, one of them wanted to use the Hongjun Pagoda to heal his injuries so that he could get better immediately. However, he did not have the opportunity to do so and was endlessly irritated. The other one kept thinking to himself, who exactly was it that could discover my existence and counter my tracking skills? These two insensitive creatures actually forgot to report this matter to the Jun family. As for Murong Qianjun, who had vowed to Princess Ling Ming that he would send a message to the Jun family, he had long since thrown this negligible matter out the window. Neither of them considered the fact that Princess Ling Ming had, before the old man appeared, sent a message to the Jun family, bringing the news of Jun Moxie's disappearance death. They did not consider that this delay could lead to Grandfather Jun Gentian's fury soaring all the way to the 9 heavens, almost causing the entire capital to become a sea of blood. Incidentally, just when night arrived, the same time that Princess Ling Ming had encountered the assassins, the forces within the Tang residence began moving. Chapter 66 Northern City Clan Under Siege. Chapter 066 Northern City Clan Under Siege. Regula Chapter. Grandfather Tang's face was sullen as he stood before the main door, his eyes flashing with a faint trace of hope. He finally found a trace of something, which may or may not be a clue. However, Grandfather Tang could no longer wait. Sending forth his forces in the day would cause too much of a ruckus, but now that night had fallen, he had assembled all of Tang family's experts. 246 men. 2 mid-stage Earth Xuan ranked experts, 4 Jade-leveled Xuan experts, 12 Gold level, 36 Silver level, with the rest at the pinnacle stage of 9th level Xuan Kai cultivation. For this time's movement, Grandfather Tang only had assembled the Tang family's forces from inside the city and out. Within the short time span of one afternoon, Grandfather Tang had mobilized these men, who were the strongest within the Tang family. These were the foundations of the Tang family. No mistakes were allowed in this operation. For today's operation, the objective is the Northern City Clan. Tang only addressed everyone present with a sullen face. Keep in mind that no one from Northern City Clan should be allowed to escape, especially those with a position of Hall Master or higher. Do not kill, do not be rash, capture them all. Understood? Understood, the crowd answered in unison. They do not know the reason for going against the Northern City Clan. They also felt that this level of mobilization to deal with a mere Northern City Clan was somewhat of an overkill, but seeing the grim expression on Tang Wanli's face, none of them dared say anything. Today's operation will be directed by this senior. If any of you were to let slip a member of Northern City Clan, then just send your head to see me. Grandfather Tang gave out a strict command, then slowly scanned everyone present. Seeing everyone became more alert, he waved his hand. Move out. 246 men in black garbs silently headed out the door. Grandfather Tang's cloak billowed in the night wind as he strode towards the door. Although he was old, he was still robust. His every step exuded intensity and signified his indomitable determination towards tonight's operation. Wait, I will go as well. Following the voice, a figure in black rushed out from the inner courtyard. This figure was wrapped in black cloth and resembled a human-shaped black meatball. Even though Tang Yuan do not have the required body shape for nocturnal activities, he still wanted to join in the fun. However, due to his body shape being ovally that, he finally decided to simply wrap himself in black cloth before rushing out. Roll back to your room. Watching the human dumpling rolling towards him, Grandfather Tang became furious. He performed a flying kick, which resulted in the 400 over Jin 241 kg body of Tang Yuan to shoot back from the courtyard into the room, breaking the door of the room in the process. With a tearing sound, the black cloth tore open, revealing white buttocks and thighs. His round stomach resting upon the ground, his hands and legs were hanging in the air just like a tortoise that had fallen upside down. He waved his limbs in the air several times with nothing to leverage himself off the ground. After rolling over twice, he finally managed to stand up by grabbing the door. He looked out with a disheartened expression. The courtyard was black and empty, not a soul in sight. A grand residence in the middle of the dark night. Within the residence was the leadership of the Northern City clan. Grandfather Tang's beard fluttered about as he arranged his men. Over 100 high-level experts were arranged here, causing the huge residence to become filled. Everyone remained breathless as they waited quietly for Grandfather Tang to issue his command. As for the other 100 men, Grandfather Tang had them separated into 4 groups, each assigned to cover the 4 doorways of the Northern City clan, their subordinates, the casinos, brothels, and all other places that were connected to the Northern City clan, even the houses of all the leadership of Northern City clan. Grandfather Tang intended to sweep them all up from the outside to the inside, leaving not a single one. The leadership of Northern City clan would be left for the last. With over 100 high-level experts surrounding the residence, the people inside were completely trapped with no hope of escape. Anyone who came out would be captured. In addition, he could utilize this type of blunt knife attack to probe the attitude of Northern City clan. If Northern City clan remained passive, placing themselves at his mercy, that would mean that Northern City clan had nothing to do with the Tang residence's theft case. Even if there were some connection, it would likely be a trivial one. However, if Northern City clan were to fight back desperately to the point of death in order to break out, Grandfather Tang believed that would signify him catching a big fish. Even now, Grandfather Tang felt doubtful towards this information provided by Tang Yuan. It would be more accurate to say he was very skeptical towards it, a clue found by the renowned debauchees, Jun Moxie and Tang Yuan. No matter how I look at it, the credibility is simply too low. If I were to say it out, who would believe it? Alas, I can only blame myself for getting too carried away. After all, I am simply too desperate right now. I will just consider this an act of helping the common people get rid of some scourge. However, if I were to find out that this matter is a trick from those 2 debauchees trying to settle their personal scores, even if Jun Janshin tries to stop me, this senior will capture both Jun Moxie and Tang Yuan, and give them a good beating. I will beat Jun Moxie until he becomes fat and beat Tang Yuan until he becomes thin. Let their body shape change. Hang. Grandfather Tang's face was a mask of volatility as he gritted his teeth. Watching the alley before him, he saw sacks of tied-up captives increasing one by one like dumplings. Grandfather Tang let out a sigh, having made up his mind to return home and give those 2 debauchees a good lesson. Those 2 debauchees have grown too daring. It had been half a long hour since this residence was surrounded. All the people coming out of this place were caught one after another, their inaki sealed, their limbs tied up, their mouths stuffed, and were piled up here. The number of men caught had become quite significant and should have caused some sort of response. However, there were still no response from them. Thus, Grandfather Tang believed that Northern City Clan had nothing to do with the theft of the Chuan core. That actually made sense after all. What can this Northern City Clan amount to? Could they have the guts to disturb the tiger whiskers of my Tang family? Silhouettes appeared from all directions as the experts from the Tang family all returned one after another, their hands carrying a few people, all of them captured and bundled. The raid against the outer side of Northern City Clan had concluded. Grandfather Tang was greatly disappointed, his face twitching, his heart cursing. Tang Yuan Jun Moxie, this senior will never forgive you two bastards. You dared to come together to trick me into acting as your pawn. This senior swear that. Grandfather Tang did not have the time to consider what it was he intended to do, because at this moment, countless dark figures leaped out from within the residential walls of the Northern City Clan. Each of them wielded projectiles which they let loose, creating a rain of projectiles to descend upon the experts from the Tang family's ambush team. At the same time, a shout was heard from within and people started charging out from the main door, back door and side door, akin to an exploding grenade. They dared to wage war without declaring their intent and did not even show any desire to negotiate things with Grandfather Tang. In addition, all of them were desperately trying to run away, as though resenting the fact that their parents only gave them 2 legs. What does this mean? Holy crap, the reaction turned out to be so intense. Was there any difference between their current actions with those of rebels? Grandfather Tang stared with bulging eyes, his eyes almost popping out. This sudden change in scenario caused Grandfather Tang's mind to lag for a bit. After a while, he fiercely slapped his own thigh. The pain caused him to exhale, his heart bursting with excitement. A show is coming. Several shouts were heard from the members of the Tang family's ambushing team. The change happened too quickly, in addition to the fact that there were differences in their level of strength, caused no small number of them to be hit by the projectiles. The injuries caused by this sudden attack were not light. The remaining men separated and charged towards the members of Northern City Clan that were rushing out. The sounds of swords clashing could be heard as the distance between both sides closed. The brilliant colors of purple, black, silver and gold flashed out upon the entire area, painting a breathtaking view for the moment. The interval of time between the moment Northern City Clan members threw out the projectiles until the moment they rushed out to fight was very short. It could be said to have occurred simultaneously. Chapter 67 A Lucky Hit. Chapter 067 A Lucky Hit. Regular chapter. Grandfather Tang's eyes bulged out in surprise. His face, which had been a mask of gloominess, had now turned into one of excitement, and his hands trembled agitatedly. Both his eyes glinted as Grandfather Tang, who had been a calm person for nearly half his life, burst out, "Oh, my God, there is actually a connection between them. In fact, this might be the jackpot. Screw that son of a bitch. How could I have guessed that Tang Yuan could actually make a contribution this time around? Who was the one who said that a blind cat could not bump into a dead rat? This senior will have to properly reward him when I return later." After thinking such, Grandfather Tang's face suddenly became awkward. He glanced around, just like a thief that had committed a crime. I should not have called Tang Yuan a son of a bitch. That is my daughter-in-law. Northern City Clan's reaction made it clear that it has a connection with the Tang family's theft case. Otherwise, would a mere Northern City Clan dare to fight against a Duke of the Kingdom and the family of the Minister of State Revenue? This family is a first-grade family in Tang's Kingdom. For them to offend such a family was akin to a cat licking the tiger's nose, a standard example of one trying to court death. Seeing the members of Northern City clan who rushed out getting thrown to the ground and tied up before being tossed over to his side, Grandfather Tang coughed a few times, his arms straight. His gaze were similar to a falcon, his face as clear as water, his beard fluttering, an image of immovable might. He exuded an aura of seriousness as he dispatched his men to eliminate a source of calamity for the people. Tang, a member of the Northern City clan, was beaten up into the air. Before he could do anything, a rope shot out to encircle his waist. It continued to fasten around him a few times until he became a big dumpling and fell to the ground. The person was then greeted with a fist to the face and his teeth fell out as a result. Before he could scream out, a smelly mass of red cloth was stuffed into his mouth. Then, he was picked up and thrown some several jangs 3.04 m away. The entire process was conducted in a smooth manner. When the person fell down, he realized that he was not alone and that everyone around him were acquaintances. Tang, another one. Peng. The 240-plus experts of the Tang family slowly advanced from the outside into the inner area, not letting a single member escape, keeping a careful eye over every detail. 3 gold-leveled Xuankai experts were surrounding the Northern City clan leader Qin Hu. No matter which direction he took, no matter how much he tried to fight, no matter how hard he tried to run, he was unable to escape. His face was filled with despair. Not far away, an Earth-ranked expert stood by, watching with his hands behind his back. Qin Hu was unable to escape or retreat. He could not even kill himself if not for the fact that the 3 of them were aiming to capture him alive. He would have been sent off to the Yellow Springs a long time ago. Qin Hu felt himself going crazy. As all the areas were swept clean, the experts from the Tang family began to gather here. Some of them rushed into the residential yard and started searching meticulously, not missing out on even the smallest detail. If they suspect that a place was hiding a secret passage, they would dig 3 feet down to verify their suspicion. After a while, a sound rang out. Found it. Grandfather Tang's face became joyful as he moved forward into the courtyard. Inside, he saw the experts from the Tang residence dragging out several people. It was none other than Qin Hu's son, Qin Zirabao, and several gorgeously dressed women. Qin Hu had placed them within the clan's most secretive hidden chamber. He thought that if his attempt to break out were to fail, then at least he could keep his son safe. Unexpectedly, the men from the Tang family would be so professional, and the hidden chamber that was located 1 jang below ground with a highly secretive exit location was found. Watching his son being captured, Qin Hu despaired and totally lost the courage to resist. If not for fear that Qin Hu would disregard his life and fight to the bitter end, the 3 men would have captured him by now. As of now, he had lost the will to fight. The 3 gold-level experts moved forward simultaneously. Qin Hu's body fell, like a piece of soft mud. Control over his body and authority over his own life and death no longer belonged to him. A complete victory. Grandfather Tang slowly walked before Qin Hu. Glancing down at Qin Hu's depressed face, he waved his hands. The surrounding men all retreated to the side, leaving an empty space in the middle of the land. "Where is the item?" Grandfather Tang asked in a low voice, his gaze keeping a close watch on Qin Hu's eyes. He went straight to the point, not letting Qin Hu have any chance of denying. This question from him was one that could create a false impression for Qin Hu. "I already know that you are the one who stole the Xuan core. I have already obtained undeniable proof towards this matter. All that is lacking now is your cooperation." As long as Qin Hu was involved in the theft of the Xuan car, hearing such a question while being rendered prisoner would lead to a 90% chance of causing his mind to collapse. Sure enough, Qin Hu's mouth gaped as he became tongue-tied, a look of complete despair escaping from his eyes. Grandfather Tang, who had been keeping a close eye on Qin Hu's reaction, became ecstatic. The suspense he felt in his heart finally abated. It truly is a jackpot. Tang Yuan, oh Tang Yuan. This grandson had finally managed to accomplish something in addition. This is a great accomplishment. Looks like there could be some hope for him. Wait, this matter seemed to have been brought up by that Jun family's debauchee, Jun Moxie. Grandfather Tang suddenly had another thought. It seems having a bunch of debauchees together is not necessarily a bad thing. At least they had proven useful at the most critical of moments. Back then, didn't everyone constantly say that I am just a debauchee? But right now, realizing that his thought process had started going off the tangent, Grandfather Tang collected himself. In his heart, he decided that regardless of whether he could find the Xuan core today, his Tang family now owed the Jun family a great favor. It seemed that he will have to improve their relationship with the Jun family. I do not know anything about the Xuan car, Tang boss. Why would you suddenly do this to us? Qin Hu answered in a fluster, his eyes flashing, hoping that he could get lucky. You little brat sure can talk. When did this senior ask anything about a Xuan core? It is all right if you do not know. I will let you remember soon enough. Grandfather Tang laughed out in a compassionate manner as he waved his hand. An expert from the Tang family came forth carrying Qin Zirabao's body. Throwing Qin Zirabao on the floor, he turned around and left. Qin Hu, I hear that this is your only son. I promise you, as long as you tell me everything, no matter what happens to the Northern City clan, your son will not be harmed. I will protect this last remaining heir of your Qin family and ensure that no harm befalls him. Grandfather Tang wanly laughed affably, giving off a very amiable attitude. Naturally, if you are still unable to remember anything at all, I believe you will have to witness your own son's suffering soon. But, when that happens, everyone would not have a pleasant ending. You understand what I am saying, don't you? Father, save me! Qin Zirabao cried out miserably. This year had proven to be a very disastrous one for him. Back then, he had chanced upon a beauty in the streets and only spouted out a few flirtatious remarks. But in return, he was captured, his dantian broken and his Xuan Kai cultivation destroyed. After his body was better and he could finally move again, he went to a wine shop only to have a snot smack him on his face. Back then, he only let out a few curses but was rewarded with a beating and even had his leg broken. After having cried his way back home, he thought he would finally be able to start nursing his injuries. Unexpectedly, something like this happened instead. He was carried out and thrown on the ground despite his broken legs. Qin Zirabao was currently drowning in a whirlpool of fear, nervousness and pain, sinking deeper into a pit of sorrow. Grandfather Tang slowly extended his hand. His withered hands gently stroked Qin Zirabao's neck, just like how one would try to placate a frightened little puppy. However, everyone knew that if Qin Hu's answer could not satisfy Grandfather Tang, those withered hands would transform into the token of command from the King of Hell. Qin Hu suddenly let out a sigh and lowered his head. You win. Grandfather Tang smiled proudly and replied, Qin Hu, you are truly worthy of being a clan leader. You understand how to grasp the situation properly. Not bad. The sarcastic comment stabbed deep into Qin Hu, his face turning red. This humiliation caused his face to turn extremely ugly. After mumbling to himself for a bit, he finally said, "I believe that Senior Duke already understand that this matter was done under someone else's orders. Otherwise, even if I had a sky-piercing courage, I would never dare to steal something from the Tang residence. That would be no different from courting death. Even if we wish to do so, we do not have the capital to. We really could not." Continue talking, Grandfather Tang's eyes flashed. TL Yellow Springs Afterlife. Chapter 68 In the Night. Chapter 068. In the Night. Sponsored chapter. Sponsored by Jado Spencer from UK Anonymous. A big thank you to the sponsors. Thank you for the support. Grandfather Tang is a veteran in the matters of the world. Considering the strength of Qin Hu's Northern City clan, there was no way he would have dared to act presumptuously against a great power like his Tang family. At this moment in time, it was also highly unlikely for him to say any form of lies that would erode the trust he needed to gain from them. But if what he said was true, then there was a deeper layer of unknown factors within all this. Grandfather Tang's reaction caused Qin Hu to feel that Grandfather Tang had chosen to trust him. He felt hope blooming within him. Even if he could not be spared, at least his son would have the chance to live on. He continued, "I do not know the origin of the person who instructed me. What I know is that this person has eyes and ears everywhere. The layout of Senior Duke's residence, the hidden location of the treasure, every aspect of the plan including the timing of our movement was decided by that person. I believe that the person in question must be one of the capitals." Having said that, Qin Hu's eyes suddenly widened, a look of horror appeared in his eyes as he shouted out in fear, "Senior Duke, please save me." At this moment, a sharp sound suddenly rang out, and a great yellow radiance rose forth. A great pressure converged upon them from all directions. It was as though the skies were suddenly filled with several small suns as an earthly yellow light completely illuminated the night skies. Earth-ranked Chuan Kai experts. 3 lithe figures descended like lightning, charging towards Grandfather Tang from 3 directions. Every one of them were masked and wearing black garbs, revealing only their yellow-colored eyes. The experts from the Tang family all cried out in surprise. All of them rushed forward without a care for their own lives. Unfortunately, with their limited level of strength, they were unable to stop the Earth-ranked Chuan experts. Grandfather Tang sneered and shouted, "Which rat dares?" With his white beard fluttering about, his entire body emitted an even heavier glow of earthen yellow light, and he walked forward, keeping Qin Hu protected behind him. The opposing faction's intention was obviously to silence the witness, but Qin Hu was currently the only clue that Grandfather Tang has in his quest to recover the Xuan core. How could he allow them to succeed no matter what? He must stop them and preserve Qin Hu's life. Only with Qin Hu alive could he have any chance of finding out who was behind the theft. If he could find out who was behind the theft, he could recover the Xuan core. Only by recovering the Xuan core could his Tang family build a foundation to preserve the Tang family for the next 100 years. Grandfather Tang's eyes have turned red. Hong Hong Hong. Tang Wanli charged forward alone, blocking all 3 attacks by those experts who were cooperating. He attacked without defending, just like an insane tiger. For these men, killing a mere Qin Hu was not our problem. However, if they were to kill Grandfather Tang, that would be an act of declaring war with the entire Tangxing kingdom. This type of consequence was not something that any ordinary person could casually accept. Thus, Grandfather Tang had nothing to fear for one moment. He was able to hold back 3 Earth Xuan ranked experts who were at the same stage. The four of them came together, circling one another as they attacked. Everyone in the yard became unsettled as the dust rose around the four of them. The other two Earth Kshuan experts from the Tang family immediately joined in the fray to support the house master. These 6 men exchanged killing blows, while those below Earth Kshuan were simply unable to interfere in the fight. "Bring Qin Hu to safety first," Grandfather Tang shouted out. It was at this moment that a pale blue light shone out and a masked man in white suddenly appeared. In the darkness of the night, his contrasting white clothes made him particularly conspicuous. His demeanor was casual, as though he was simply taking a stroll, but his speed was quick to the extreme. The blue light flashed out and 4 wretched cries sounded out in unison. 4 of the hall masters of Northern City Clan had their heads burst open, their bodies then falling down onto the ground. Beginner stage Sky Kshuan expert. The 200 experts from the Tang family swarmed around him, forming a heavy defensive line. However, it was completely disregarded by this man who simply moved forward as though he was unhindered. His body floated 3 jangs 9.12 m up in the air. With a flash of blue light, Qin Zirabao, who was lying on the ground, could only cry out once as the area between his chest and abdomen was smashed to pulp. Grandfather Tang wanly howled out. He turned and charged towards the man in white. The man in white looked at the incoming Grandfather Tang, his eyes, which were filled with contempt, flashed with a dazzling blue light. His palm shot out to greet Grandfather Tang's attack, causing Grandfather Tang to retreat several paces. Grandfather Tang gave out a hang, his beard trembling. The man in white swirled in the air as he moved forth, repelling all the experts from the Tang residence by simply using the domineering might of his Kshuan Kai. Without looking to his back, he suddenly delivered a backhand strike. The one behind him was none other than Qin Hu. Qin Hu sprayed out mouthful of blood, hissing and crying out. "How ruthless, Senior Duke Tang! This is the one who," before he could continue, he suddenly cried out miserably, his body falling softly onto the ground. Not a single piece of his bones were left intact. The man in white lightly laughed before shouting in a low tone. "Let's move." The blue light burst out, causing all the men from the Tang residence to stagger backwards. The 3 Earth Kshuan ranked experts moved quickly towards the wall. With a flash of yellow radiance, all 3 men leapt over the walls and disappeared. The man in white, however, remained standing on the wall, his white robes billowing gracefully in the wind. He cupped his hands and said in a refined tone, "Senior Duke Tang, I had no choice but to offend you today. Your nobility is renowned. I hope you will not take today's incident to heart. May we meet again." He laughed out. With a flash of blue light, his body rose to the skies and the night sky regained its dark tone. Grandfather Tang clutched his chest and coughed out a number of times. He could feel that the man in white's strength was truly impressive and had been going easy on him. Otherwise, the earlier palm would have been sufficient to deal a serious internal injury to him. Even though he realized this, Grandfather Tang could not help but tremble with fury. Observing the corpses of Northern City Clan's Qin Hu and his son, and that of the 4 hall masters whose heads were burst open, Grandfather Tang felt his hands and feet turning cold. A Sky Kshuan expert like this should have appeared in my own family. I am unable to accept it. It was not easy for them to find this major clue. And yet, during the moment of success, someone suddenly appeared to cut it off. He had assembled the strongest 200 men from the Tang family. However, they could only stand and watch as their witness was silenced. Grandfather Tang himself had to accept a humiliating act of mercy from the enemy. This was simply intolerable. Watching Grandfather Tang gasping for breath, the surrounding men from the Tang family all lowered their heads in shame. Suddenly, a deep, imposing yet mournful pounding sound reverberated out throughout the sky from somewhere far away. It was like the billowing waves of the horizon, the muffled sound of thunder from the edge of the world. It slowly spread out with each beat, bringing an image of storm-crushing and world-trampling momentum. As this sound rose out, the atmosphere throughout the world seemed to have transformed into one of grievances and bloodshed. Even the darkness of the night was no exception, as it became even heavier. The towering sound that had appeared so suddenly did not become slower due to the passage of time. It instead became louder and louder. Eventually the sound resonated out from all four directions within Tangsing City. It had begun as a slow, deep pounding before growing in intensity, again and again, until it turned into a huge flood, drowning all of the world within its rampant sound. This is the thunderous sound produced from the drums of war, a prelude to a scene of carnage and bloodbath. This is a ground-splitting, sky-shocking sound. It served as the spark that would bring forth the fires of war. General's summoning drum. After decades of silence, in this quiet night, the highest form of command from the most powerful military family in Tangsing Kingdom had suddenly begun rumbling again. Whenever the general's summoning drum was heard, it could only result in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. 10,000 cavalry and thousands of soldiers would begin rampaging, causing the demise of countless lives. It also meant that a portion of these soldiers would close their eyes forever, while a small number of them would traverse the sea of blood and climb the mountain of corpses to claim a position of power. Everywhere within the Tangsing, countless soldiers woke up from their sleep with a start, and they quickly get dressed. Within the eyes of these soldiers, a bloodthirsty flame burned brightly. This is Grand Marshal Jun's general's summoning drum. One of the Earth Xuan experts from the Tang family shouted out, causing everyone to become startled. Chapter 69, Raging Despair. Thank you for all the support and upvotes on novel updates and main updates. Here is 2 bonus chapters. Chapter 069, Raging Despair. Tang Wanli stood there in absolute shock, his eyes opened wide, his mouth gaping. This sudden sound from the drums of war had caused him to forget about the humiliation and unhappiness that was just roiling about within his heart. His entire being had only one thought: Jun Jianchen has gone mad. This old bastard, why is he going crazy? He is going to go mad while his Jun family is at its weakest. Everyone is to return to the Tang residence immediately. Those who serve in the military are to return now and report after changing. As for the rest, without my orders no one is allowed to take even a step out of the residence. Grandfather Tang acted decisively, giving out one order after another in succession. Instantly, dozens of them ceremoniously saluted before turning around and running away hastily. Their movement speed had exceeded the fastest speed that they could muster. The moment that the general's summoning drum resounded, it signified that the situation had reached a highly critical point. There was no doubt that any officer who dared to show up late would end up being decapitated. The strictness of Jun Jianchen was known to all in the military. Right or wrong would be decided with a finger. Those who violate his command, regardless of status, be they royalty, generals, children from the first-rate families, child of a phoenix, or even the grandchild of a dragon, all shall be killed without exception. The sound of horse hooves striking the ground could constantly be heard from all directions. Like the waters of a raging river, all of them surged towards the military field within the city center. Everyone's armor was distinctly clear. their faces filled with eagerness as they urged their warhorses forward. "Duke, what do we do with the rest of them?" one of the experts from the Tang family asked, indicating the remnants of the northern city clan. "Bring them all home, and question them all carefully." Grandfather Tang knew that this would not bear any fruit, but decided to hold on to the hopes of a what-if. As the warhorses galloped forth one after another, the military forces within and outside the city all gathered within their barracks in a state of urgency. The military trumpets of the barracks were blaring out at full force as every soldier maintained the highest state of readiness. They were ready for their superiors to return and accept their orders. Once their orders were received, they would all move out. "Grandpa Jun has gone mad." These words were not false in the slightest. By the time Princess Ling Meng sent someone to the Jun residence, it had already been half a long hour since the assassination attempt took place. Then, Grandpa Jun was reading in his study. His old face was smiling, expressing satisfaction. His grandson had turned over a new leaf. In addition, the level of strength and perseverance that he had shown was far beyond the young masters of the noble families in Tangsing City. None of them were worthy of compare. Seeing such a hope appear at the moment when the Jun family was slowly dying, how could Grandpa Jun not feel elated? As he was feeling highly elated, the housekeeper Old Peng gently knocked on his door. With a heavy face, he walked in and informed that Princess Ling Meng had sent someone to report a matter to the house master. Jun Jianchen immediately had the man sent in. But when he met the man, he saw that the man was covered in blood. This caused Grandpa Jun's heart to thump, seeing the man's hesitant manner of speech and eyes that darted to the left and right. Grandpa Jun started to feel a sense of foreboding, his face turning ugly. Old Peng, who was standing behind him, was wearing a strange expression, causing Jun Jianchen to further feel that something was wrong. Under the constant pressure of questioning, the bodyguard finally said, "The third young Master Jun's corpse had disappeared." It was a simple and short sentence, but for Jun Jianchen, it was like the booming sound of 10,000 thunders from the 9 heavens roaring out in unison. His body trembled a few times, his face turned pale, and the atmosphere around him turned silent in an instant. Old Peng was surprised, but thankfully he was prepared. He immediately pinched and slapped Grandpa Jun on his chest, allowing Grandpa Jun to recollect himself. The bodyguard trembled as he knelt on the floor, not daring to move in the slightest. Everyone knew how important the debauchee, Jun Moxie, was in Grandpa Jun's heart. Any mistake in dealing with him would end up inviting a terrifying disaster. After Grandpa Jun recollected himself, he coughed out some blood, his face turning grayish-white, his pair of eyes turning dim and hazy. However, his mouth did not lose its strength as it asked in a deep voice, "What exactly happened? Tell me everything slowly. Do not miss out on even a single detail." Even though his voice was low, the words carried a heavy feeling to it, akin to a huge mountain pressing down with immense force. The bodyguard had already been scared stiff, his face deathly white. He slowly described the details of what happened. As he was talking, Grandpa Jun's face turned into a scowl, not uttering anything at all. After the bodyguard finished talking, Jun Jianchen weakly waved his hands and said, "You can leave now." The guard reacted as though he had just received amnesty and retreated while shivering. He then realized that his whole body had been soaked with his sweat. In the study, Jun Jianchen closed his eyes and raised his head upwards. His Adam's apple rolled up and down for a bit. A tear slipped out from his wrinkled eyes. If Jun's eye had been the same as the original Jun Moxie, an unbearable and misbehaving debauchee, Grandpa would not be in such pain due to this matter, because he had already given up on him, even if such a tragedy had occurred. So what, the demise of the Jun family was a foregone conclusion. For it to come earlier was no big deal. But the problem lied in the fact that Jun Janshin had just witnessed his own grandson's incredible transformation. He had finally seen a dazzling light, a brilliant radiance of hope. He had become excited and had begun to imagine how the Jun family could climb back up when this unexpected news suddenly came, throwing Grandpa Jun into an abyss of despair. Considering the situation, for Grandpa Jun to not go crazy on the spot was something that required quite the respectable amount of self-control. Moxie had died for the sake of warning Princess Ling Ming. This was Grandpa Jun's first inference. The assassin's goal was Princess Ling Ming, and the only ones with such an outrageous amount of courage would be either the three princes or the hostile forces from the other kingdoms. However, the current position of Crown Prince remained vacant, and the three princes were in the midst of competing against one another for it. Under such circumstances, the other kingdoms would not choose to make such a radical move. Thus, the most probable suspects were the three princes. This was his second inference. Thirdly, the princess was supposed to be the main target of the assassination attempt. But Moxie had died while the princess did not. This had revealed something strange within this matter. Could it be that it was Moxie's enemies, the Lai and Ming families? Did they hire the assassins to create such a scenario? Was the assassination attempt on the princess just a camouflage for their real target? This was the third inference. Moxie had delivered a warning, but ended up dying, while the princess who was the target of the assassination remained alive. This meant that although Moxie had delivered the warning for the princess, she did not send anyone to protect Moxie and had instead focused on protecting herself. Thus, Moxie had been easily killed. This was the fourth inference. The more Jun Janshin thought about it, the colder his face became, and the sharper his eyes shone. Eventually, it had become a ferocious visage. Why is it that my grandson that went to deliver the warning ended up dying while that damned girl did not? Jun Janshin, joined the army even before I could shave, fought through hundreds and thousands of battles. I massacred my way through millions of corpses to become a Grand Duke, contributing brilliant exploits for the kingdom, unparalleled within the kingdom. Jun Janshin had 3 sons and 3 grandsons. 2 sons died fighting for the country while the youngest one was crippled for life. Of my 3 grandsons, 2 left on a war campaign only to never return. Now, my only heir died for the sake of the princess. Is this how my family of valiant warriors would end? If such is the case, what else do I have to live for? Since it would come to an end either way, I might as well drag everyone who is trying to take down my Jun family with me. Jun Janshin began to laugh, a bitter and sorrowful laughter, louder and louder, his face filled with tears. He suddenly sprang up violently, his eyes emitting sparks of lightning accompanied by a red shade of blood. Glancing coldly at the night outside the window, he turned and walked slowly to stand before the portrait of his late wife. He stood upright, gazing at it for a long while, his mouth moving as though he was about to say something, but in the end chose not to. He extended his hand, stroking the air as though trying to feel something, as though he was trying to say goodbye for one last time. Grandpa Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, as though he was trying to forcibly hold something back. He abruptly turned away and lifted his sword that had been left on the walls for a long time. His white hair flowing in a desolate manner, he strode out without looking back. The moment he turned away, 2 drops of tears fell onto the ground, breaking into countless pieces. On the portrait hanging off the wall was the image of a benevolent and motherly-looking old woman, Her smile remained everlasting, but her eyes seemed to reveal a sense of sadness. A wind blew into the room through the window, causing the portrait to flip back once, showing how powerless it was. Chapter 70 Rising Thunder. Chapter 070 Rising Thunder. The housekeeper, Old Pang, stretched out his hand and pulled a thin wire behind Jun Janshin's chair. An ear-piercing bell sound suddenly resounded through the Jun residence's courtyard. After that, he followed Jun Janshin silently, his face cold and decisive. He had already deduced what Jun Janshin would do next, but he did not intend to stop him. Moreover, he had decided to accompany him. No complaints, no regrets. Downstairs, a wheelchair was resting quietly. Jun Wui was seated upright upon it. His pair of sword-like eyebrows exuded a murderous aura, which soared through the skies. His face remained expressionless as he watched his father walk down the stairs. Their eyes revealed the same determination as they turned around without speaking. At this point, there was no need to say anything. Tens of dark figures rushed over from all directions, standing quietly in rows of 3 in the courtyard. They calmly looked at Jun Janshin. No matter what it was that Jun Janshin planned to do, they would follow him until the very end. Within the shadows, countless others appeared like ghosts, assembling and awaiting their orders. All of Jun family's hidden forces have at this moment been deployed without reservation. Grandpa Jun stepped forward and said a few words in a low tone. The men within the shadows suddenly disappeared without a trace, just like blood being scattered across the skies. The whistling sound of the wind, on the other hand, seemed to have increased in intensity. Jun Janshin stood silently for a moment and inhaled deeply, taking in the fresh night air. However, he felt as though the air he inhaled was filled with a thick stench of blood, causing his heart to suffocate. Turning, he got up on a horse. His face was cold as iron, his red cape fluttering about in darkness, seemingly infused with blood. The rest of them remained silent. Each of them climbed up their horses and followed him. Jun Wui slapped his wheelchair with his hands and flew up into the air, landing on top of his horse. Flicking the reins, he urged his horse forward and followed them. Moments later, Jun Janshin was seated upon the stage of the military grounds. Outside, the sound of 40 drums were slowly on the rise. As the drums boomed out, men constantly donned their military uniforms, armors, and helmets. Picking up their weapons, they galloped towards the military grounds on their horses. Once they reached the military grounds, they dismounted and stood as straight as a spear. The number of men on the grounds increased, but none of them said a word. They all stared attentively at Jun Janshin, who was seated upon the chair of the Grand Marshal. Their eyes exuded an unmatched blaze of fanaticism. "Old Marshal, it has been too long since we have heard the pounding sound of this general's summoning drum, the raging fires of 100 battles. We have missed it." The sound of drums stopped. The many generals stood attentively on the military grounds. On both sides, dozens of banners flapped about in the wind, creating hula sounds, resembling that of the mournful weeping of 1,000 people. Jun Janshin stood up, walked to the front side of the stage and asked as he gave everyone a sharp gaze, "Is anyone absent here? Everyone has arrived. We are all awaiting Senior Marshal's orders." The hundreds of them chanted simultaneously. "Very well, tonight, this old man will move the land and shake the skies." Jun Janshin's sharp eyes burst out with murderous intent. "All captains, listen up. Here, Chen Xiaonan. Here, you are to marshal your forces and hold the west gate without my orders. No one is allowed to leave the city once a riot is discovered. Send out your troops to suppress it." Jun Janshin placed a great emphasis on the words "no one." Affirmative. Jun Nianfeng. Here, you are in charge of the East Gate. Affirmative. Gan Jishin. Here, North Gate. Understood. Chan Linyu. Here, South Gate. The rest of you will follow me. A series of commands were issued. Every one of them stepped forth to accept the token of command before turning and leave. Not a single one of them asked for a reason. All of them had served under Jun Jianshan before and made up the backbone of the Jun family's military power. They would obediently obey any orders from Jun Jianshan without question, even if it meant their deaths. This was especially true for Chen Jiaonan, Shan Jishan, Chan Linyu and Jun Nianfeng. The four of them were Grandpa Jun's most competent great generals. They are also a group of wild, prideful, iron-blooded war maniacs. The only one who could give orders to them is Jun Jianshan. Regardless of right or wrong, they would execute the commands to the end. These four form the backbone of the Jun family's military power. As the generals received their commands one after another, Jun Jianshan's eyes turned colder. Moxie, just watch as Grandpa takes revenge for you tonight. Those that were your enemies, those that are suspects, all of them must pay. As the sound of the drums was resounding within the palace, the emperor of Tangxing Kingdom, Yang Huiyu, woke up from his sleep with a start and asked, "What is that sound, His Majesty?" The emperor, who is at the prime of his life, and had once been plagued with many military problems, felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. It felt as though a sky-shattering event was occurring. Outside, a feminine voice replied, "Reporting to your Majesty." It seemed to be the sound of war drums. Sound of war drums. The emperor frowned, but suddenly became shocked. War drums, generals summoning drum. His face turned pale. He rolled out of bed and draped himself with only a cloak over his inner clothes before walking out of the room. He stopped and listened attentively, his face turning heavy. Jun Jianshan. With just a moment, the emperor was able to deduce that this was the sound of Jun Jianshan's war drums. Jun Jianshan's general's summoning drum was the only one within the city that could produce such a spectacular, yet tragic sound. It was also only Jun Jianshan's war drums that could produce such an imagery of power and influence enough to shake the entirety of Tangxing Kingdom. What happened today? What do I not know? The emperor's face turned sullen as he slowly asked. At the current, no matter what he chooses to do, he must maintain a state of tranquility and not become anxious. Only by first finding out what had transpired would he understand why Jun Jianshan would drum the general's summoning drum at this time. It was only after knowing all these would he be able to take the appropriate measures to resolve the problem. This one does not know. The 6 palace attendants went on their knees, none of them able to answer the question. Go find out. Reporting to your Majesty. This one remembers that one long hour ago, Princess Ling Ming had requested an audience with your Majesty. I am uncertain the reason for her request. An eunuch stepped forward from behind the emperor and answered in a feminine manner. Ling Ming, what happened to her? Ling Ming have always been well behaved. Unless something major had happened, she would not disturb me at such a late hour. Why didn't anyone report it to me? Who was so presumptuous to the point of interfering with my matters? The emperor realized something out of place here. The eunuch remained silent, his eyes drifting towards the bedchambers. Quickly summon Ling Ming over. Yes. Concubine Ming, get out here now, the emperor shouted out in fury. A beauty whose body was covered only in a layer of translucent cloth came out and knelt on the floor. Answer me. Why was Ling Ming looking for me? Why did you stop her? The emperor's eyes were like ice, devoid of warmth. The princess, she said that someone tried to assassinate her, but I I saw that she was not hurt and was able to talk in her usual manner, so I believed that she was only being mischievous. In addition, your Majesty was already asleep. This concubine dared not disturb you." Concubine Meng answered as she trembled. "My daughter suffered from an assassination attempt, and you stopped her from meeting her father, and you had the gall to say that she was being mischievous. You are quite the considerate concubine," His Majesty said in a gentle voice, seemingly undisturbed by everything that had occurred. But concubine Meng, who was kneeling on the ground, started trembling all over. She knew that once His Majesty used such a kind of voice to speak, it meant that someone's head was about to roll. The Emperor moved forward and gently whispered into her ear, "I know that someone like you would not have the guts to do something like this. However, whatever it is that your master had promised you, it would never be accomplished. I will also ensure that he fails to accomplish it." Concubine Meng was suddenly overwhelmed with fear and stared with wide-open eyes, her body slumping onto the floor. "Men, bring concubine Meng away and have her sent into the cold palace. No one is allowed to come in contact with her." The Emperor's face remained calm as he declared the fate of concubine Meng, who had once stood above thousands. Imperial Father Princess Ling Meng rushed towards the Emperor. Her hair was still in a bit of a mess. "Do not be nervous, just tell me what had happened today. Come, talk to your father. Make sure you tell me every detail." The Emperor smiled kindly as he looked at his daughter, as though nothing had happened earlier. The chilling coldness within his eyes was already completely concealed. Chapter 71 Heart of the Emperor. Chapter 071 Heart of the Emperor. Regular chapter. As Princess Ling Meng started describing what happened, His Majesty's face slowly became more serious, a chilling coldness accumulating within his eyes. His Majesty's head was lowered as he listened quietly without making even the slightest movement. This matter involved the safety of His Majesty's own daughter. In addition, it had also dragged in another crucial person. This person had often remained indifferent to political affairs, but his influence and the consequences that would result from his actions were simply too huge, so much so that the Emperor himself may not be able to bear it. It could even be said that the Emperor was unwilling to face it. As an emperor, at a time when His Majesty's own daughter had suffered from an assassination attempt, His Majesty would instead have to be concerned about a playboy debauchee. Could there be no love amongst the royal bloodlines? How sorrowful. Finally, according to your story, Jun Moxie had went to deliver a warning to you before the assassination attempt occurred. The Emperor pondered. "Yes. Although I cannot be certain, I believe that there should not be any suspicions regarding Jun Moxie's movements. Maybe he found some clues regarding this incident," Princess Ling Meng firmly said in a low tone. "Clues? Considering Jun Moxie's worthless character, how could he have any ability to find any clues? Never mind, these are all minor details now. At any rate, another master appeared and saved Jun Moxie before taking him away. In other words, Jun Moxie did not die, correct?" The Emperor's eyes turned mysteriously profound. "That is so, Imperial Father." Princess Ling Meng knew that His Majesty had purposely avoided speaking about Yi Yuan even though he knew of his existence. She herself chose not to mention his name. If that is the case, then why is Jun Jianchen losing his mind? He even chose to disregard the consequences of drumming the general's summoning drum. The Emperor pondered about it. His grandson is still alive, and the Jun family had yet to fall to the point of having no descendants. Why then would he act this way? This action of his is simply... His Majesty stood up and slowly stepped forward 2 paces, his fingers gently tapping on his forehead. His Majesty slowly continued. "His grandson is not dead. But Jun Janshin inexplicably went mad, and one thing is clear, Jun Moxie has yet to reach home. I believe that Jun Janshin must have received news that his grandson was in danger, but after Jun Moxie did not return for so long, he became mad. It seems I have underestimated them. This stone, how many birds will it hit? His Majesty gave a cold smile. Princess Ling Meng suddenly remembered something, her beautiful face turning pale. If it was truly as she had imagined, then the consequences resulting from this misunderstanding would be something beyond her ability to bear. Since Jun Moxie's life was no longer in danger back then, why did you not send a message to the Jun family, Menger? You were too careless this time, Menger. Did you remember something else? Seeing Princess Ling Ming's face turning pale, the Emperor smiled as he tried to suppress his anger. However, his eyebrows and eyes have already started showing some signs of his fury. His daughter had always maintained herself in both manner and conduct. Why would she suddenly make this mistake today? Could it be that the assassination attempt had shaken her heart that badly? Imperial Father, before Jun Moxie's corpse was found, I meant during the time when we were unable to find his body, I had sent someone to inform the matter to Senior Duke Jun. It was only after the messenger had left that the old man appeared and carried away the injured Jun Moxie. Princess Ling Meng stammered in an awkward manner, seemingly having difficulty speaking. And then the message has been sent. But since Jun Moxie was found to be alive, did you not take any steps to remedy the situation? The Emperor looked at his daughter with a look of disappointment. At the same time, his heart was shaken. Old man, could it be that there are others protecting my daughter besides that Yi Duhan? If that is the case, His Majesty, the Emperor contemplated about it. His face remained passive. Considering how much impact this news has, steps must naturally be taken to rectify this misinformation. However, all my bodyguards were injured back then. Thus, I had entrusted this matter to Murong Qianjun to send a message to Senior Duke Jun to inform him that Jun Moxie is still alive. If the Senior Duke have yet to receive the news that Jun Moxie is still alive, then the only possibility. That is not our possibility, but clearly, Murong Qianjun did not send any messenger to report this matter to the Jun family. Otherwise, this would not. His Majesty let out a sigh. Traces of savagery suddenly appeared on his clear face before disappearing instantly. I have no more questions. You should go take some rest. After saying that, he stroked Ling Ming's hair. A pair of empty eyes gazed over the imperial palace. His Majesty suddenly felt that this bright yellow color that represented nobility was an eyesore and discomforting for the heart. This time's assassination attempt was strange. How unexpected. His Majesty slowly deliberated, his eyes suddenly turning sharp. I supposed the time has come to wash the palace. I wonder, after using human blood to wash it, will it become even brighter? In the distance, the pounding sound of the drums of war went silent. The entire world was flooded by a suffocating sense of foreboding. Jun Janshin, I hope that you do not make things too difficult for me. A complicated expression flickered across the Emperor's eyes and disappeared almost instantly. Watching the back of his departing daughter, His Majesty crossed his arms and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he spoke. Shadow, go and have a look. Do not interfere unless it is necessary, and tell Jun Janshin that his grandson is still alive. If he wants to throw a fit, that is fine, but he must not cross the line. While you are at it, help me pass something to him. Things have been too peaceful since this old soldier was holding it in all these years. After saying that, His Majesty picked up a writing instrument and wrote a few words. Rolling up the note, he turned around and said, "Go." A gust of wind blew and a figure, which seemed imaginary, floated out into existence. In just a moment, the slip of paper that the emperor was holding had disappeared, while a faint shadow could be glimpsed shooting out of the imperial palace. "I will allow you to be presumptuous. However, in return, I will be borrowing your sword," the emperor whispered softly, a meaningful smile spreading out upon his majesty's face. The emperor had always been thorough in his plans. However, he had underestimated the extent of Jun Janshan's fury. In addition, this message of his was somewhat late. "Men, send in the great General Dugu Wudi," the emperor sighed loudly. "For now, I will let things remain in a state of chaos. Hopefully, there will be those who understand and choose to restrain themselves. As for those who cannot understand, then there would be no reason to keep them. Rather, they have no qualifications to be kept. It is not that your father is not allowing you to duke it out. Rather, only those that could emerge victorious could be considered a capable person. However, you must toe the line. Those that cross this line will be inviting a calamity upon themselves." After Princess Ling Meng left the emperor, she returned to her own bedchambers. It was only then did she realize that the only things that her imperial father had questioned were all regarding the Jun family. All of them were questions pertaining to Jun Moxie. Instead, not a single question was spared for His Majesty's own beloved daughter, who had been the main target of the assassination attempt. Why? This assassination attempt had simply too many suspicions within it. This assassination attempt had involved herself, an imperial princess, and was possibly a sinister product of the other princes. Could it be that in imperial father's heart, this attempt was no less important than the Jun family? Otherwise, was imperial father avoiding something? Or, recalling the mysterious look in her imperial father's eyes, Princess Ling Meng could not help but tremble for a moment. "Thankfully, Uncle Yi and that mysterious expert are protecting me." As she was feeling distressed, Princess Ling Meng reached into her bosom and retrieved the 3 small and exquisite flying daggers. Handling it with her hands, she observed that the flying daggers are only as big as her palms. They are slightly curved in a beautiful manner and as thin as a layer of onion. Even when all 3 were stacked together, their added thickness remained thin. Princess Ling Meng felt curious. How could this little flying dagger radiate such a powerful presence, to the extent of forcing a group of murderous assassins to retreat without a fight? The flying dagger laid in silence, its body reflecting the light of her lamp, emitting a crystalline radiance, colorful and dazzling to the extreme. If one were to see such a flying dagger, they would naturally assume that this was a toy belonging to one of the kids hailing from rich families. Who could have imagined that this was a weapon used by an absolute master? However, I would definitely recognize this unique flying dagger if it should appear before me again. Princess Ling Meng thought happily to herself, her heart filled with a sense of longing. This absolute master is one that even Uncle Yi respects. What kind of person could he be? Chapter 72 Dugu Family. Chapter 072 Dugu Family. Regular chapter. The great General Dugu Wudi headed back home, his heart feeling suffocated and his mind confused. When Dugu Wudi, who was at the military barracks outside the city, heard the sound of the war drums, he quickly brought a group of soldiers with him and rode towards the city. The first thing he did after entering the city was to go to the imperial palace and request an audience with the emperor. He had already issued the command for his soldiers to make preparations for war. If Jun Janshan were to rebel, then his Dugu family's military forces would be the only one in the city capable of protecting the emperor. They were also the only ones capable of going against Jun Janshin's forces. However, His Majesty had maintained his normal, secretive attitude regarding this matter. This caused Dugu Wudi to become perplexed. The current situation had escalated into a very serious level. A drastic change may happen to Tangxing Kingdom's ruling power at any moment. The imperial palace itself may end up being occupied. But His Majesty only said 4 words to him: "Do not be impatient," after which His Majesty sent him home to find his old man. His Majesty did not allow him to return to his barracks, and even obstructed his attempt to organize the defenses for the imperial palace. All of these events were simply too inconceivable. Dugu Wudi felt himself going dizzy. A dispirited Dugu Wudi finally reached his home. Before returning to his own courtyard, he immediately went to find his father, Dugu Zinheng. The end result, however, left this great general in command of hundreds of thousands of soldiers extremely embarrassed. "UPIG damaged goods, you dragged this senior out from my bed all for the sake of this little problem, you unfilial son, disobedient animal. How could I have brought up such a worthless thing like you? Next time you leave the house, don't you dare claim that you are my son. I cannot afford to lose so much face." Grandfather Dugu was extremely furious. His voice rose to the point where everyone in the residence could hear him. His spittle was sprayed all over his son's face while his finger harshly nudged Dugu Wudi's head, each nudge pushing his head backwards. "Can't you use that pig head of yours to think, or is it filled with dog poop? Rebel, your mother's fart. Let this senior enlighten you. Even if our Dugu family were to rebel, Jun Janshin would never rebel. Even if the emperor himself wants to rebel against himself, Jun Janshin would also never rebel. Get your sorry ass back to bed and sleep. I don't even have the strength to deal with you anymore, you downright pig, idiotic pig son of a bitch." In the end, the great General Dugu Wudi was kicked out. Grandfather Dugu angrily turned around and went back to bed, but a fierce voice instantly spoke out. "You old thing, what did you say just now, son of a bitch? Who is Wudi's mother? If Wudi is a pig, then what kind of animal are you? Is there nothing in your head but dog poop, you pig, you utter downright pig?" Following that, the sound of several forceful slaps could be heard. The great General Dugu Wudi massaged his buttocks, his face filled with resentment. He shouted inwardly, "Give him a vicious beating, serves him right." Still feeling confused, Dugu Wudi returned to his own courtyard only to find it filled with noise and brightly lit. His wife and his third lesser concubine were still awake. Seeing him return, they quickly went up to him. After asking about it, he was informed that his daughter had ran back home while crying, her tears gushing down like a waterfall, and no amount of cheering her up was effective. After that, she locked herself up in her room, not stepping out at all until now. From the looks of it, someone must have bullied her. Dugu Wudi, who was feeling highly dispirited, suddenly turned furious. Why is everything going awry today? In addition, who in Tangxing City could have the guts to bully my baby girl? Watch as I mobilize my army to exterminate you. Accompanied by his wives, he broke into his daughter's room and started to coax her. After coaxing her for a long time, she finally stopped crying. After drinking a bowl of soup, she finally calmed down. Who exactly was it that dared to bully my daughter? Tell me their names. This senior will wipe them all out. A ferocious expression could be seen on Dugu Wudi's face. Watching his dear daughter cry to the point where her eyes had become swollen, he could not help but feel his heart aching. A sound roared within him. I want to vent this fury. Farther, Dugu Zairoi stared at her farther and continued. You must help get justice for me. Dugu Woody was suddenly beset by a sense of foreboding. Could it be that my daughter was? He could not help but become nervous. Who is it? Who else if not that stinking brat, Jun Moxie from the Jun family today? He provoked me to the point of death. Farther, you must help me exact justice. Dugu Zairoi pouted and said in an aggrieved manner, holding it in for a whole day. Dugu Zairoi had been waiting for her father to come back so that she could complain to him. After that, she would ask her father to bring her brothers together to beat up Jun Moxie and take back the meteoric ion while they were at it. She knew that asking these of her mother was pointless, as her mother would not agree. Thus she did not. After hearing Dugu Zairoi's words, Dugu Woody gave out a sigh of relief. It turned out that I was worried for nothing. I feel much better knowing that did not happen. After that, he frowned and said, my good daughter, if it was someone else, this senior would have no fear at all. Even if it were one of the princes, I would still go catch him and give him a beating for your sake. But if it is Jun Moxie, that would be rather difficult considering the current situation. Of course it would be difficult. As of right now, not even Jun Janshin could tell the whereabouts of his grandson. How could Dugu Woody locate him? Even if he successfully managed to locate him, he may not have the courage to lay his hands on him. That old thing had thoroughly lost it this time. Could it be that father is afraid of the Juns? My life is so bitter. I am so angry I could die. Dugu Zairoi started crying again. She turned her body and turned her face the other way. For some unknown reason, whenever she recalled Jun Moxie's face, she felt an urge to beat him up. An inexplicable fury would rise up from within her heart, giving birth to the desire to beat away that detestable smile off his face. Sigh, that is not the case. Watching his daughter cry out again, Dugu Woody felt helpless and quickly tried to explain. The truth is, this brat Sai, we do not even know if he is still alive or not. We cannot even find him. Let's wait until he is found before we proceed. Later on, father will definitely help my dear daughter get her revenge. We will take good care of that brat. You do not know whether he is alive or not. What happened to him? For some unknown reason, Dugu Zairoi felt a stabbing pain in her heart. She turned around, her wide-open, tear-filled eyes gazed at her father. At the same time, a sense of fear welled up within her. What am I feeling fearful for? I heard that Princess Ling Meng had suffered from an assassination attempt tonight. That bastard who does not know his own limits tried to send a message to the princess. In the end, the princess was saved, but that debauchee ended up becoming the scapegoat. Dugu Woody's face was a mask of exultation. He did not take note of the pale face on his daughter's face after she heard his words. Her small hands clutched tightly together. Dugu Woody continued. His chest was stabbed once. After that, a silver Chuan assassin kicked his chest several times. In the end, someone took him away. As of now, we do not even know where he is. The way I see it, that brat's life is hanging by a thread. Dugu Zairoi gave a light moan as she became petrified. She suddenly felt as though her heart had turned into a void of nothingness. Her mind became a complete mess. Not a single word from Dugu Woody's mouth registered within her mind. Even his voice had seemingly become distant and unclear. There is no need to worry if that brat is still alive. Father will catch him and bring him here for you to personally beat his buttocks. Beat it till it is broken. Dugu Woody laughed happily. It was then that he realized something was wrong with his daughter's expression. He extended his hands before her and waved about. Zairoi, Zairoi. Dugu Zairoi became startled, as though she had just been awakened from her dream. Her face became calm as she slowly lied down upon her bed. "Father, I feel tired. I want to sleep." "Very well, have a good sleep. Once you wake up, everything would be all right." Father needs to go drink some wine to wash off this unpleasant feeling. "Today has been a very bad day." Dugu Wubi shook his head and exited, absolutely oblivious to the fact that something was very wrong with his daughter. Dugu Zairoi pulled up her blanket, keeping her entire body concealed beneath it as she lay motionless. Her mother and some of her concerned aunts softly spoke a few words to her. However, Dugu Zairoi was not able to hear what they said at all. Her heart was in a state of chaos. She could not understand what was going through her mind, nor could she understand the reason for her inexplicable desire to cry. Her nose felt sour and her heart was throbbing irregularly. Tears flowed out silently from her eyes until the bed covers turned wet. She did not even realize when her mother and aunts left the room. Could he actually be dead? But I have yet to. Chapter 73 Massacre in All Directions. Chapter 073 Massacre in All Directions. Regular chapter. John Janssen's face was set with iron-like resolution, his entire being radiating killing intent. He left the military stage and went to his horse. There were a few places that he intended to personally see through. He must personally see it burn to ashes, only then could he comfort his grandson's soul in heaven. Suddenly, a part of the dark night seemingly moved, and a figure that appeared to be even darker than the night appeared mysteriously. Even though this person was standing before them, everyone was unable to discern the features on his face. "Shadow, why are you here? Did His Majesty send you?" John Janssen turned and asked. "This is a present from His Majesty." Shadow raised his hand and a piece of white paper floated towards John Janssen's hand. A smile seemed to appear on his blurry-looking face and he spoke out in a peculiar and terrifying voice. The voice transformed into an invisible thread, which then entered John Janssen's ears. "His Majesty said that your grandson should still be alive. His Majesty also told me to give you this word, moderation." His voice placed a certain emphasis on the word moderation. His voice was dry and seemingly laced with a sense of unwillingness, as though he was not accustomed to talking this much. "Moxie is alive." John Janssen became ecstatic as he suddenly recalled that person he entrusted Moxie with. Could it be that he was the one who had saved my grandson? John Janssen stepped forward and asked anxiously, "Shadow, how is my grandson's injury?" Shadow had already turned around and was about to leave, seemingly unwilling to stay. Even if the person before him is the most powerful general within the military forces, he had no interest in staying. However, after hearing John Janssen's question, he reluctantly answered, "Still alive, heavily injured." After saying that, he shook his head. He then stopped to gaze at John Wooey, who was beside John Janssen. Giving out a hang, he then disappeared without a trace. The spark of hope that had ignited within John Janssen was suddenly extinguished by a pot of cold water. John Janssen felt himself shocked senseless. The gaze that Shadow had used when looking at John Wooey had seemed as though he was trying to send a message. Even though John Moxie would not die from his injuries, his condition would not be any better than John Wooey. John Janssen's heart, which had been rendered lifeless, had just turned warm, but was now frozen solid. Could it be that the only heir of my John family would end up being a cripple? With these thoughts swirling within his mind, Grandpa John's heart exploded with raging fury. If he was not mistaken, the ones who would always go against his grandson back then were the Meng and Lai families. "Screw your granny, I do not care if today's matter have anything to do with you people," I will just throw all of you onto the chopping board. Consider this your unlucky day." John Jansen cursed loudly within his heart. He jumped up his horse, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Soldiers, follow me, we are going on a raid." The reason Shadow glanced at John Wooey was not for the sake of giving Grandpa John any message. He simply had a different reason. This night was destined to become a bloody one. John Jansen's sky-piercing rage would encase the entirety of the capital city in a rain of blood. Within the capital city, war horses galloped back and forth. One after another, the residences of many high-ranking officials were set on fire. The sounds of weapons clashing and miserable screams filled the air. Before Shadow had appeared, countless men in black had started moving about in the darkness. Like ghosts, they infiltrated the residences of caught officials one after another. Some of the residences had no opportunity to resist at all, and the officials fell before their swords, blood splattering all over. Two assistant ministers of justice, Meng Jiyu and Lai Cairo, are both members of the Meng and Lai factions respectively. They are also supporters of the eldest prince. They were usually very unfriendly towards the Jun family. However, tonight, their two families had to suffer greatly. As the war drums were still resounding, several men in black leaped into the residences of these two court officials. Beginning with the gatekeepers, these men left a trail of blood as they made their way into the main hall before breaking into their targets' bedrooms. The two pitiful court officials did not even get the chance to say a word before having their heads lopped off. Thankfully, their family members were spared. Soon after, their residences were set on fire, their flames burning brilliantly in the night. One of the current imperial censor, Tai Yan, had always been at odds with John Jansen. His son had followed John Jansen to war but ended up breaking military laws and was beheaded. This incident caused him to become outraged for years. Hearing the sound of the war drums, he thought that he finally had the chance at striking down John Jansen. Quickly getting out of bed, he got dressed and started working on an impeachment petition. Halfway through, his window was suddenly broken as several masked men in black charged in like ghosts. They snatched up the unfinished impeachment petition, glanced through it, and sneered. Rolling up the petition, they brutally forced it down this old man's throat before cutting off his neck, the petition also cut in half in the process. Another imperial censor, Zhu Mincheng, had come forth after John Wooey lost the war and ended up becoming a cripple. Back then, he had charged John Wooey with the accusation of being an inept commander, leading to John Wooey's dismissal from military duties. Tonight, he had drunk some wine and was sleeping together with one of his concubines. Unexpectedly, he would end up being snatched up in his birthday suit. Next, his prized possession between his two legs was cut off before being stabbed in the heart, after which he was hung naked from one of the great trees within his residence. His eyes, which had remained open unto death, stared silently at the flames devouring his residence. Another two families which had once been part of the Jun family's faction but had turned coat and joined the second prince's faction felt a sense of foreboding after hearing the sound of the general's summoning drum. Qian Wangyuan and Wu Yun, these two men were well aware of how Grandpa Jun usually acts. Even though their residences were slightly far from the city gates, they made a wise decision: leave the city immediately. They quickly tidied up some of their belongings and proceeded towards the city gates, planning to escape in the middle of the night and lay low. However, when they arrived at the city gates, they found themselves surrounded by an army. The officer leading the soldiers shouted out orders to catch assassins, signaling for the archers to let loose their barrage. He did not give anyone the chance to explain themselves at the south gate. Over 100 members of the Cayenne family were transformed into porcupines, their faces becoming unrecognizable. At the west gate, the nearly 60 members of the Wu family were all killed, their corpses rendered into a bloody pulp, after which their bodies were doused with oil and burned. The stench of burning corpses immediately rose up to the 9 heavens. Beside the corpses of the 2 families, 2 tall wooden signs were constructed: Assassin's Retribution. An unfortunate imperial censor had woken up in the middle of the night and entered the toilet. The next day, he was found with his bare buttocks hanging in the air, his head shoved deep into the excrement pit. One could only guess how long he had to suffocate before dying. These officials who held high positions had at this moment in time turned into a flock of lambs surrounded by a horde of ravenous wolves. On this night, it seemed as though the end of days had descended upon the entire capital. The raging flames of Grandpa John's fury completely engulfed the capital. The extent of what transpired had gone beyond what His Majesty expected. When His Majesty received the report, he immediately became furious to the point of smashing anything he could lay his hands upon. The Jun family's secret forces rampaged about just like a pack of bloodthirsty ghosts. Under the chaotic night and the unbelievable amount of bloodshed and death, the show of force from the Jun family's secret forces had shaken the prominent members of the capital city. Many of them were badly hurt, while even more were shaking in fear. Every one of them shared one line of thought: against such an unstoppable force, what can they do? Perhaps they should consider organizing a new group of defenders for their homes. This was especially true for the 3 princes. Each of them had summoned their allies and called for an emergency meeting. The massive power held by the Jun family had caused the 3 princes' eyes to turn blood red. If only they were able to grasp such a kind of power. However, in the midst of their discussions, their residential palace suddenly caught on fire. Following that, countless number of decapitated heads were thrown inside, their blood staining the grounds. The 3 princes were scared out of their wits and immediately ordered their palace guards to search around. However, nothing was found. In addition, when they tried to search outside, they were forced to return by the patrolling soldiers. Naturally, there were exceptions amongst the many big families. For example, the Lai family, Ming family and Song family. Their foundations were deep and strong. When the masked men in black started their attacks, their family's experts quickly reacted to stop their attacks. However, the fire attacks on their family continued. In the Lai family's secret chamber, there were several people who had wanted to head out after hearing the cries of battle occurring on the outside. One of them was dressed in white robes and over 30 years in age. His face was cold and prideful. Just by looking at his bearing and manner, one would be able to deduce that he was the Skykshuan expert who had killed off Qin Hu in front of old Master Tang Wanli. The door of the chamber opened and the young Master Lai Yoren walked in. "Yoren, let me go out." Among these men, the strongest should only be at around the Jade Kshuan level of cultivation. What is there to fear? Any one of us here is enough to put a stop to them. I really cannot understand. These men's attacks have reached your own doorstep, and yet you choose to remain indifferent about it. Since these men have a death wish, then we might as well help them fulfill it. The white-robed man frowned, his face expressing indignation. He had always been a proud and arrogant person. Since when did he become a coward that needed to hide away in a secret place? Chapter 74. This is my explanation. Chapter 074. This is my explanation. Sponsored chapter. Sponsored by Anonymous. A big thank you to the sponsors. Thank you. No, absolutely not. At this moment, Lyorn had actually let out a calm smile. I would rather have the Lai residence burnt to the ground than mobilize you. His smile contained a peculiar mix of tenderness and chilling ruthlessness. As long as our people still lives, the Lai family will also remain. But if you were to show yourself, what the masked men in black does no longer matter. One thing I can be certain of, we will end up attracting the attention of countless eyes once your identities are exposed, or even if your identities do not become exposed, the Lai family would end up in hot soup. In addition, the rumors that the Xuan core is in the hands of the Lai family would spread out in all directions. When that happens, senior brother, please remain in this secret chamber for now and not come out once this matter settles. I will immediately arrange for someone to send you out of the city. If there are any other matters that require your help, I will immediately notify master and fellow seniors. Lyorn laughed lightly. This time, not only am I not going to stop him, I will even send some more people for him to kill. I am curious to see what would happen to this old duke in the end. His heinous actions are no different from the crime of rebellion. Even if the royal court is somehow willing to overlook it, would the emperor tolerate it? A rare sneer appeared on Lyorn's face. Very well. If that is the case, I won't say anything else. I will follow your wishes. The white-robed man's face expressed dissatisfaction, but he nodded helplessly. Junior brother, if you have the time for it, you should go visit Master. Master has been worried about you. Senior brother can be assured, I will definitely do so. Lyorn smiled faintly and walked out. Just then, an aerial signaling firework exploded in the skies with a boom sound. Its explosion created an array of colors in the sky, beautiful to the extreme. After the firework was set off, all the masked men in black retreated immediately, just like the receding tide. They disengaged from their battles and retreated, some leaping across the walls while others rushed out through the doors. Within the matter of a few blinks, they have all disappeared into the vast expanse of the night. Soon, the thunderous sounds of hooves resounded as thousands of cavalry reacted. In an orderly manner, the cavalry units of the military rode towards the Lai residence at best speed. In just moments, they had all arrived before the door of the Grand Preceptor Li's residence. A series of commands rang out and the mounted soldiers urged their horses to move, surrounding the Lai residence. The main gate was smashed open with a boom and Grandpa Junjanshan stepped inside, his body exuding killing intent. His body was covered with a sky-blue glow, a result of channeling the Sky Xuan Kai within his body. Although it was likely that the Lai family would not dare to do anything against him due to his identity, he must place considerations on what-ifs. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. On either side, two teams of elite soldiers entered the area in 2 rows, their swords flashing. All members of the Lai family, get out here! Assassins have appeared within the city and I am now conducting a search on the entire city. Grandpa Jun roared loudly, his voice shaking the entire residence. It turned out that old brother Jun had personally come. You honor my humble abode with your presence. The Grand Preceptor Lai Shang's face was all smiles as he stepped out from the main hall. Step by step, he showed the eager demeanor of someone who had just been reunited with a long-lost twin brother. Junjanshan's face remained passive. Grand Preceptor Lai, please keep your underlings and relatives in check. Princess Ling Meng had just suffered from an assassination attempt. Thus, I am now performing my duties in searching and capturing the assassins. If anyone here gets injured due to interfering with my military duties, I will not be responsible. After saying that, he waved his hand. Search. Old Lai Shang stepped forward, his white beard flowing lightly. The gentle look on his face flickered momentarily before he said in a loud voice, Senior Duke Jun, you are the Grand Marshal of the Kingdom's military forces, a Duke of the Kingdom, a person of great authority and weight in the royal court. However, I am the Grand Preceptor, another person of great authority in the court, and also a duke without His Majesty's decree, who would dare to be presumptuous within my live residence. John Jansham sneered, his eyes revealing traces of emotions. Grand Preceptor, are you trying to imply that any high-ranking official within the royal court have the right to harbor assassins within their homes? Go search anyone who dares obstruct. Kill them without mercy. Suddenly, hundreds of soldiers marched in from behind, heading towards the Lai residence's inner areas with the intention of searching. Lai Shang's body trembled in anger and he shouted, John Janshan, you are acting brazenly, overstepping the bounds of your office. Are you planning to rebel? John Janshan laughed out loudly. Grand Preceptor sure knows how to joke. This senior official is simply trying to root out the assassins who tried to assassinate the imperial princess. How is this action of mine overstepping the bounds of my office? How could this be considered brazen? How am I planning to rebel? Grand Preceptor, you have been trying to stop me from searching your residence for quite a while now. Could it be that there is a connection between you and the assassins? After saying that, Grand Parjun ignored him and waved his hand, signaling for the soldiers to speed up their searching speed. It was at this moment that a white-robed youngster stepped forth. It was none other than Lai Yoren. He gave a ceremonious salute of respect to Jun Janshan before speaking up. Since Senior Duke Jun wishes to conduct a search, our Lai family's underlings would certainly not oppose you. However, without His Majesty's decree, Senior Duke Jun's action today would be tantamount to a wanton act of trespassing into the home of a high-ranked court official. Even if Senior Duke Jun is not fearful of the consequences, our Lai family still needs to uphold some of our reputation. If this matter were to be spread out, then both our reputation would end up being smeared. Jun Janshan coldly stared at the refined-looking youngster standing before him. He could not help but recall his grandson, Moxie. His grandson could have ended up being even more powerful than Lai Yoren, but had ended up suffering from a sinister attack. When he thought about that, his fury burst out and he coldly asked, What are you suggesting? This junior only have a simple question to ask of Senior Duke Jun. Senior Duke Jun keeps reiterating that you wanted to conduct a search of my family's residence to find assassins. It does not matter from where or how Senior Duke received the information that our Lai family is harboring assassins. However, what will Senior Duke do if you are unable to find the assassins within my family's residence? Lai Yoren gently smiled and took another step forward. Should that happen, Senior Duke Jun will have to give our Lai family an explanation. Grand Parjun laughed out loudly. Suddenly, he took a step forward and threw out a vicious slap at Lai Yoren's face. A par sound rang out, followed by a kick from Grand Parjun directed at Lai Yoren's stomach. After kicking Lai Yoren to the ground, Grand Parjun spoke out in anger. This senior is in the process of searching for assassins. Not even your grandfather dared to fart in front of me. But what are you? You dare come out to start a debate and find faults with this senior? You want an explanation? This is my explanation. Pu Jun Janshan spat out. What a joke! If we could not find the assassins, that would naturally mean that your Lai family is innocent. If we cannot capture the assassins, then we will obviously have to continue searching. What else is there? I am more interested in asking you this. Your Lai family, from the seniors down to the juniors, have been desperately trying to stop me from conducting a search for the assassins. What are you planning? Could it be that your Lai family is planning to rebel? Are you the mastermind behind the Imperial Princess assassination attempt? If the assassins were to successfully escape due to your actions of delaying my duties, do your Lai family have enough heads to bear this responsibility? These words were directed at Lai Sheng. Clearly, Grandpa did not view Lai Yoren as someone with the qualifications to even talk to him. Even in a confrontation between military forces, rank must be considered. If a bunch of rookie soldiers with no qualification were to be sent to the battlefield, they would only end up being suppressed and massacred. Naturally, Lai Yoren understood this logic. However, he could not stand the sight of his grandfather being humiliated so. In addition, there were indeed some people that must not be found staying inside their hidden chambers. If those people were to be found, that would be akin to having yellow mud smeared onto their underwear. Even if it is not poop, everyone will still think it is poop. Even if the Lai family is not guilty, everyone will still think the Lai family is guilty. Left with no choice, he had to step forward and hope that Jun Jianchen would consider his status as the #1 person within the military forces and let this go. How could he have guessed that the current Jun Jianchen no longer cared about his status or reputation? A slap and a kick, executed in a flash. Lai Yoren may be a genius, but his experience is limited. His current level of cultivation is only at the Gold Xuan, a difference of heaven and earth compared to Grandpa Jun's Sky Xuan. In addition, he was caught off guard and thus had to endure a slap to the face and a kick to his stomach. All he could feel was his mind ringing and stars spinning before his eyes. Even though Grandpa Jun did not utilize any Xuan Kai in his attacks, they were both done before the eyes of thousands. For Lai Yoren, this slap of his was akin to a strike to his heart. Chapter 75 Search Viciously. Chapter 075. Search Viciously. Sponsored chapter. Sponsored by Anonymous Sood K. Dubai. Special thanks to the sponsors for the support. Lai Yoren silently got up and straightened himself. A ruthless coldness flashed across his eyes before disappearing. He maintained his courteous attitude and said with a humble smile, "Senior Duke's teachings are true. Please forgive this junior's offense." He said those words with a smile. Looking at Jun Jianchen, his face expressed a smile of sincerity, which was able to even portray him feeling a deep sense of shame. It seemed that he was truly embarrassed by the words that he had just spoken earlier. Jun Jianchen's eyes widened as he suddenly felt an invisible pressure. Judging by his calm demeanor, this brat is no ordinary individual. He is likely the ruthless type that could toy with people to their deaths. Jun Jianchen sighed inwardly. If Moxie remains healthy, this brat would become his biggest rival amongst the younger generations. He coldly turned around and scoffed. The Lai family line is indeed all of the sinister type. Grand Preceptor Lai Sheng's beard trembled. Jun Jianchen's words was the equivalent of cursing all their ancestors of the Lai family. Everyone move out of the way and let him search Old Bag Jun. If you cannot find the assassins, this senior will have a good discussion with you before His Majesty tomorrow. When that happens, I will see if you can still maintain this toughness. Lai Sheng coldly waved his hand, turned around and stormed out towards a flower tree. He sat down below the tree and closed his eyes, not making any more movements. Jun Jianchen waved his hand again. Search in detail. Do not miss out a single spot, and do not leave a single stone unturned. Nearly 1,000 soldiers behind him shouted their affirmation in unison, and fiercely rushed inside. Instantly, the entirety of the Lai family was turned upside down to the point of having chickens fly and dogs jump. On a spot situated some distance away from the Lai residence was a normal-looking sedan chair. 4 figures stood around the sedan chair. Their faces were filled with indifference. The curtains of the sedan chair were lifted to reveal a profound set of eyes observing the situation in the Lai residence. The person's ears were focused on listening in on the conversations within. This person possesses a clear face which is somewhat squarish. However, both his eyebrows are slanted upwards, just like a pair of dragons soaring to the heavens. Even without moving or saying anything, he exuded a prestigious, awe-inspiring aura. After listening for a bit, this person closed his eyes and murmured. The amount of stubbornness shown by Jun Janshin against the Lai family this time is indeed a little overboard. It is only natural for the Lai family to have many secrets pertaining to the protection of their family that would prove dangerous if revealed. If these secrets were to be exposed, the Lai family would disappear. Jun Janshin would not let them off easily, but the kingdom still have need of the Lai family. The person frowned, seemingly having a headache. Shadow, if anything unexpected were to happen, you will need to step forward to solve it. Not a single sound could be heard outside, but this person knew that his command has been received. He then closed his eyes, his fingers tapping a tea table made of jade. Both his eyebrows moved, seemingly coming closer and intertwined with one another. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This grandson of Lai Shang is not just a talent, he is a very dangerous talent. Jun Janshin's soldiers searched all the way as they moved, turning over containers and toppling cabinets, causing things to fall and crash. It seemed as though these men were not trying to look for assassins, but were here purely to carry out acts of destructions. Ping, a huge vase was thrown out and shattered into pieces. The Grand Preceptor Lai Shang's face twitched violently for a moment. The number of those vases is only. Peng! Peng! Grandpa Jun glanced around with a cold countenance as he held onto his horsewhip. Inhaling deeply, he shouted, "I want you to search viciously." Even though the atmosphere was very solemn, those standing behind him all turned their heads and secretly laughed. The act of searching. Could the word viciously be used for such an act? The senior Duke Jun's use of words was apparently quite unprofessional. The word vicious should be used for crush everything viciously. This old thing can be quite funny. It almost seemed as though he is afraid that people would not know that he is simply trying to create havoc. Let us observe for a little longer. The man in the sedan chair could not help but let out a smile. Hearing the word viciously, the soldiers proceeded to search with even more force. Nearly 2,000 soldiers poured into the Lai residence, acting as though they had just broken through into the enemy fortress. Anything that can be thrown was thrown, anything that can be destroyed was destroyed. Every member of the Lai family stared at this spectacle from the courtyard, blood dripping out from their hearts. All that is money are. After a moment, the man within the sedan chair closed his eyes slightly and whispered, "There shouldn't be any problem here, let's go back." He closed the curtains and leaned upon the soft seat before closing his eyes. The old Jun Janshin had already understood his intentions and had only destroyed the things that were placed conspicuously. As for the secret areas in the Lai residence, he had chosen to avoid it. It seemed that there would not be any problems here. I would like to see if any family would still dare to pick sides again after this round of chaos. The man within the sedan chair smiled. Even if you want to fight, you must fight within certain limits. Once your actions endangered the safety of the kingdom, then what happened today would be a warning. The sedan chair left quietly without a trace. Zhang Jianchen continued standing still, but Zhang Wui turned his head to look for a moment after the sedan chair had left. Reporting to Grand Marshal, no trace of the assassin was found. One by one, the soldiers came forth to give their report, each of them stating that the assassins were not found. Zhang Jianchen turned furious and shouted, "Are you trying to say that the assassins have flown off to the skies? They are not in the Lai residence. Then we will go to another residence to search." Leading the soldiers, he strode out of the main gate, jumped up his horse, and rode forward. The direction he took was the one leading towards the Meng family. The members of the Lai family stared at their compound, which had been turned into a beggar's living area, tears flowing down their eyes. The Grand Preceptor Lai Sheng patted his waist as he struggled to get up from the ground. Lai Yoren quickly came forth to help him up. Both grandfather and grandson looked at one another in the eye and saw the anger evident in them. Grandfather, anyone with good eyes could tell that those men in black from back then belonged to Zhang Jianchen. Zhang Jianchen kept touting searching assassins as an excuse and threw false charges at others. This action is tantamount to rebelling. Since he could not find any assassins, tomorrow grandfather can get together with a group of officials and heavily step down on him. Lai Yoren considered. Zhang Jianchen is obviously showing signs of going crazy, mobilizing the military for personal reasons, trespassing into the homes of caught officials, and searching wantonly. If we could bring about the demise of the Zhang family with the destruction of these properties, then that would be quite the acceptable transaction. On the contrary, if grandfather chooses to stay your hand, others might think that you have a guilty conscience. Lai Shang frowned and gave a deep sigh. He spoke in a deep voice. Yoren, you are a talented genius, possessing a wisdom that surpasses the masses. Even in the area of strategy, you have proven yourself to be capable of identifying the enemy's weak points. Watching you become the number one amongst the talents of your generation, grandfather have always felt happy about it. However, you also have your weak points. One example would be the area of governance. You are still too young. As such, the things you could see is still limited. Governance. Lai Yoren became puzzled. Are you saying that this amount of crime by Zhang Jianchen is not enough for His Majesty to take action against the Zhang family? Enough? No, it is not. It is far from enough. Lai Shang's white eyebrows quivered. The earlier expression of anger and helplessness that he had shown before Zhang Jianchen earlier had evaporated. Instead, it was replaced with an expression of endless amount of shrewdness. Obviously, the expression he had shown earlier was fake. You still do not understand just how much trust His Majesty have towards Zhang Jianchen. For starters, His Majesty's life had been saved by Zhang Jianchen at least 6 times or more. Back then, if Zhang Jianchen had wanted to rebel or if he had even the slightest bit of secret ambition, then the seat of the emperor would have been his a long time ago. It is true that there can be no love within the royal family. However, one would never truly treat an absolute loyalist as a mortal enemy. This is also the main reason why the Zhang family, which has fallen to the point of nearly losing all their successors, could retain so much power over the military. Simply with those few things that happened earlier, did you think it is possible to bring down Zhang Jianchen? Lai Shang laughed out for a bit. Did you really take Zhang Jianchen to be such a brainless person who would offend our Lai family to a bloody end? Furthermore, based on his earlier movements, did you think that he had forced us into a road of no return? Lai Yoren was a brilliant person. In just moments, he had gained understanding of many of the points spoken. His face changed greatly and he said, "Could it be? The word in should mean sinister in this context. However, it could also mean feminine, moon, or hidden. Chapter 76 Change. Chapter 076 Change. Sponsored chapter. Sponsored by Sud K. Dubai Anonymous. A heartfelt gratitude to all the sponsors for your support. Lai Shang smiled wryly. Hang, if His Majesty was not behind what happened today, then our Lai family would be nothing but a land of corpses by now. Not a single one of us would be left alive. That should have been Jun Jianshan's original intention. If that were not the case, he would not have gone to the extent of mobilizing the army somewhere in between. Something must have happened to change his mind. As for the one who could cause Jun Jianshan to change his mind, there is only one such person in all of Tangxing, the Emperor. Oh, there is another, his grandson, Jun Moxie. Earlier, you told me that the debauchee had already died. It seems that may not be the case. If Jun Moxie had truly died, then even His Majesty may not be capable of holding Jun Jianshan back. Thus, I conclude that Jun Moxie should still be alive. In addition, Jun Jianshan should have only received this information just now. Thus, Jun Jianshan actually had very little influence about everything that had happened today. Even though we seemed to have fallen into misfortune for no reason today, I believe there would be others far worse off when compared to us. Lai Shang laughed. The assassination attempt on the imperial princess has provoked His Majesty. Thus, His Majesty has decided to make use of Jun Jianshan's anger to rearrange the power base of the three princes. All the families or officials that had chosen to side with the princes would receive a warning tonight. Some would even be exiled or harshly dealt with. As for those within the imperial palace, the rearrangement has probably been finished by now. A pity, all our preparations. Jun Jianshan going mad today was unexpected, but it was also an inevitable occurrence. If we had grasped onto Jun Moxie back then, this old man would probably have gone mad a long time ago. Thus, His Majesty decided to take advantage of Jun Jianshan's act of madness. His Majesty would take this opportunity to weaken the Jun family's military power, and then suppress the powers of the other big families like ours. Before suppressing this incident, the mastermind behind Jun Jianshan is none other than the Emperor himself. The Emperor is also the one with the most understanding of what had happened tonight. So then, do you think we could do anything to that old Jun? Lai Yoren felt somewhat shocked. He could never have imagined that his grandfather's mind had already seen so far ahead. He had even clearly understood the thought process of those involved, especially the thoughts of the one standing upon the highest position within Tangxing Kingdom. His Majesty, the Emperor, is a man of great talent. It is only natural that he does not wish for his successor to be an incompetent person. Thus, His Majesty allowed the three princes to compete. However, His Majesty also does not wish for matters to escalate beyond control. That is why once the three princes' actions went overboard, His Majesty would clear the board and restart everything again for them. This is the biggest reason why the great families with true power within the city would never join the struggle between the princes. Remember, let go of everything that had happened today. Until the situation had stabilized, never take action. Just look there. Lai Sheng pointed at the heavy amount of smoke billowing up into the skies. All those who chose to take actions in advance have all been sent on their merry way to heaven. If that is the case, does that mean that we will have to do nothing after everything that had happened today? Lai Yoren asked. How can we simply do nothing even if we want to? His Majesty would not want to. Lai Sheng smiled craftily. That is why we must still lodge a complaint tomorrow. Only with that would His Majesty have a reason to suppress the great families, which is His Majesty's true intention. If we do not go along, we would be in trouble in the future. Lai Yoren entered a state of deep contemplation. He is a smart person, a genius in both civil and military affairs. However, listening to those words, he came to realize just how lacking he was in the understanding of political affairs. Gently stroking the part of his face that was slapped by Jun Janshin, his eyes flashed with a chilling glint just like that of a poisonous snake. Jun Janshin, I will never forget this slap of yours. TL Lai Yoren will remember this. Meanwhile, the Ming residence was currently having their dogs jump and chickens fly. When compared with the Lai family, the Ming family had it far worse. Their homes had been searched to the point of being demolished. And yet, Jun Janshin felt only depression within him. Because this was not what he had intended to do, nor was this the results he had intended to achieve. After this incident, the capital will turn calm for a long period of time. At least, that was how it would appear externally. Since His Majesty had said that Moxie is still alive, then this senior will become a spear for His Majesty. Doing so is quite worthwhile, although the ending is somewhat anticlimactic. This senior's original intention was to kill off all these people. Although a large number of them had been finished off, the most important ones could not be killed. At this moment, a hasty sound suddenly rang out. Jun Janshin, you ignorant old man, stop it. Jun Janshin's body suddenly shook, as though he could not believe what his ears was hearing. Slowly, he turned around, his eyes staring straight, his face revealed a mad look of joy. A thin, withered-looking old man appeared, his arms carrying someone to his chest. The old man shot out and appeared before Jun Janshin, panting and sweating profusely. However, Jun Janshin paid him no attention. He quickly dismounted off his horse and rushed towards the thin old man. Jun Janshin retrieved the person being held close to the thin old man's chest and spoke in a trembling voice. Moxie. Coincidentally, these two people returned just as everything was about to be wrapped up. Jun Janshin's expression of surprise clearly showed that he had just escaped from the clutches of absolute despair. He held onto Jun Zai as though he was holding onto the world's most precious treasure. The deep wrinkles of his face harbored the intense amount of concern he was feeling. This is the ecstatic feeling of finding something that one had thought to be lost forever. His fingers trembled in concert with his body, while his eyes had turned red from excitement watching all this. Jun Zai felt his heart shaking. This is a commander of a million's soldiers, a resilient iron-blooded man who had returned victorious after hundreds of battles, but seeing his own grandson alive at this moment made him surprised. His bearing suddenly transformed into that of a frail and ailing elderly person. This is an emotion born deep within a person's flesh and blood. At this moment, Jun Zai felt something well up from the bottom of his heart. It was a feeling, an aching feeling that gave him a sense of warmth and comfort. In addition, he felt his nose turning sour. Jun Zai suddenly felt that it had become hard to breathe. His nose had seemingly stopped working, a feeling which made him feel a desire to cry out. Is this the affection that he had once desired in his dreams? In both past and present, is there any who had shown so much care for him? In both past and present, is there any who would mobilize the armies of an entire country for his sake? In both past and present, who could throw away all their concerns for his sake? Who would have fallen into absolute despair for his sake? Who could become so happy to the point of insanity for his sake? Who could disregard their own reputation, lives, and family for his sake? Watching the old man before him, Junzai had no doubt that for his sake, this old man would even pierce a hole through the skies because he is his only hope, the only thing he could hold onto. Beside, Jun Wui's crippled body had at an unknown moment descended from his horse, sitting upon the cold ground. Looking at Junzai, he was filled with surprised happiness and satisfaction. His pair of tiger-like eyes had unknowingly turned teary. He secretly turned his head, allowing the tears to drop down before turning back, a smile etched on his face. This is my family. Am I to resist all this? No. At this moment, Junzai had suddenly accepted his identity, accepted his family regardless of ideals or mindset. He had accepted this world. For the sake of this old man before me and this family. From today onwards, I am Jun.Mo.Xie. I am a member of the Jun family, Tangsing Kingdom, Tangsing City, Jun family. This is my family. Jun Janshan's tears almost exploded with excitement. Even though his grandson seemed grievously injured, he remained alive. In addition, a closer inspection showed that his condition was not as serious as he had been told. Thank the heavens. As long as he is alive, everything will be all right. Everything will be all right. Having become so overjoyed, this old man's eyes became moist, his body trembling and swaying unsteadily. Tonight has been a trying one. Chapter 77, Turmoil in the Imperial Court. Chapter 077, Turmoil in the Imperial Court. On the next day, the imperial court was filled with disputes from various groups. The scene was no different than a bunch of merchants and farmers arguing at a marketplace. After the ritualistic greeting towards His Majesty, the atmosphere turned silent, just like the calm before the storm. Before His Majesty was a pile of petitions calling for the impeachment of Jun Janshan. His Majesty observed the imperial court and was surprised to see the numerous number of vacant positions. Even though he had already expected it, this result had greatly exceeded his expectations. Isn't this a little too much? Even though he had already received the report last night, whereupon he had become enraged, that was simply a report with the names written on it. However, His Majesty was now looking at the results with his own eyes. A good chunk of the imperial court members had disappeared. His Majesty was unable to get accustomed to it. If one were to compare, this would be like a classroom with 100 students. If someone were to receive the news in the middle of the night that 30 of those students had either transferred or dropped out, that person would not feel much. However, when that person sees the empty space within the classroom, this comparison was probably not a bad way of describing what had happened to Tangsing Kingdom's imperial court. Yesterday night, after the imperial princess suffered from an assassination attempt, Grandpa Jun took action, issuing a declaration that a calamity had occurred. Within Tangsing City, flames started rising rampantly and people were murdered everywhere. More than 10 high-ranking members of the imperial court ended up being decapitated. In addition, many among these people were once bitter enemies with the Jun family. Besides that, all those men also shared one other common aspect. These men had all chosen to side with one of the imperial princes. However, this common aspect was something that everyone had chosen to keep within their hearts. At this point in time, blurting that out would be no different than courting death. Among the victims of last night's incident, there were 12 who had the qualifications to stand here today. Coincidentally, they were separated into fours divided equally amongst the 3 princes. Amongst them was an assistant minister of justice, 2 assistant minister of personnel, 3 from the minister of rights, 1 from the minister of state revenue, 3 imperial censors, and 2 scholars. This was only those that could be seen here. As for those who could not appear today, how many was there? These people who had come together were those who had constantly opposed the rough members of the imperial court and had been badly hurt during the kingdom's present crisis. However, within the mind of a certain highly positioned individual, this was simply part of his plans. Even though last night, he himself had been angered to the point of having his eyes turn blue. As for those ministers with sharp eyes and powerful retentive memory, they realized something. Today, there was an increase in new faces within the imperial palace. As for those familiar faces, most of them had disappeared. One such example was the captain of the armed guards, Murong Kyanjun. He was a talent whose promotion speed was considered rare, at times getting promoted 3 times in a day. However, this rising star of the Murong family had at this point in time disappeared to who knows where. It would appear that the carnage within the imperial palace was no less bloody compared to the outside. A high number of people became nervous. What happened last night? Why did the number of people become so little today? Who can tell me? His Majesty was indeed a master amongst masters in political affairs. Blinking his eyes, he used the peripheral side of his eyes to stare at Jun Janshin, who was dozing off. Sina Duke Jun was truly feeling sleepy thanks to yesterday's events. This was obvious just by looking at his face. Otherwise, he would not have dozed off in the imperial cot. He had even nearly started snoring. His Majesty's act of pretending to not know what had happened was the opening act for the imperial court members to begin their barrage of accusations within the imperial hall. A large number of people went down on their knees. Your Majesty, we beg you to administer justice for us. A huge number of ministers spoke out with tears flowing down their eyes, their faces showing grief-stricken expressions as they kowtowed vigorously. Dear ministers, if you have anything to say, just say it out in detail. Rise up and tell me all about it. The Emperor frowned. A puzzled look was etched on his face. Once His Majesty finished his sentence, tens of ministers all turned on Senior Duke Jun Janshin. They started their barrage of accusations. Even though he is someone who had accomplished great merit for the kingdom, he disregarded military laws of the kingdom. He mobilized the kingdom's military forces for personal reasons. He disdained the laws of the kingdom. He viewed the powers of the imperial family with contempt. He had acted with wanton abandon. He trespassed the residences of ministers. He allowed his subordinates to wreak havoc and act lawlessly. There were even some heavyweight accusations he had amassed his own personal army. He has the intention of rebelling. In short, there were innumerable accusations aimed at him, all supposedly backed with conclusive evidence. Later on, the accusations escalated to an even greater level, where it was recommended that Jun Janshin be dismissed and his entire family decapitated, going so far as exterminating his 9 kindred in just a brief moment. The atmosphere of the imperial court had become intense. Everyone's face were flushed red. Each and every one of them were filled with indignation. In the end, they all chorused out, "Not killing Jun Janshin equals endangering the imperial family's powers. Not killing Jun Janshin, the people would not be appeased." Jun Janshin turned his gaze up, his eyes slightly closed. Watching the performance by all the ministers in the imperial court, he could only think of his grievously injured grandson. He was contemplating on how to ask His Majesty to loan him the best imperial doctor. Jun Janshin, you old thing, you actually dare to act in such a brazen manner. What do you have to say for yourself? His Majesty questioned him in a very harsh tone, seemingly furious. Your Majesty, yesterday, this minister received news that the princess had suffered from an assassination attempt just outside the imperial palace. Thankfully, the princess' luck was good and she managed to escape unscathed. However, Hearing that those criminals dared to act so wild, going so far as to profane the dignity of the imperial family, this old minister felt a bottomless anger spout out from within my heart. This minister then received further news that the assassins may harbor the intention of following up by trying to assassinate the members of the imperial family and high-ranking officials of the imperial court. This old minister fears that any delay would bring about irreparable disaster. Thus, this old minister had mobilized the army before reporting to your majesty, all for the sake of capturing the assassins. In this regard, this old minister had indeed committed a mistake. This old minister begs for your majesty's careful inquiry and just punishment. The emperor's mouth was about to lash out, but had forcibly held himself back. You old brat, you have already said everything in detail. What else do I have to inquire? Inquire my ass. You portrayed yourself in such a righteous light. Punishing you would make me a muddle-headed ruler. How am I supposed to continue this act? Continue speaking, His Majesty. The emperor frowned, seemingly unpleased. His Majesty was truly at a loss on how to continue from there. Yes, this old minister felt worried about this matter and did not have the time to inform your majesty. This old minister got up in the middle of the night and rushed to the military field without having the time to finish dressing. However, even though the mobilization of soldiers was executed quickly, we were helpless to stop the assassins. Those assassins had come prepared and had instantly turned the city upside down. This old minister exerted every last drop of effort without reserve and served as vanguard to wage a bloody battle against the many insidious assassins. After a long time, we finally managed to curb this disaster and finished off those assassins. The total number of these assassins amount to a whopping hundreds. Their bodies were then hanged for public display before the city gates. However, this old minister dared not claim credit for these actions because there were some regrettable events. Even though this old minister had tried my best, there were tens of officials whom this minister failed to reach in time, resulting in them being brutally murdered by the assassins. Their horrible deaths were all due to this old minister's carelessness and slow response to this situation. This old minister is willing to accept the punishment for my crime of carelessness in executing my duties. Grandpa John sighed, his voice mournful. All those lives are the pillars of our Tangsing kingdom. He rubbed his eyes, appearing to be on the verge of crying. In truth, he was feeling sleepy. All the ministers within the imperial court heard Senior Duke John's words and turned to face one another. What, you are willing to accept punishment for your crime? Accept your mother's head. Listening to you, you are simply the great hero that has single-handedly saved all of Tangsing kingdom, acting decisively, turning the situation around in a matter of moments. The one who carried a heavy burden to save the common people. The loyal minister who placed the importance of protecting the dignity of the imperial family before all else. Since you have put it that way, not giving you a great amount of reward would be tantamount to a huge loss of reputation, and yet you say you are willing to accept punishment. Besides, is there anyone here who does not know that those men in black are part of the Jun family assassins? What a joke! How does one describe the act of reversing black and white? This is how we have seen shameless, but we have never seen such a high level of shamelessness before, turning the act of raiding other people's residence into a meritorious deed. This level of bullshitting expertise had reached a completely new realm. A mountain worth revering. As for those dead men that were left hanging for display to the public, if the prison chief of the Minister of Justice were to go check it out, he would certainly find that their faces were very familiar, because those people were simply a bunch of death row prisoners. However, their execution date was bumped up by you, Grand Marshal Jun. TL Yao Seantalai Fitiao Win Lealer. TL almost forgot a mountain worth revering. A praise meant to celebrate a person's professional manner and conduct. It also leaves one with the desire to model themselves after said person. Chapter 78 Duguzinhang. Chapter 078 Duguzinhang. A look of contempt burst out from the faces of all the ministers, and they prepared to start their verbal attacks once again. Truth be told, Grandpa Jun's explanation and justifications were simply unbearable and too easy to refute. After all, Grandpa Jun was first and foremost a general. His skills in civil affairs was simply too limited. For him to actually be able to come up with an explanation was already a rare occurrence. Asking for a detailed and seamless explanation was absolutely ridiculous. Unexpectedly, an old man with white hair and beard stepped forward. This old man possessed a stalwart figure. Standing beside Jun Janshin, it seemed as though there were two majestic mountains imposing their grandeur within the imperial court. His mustache spread out explosively to the side cheeks and beard. A wild-looking face and a loutish body. This was none other than Grandfather Dugu, the second most powerful person within the military in Tangsing Kingdom, and the #1 predator within the capital city Duguzinhang. He is the #1 savage individual in Tangsing Kingdom, the #1 unreasonable individual, the #1 tough shank, the #1 great family's house master. This man has a skin so thick he could be revered as a master in skin thickness. This is a character who would brandish his ignorance as knowledge. This is a character who would talk about large swords when discussing reasons. All the members of the imperial court, be they from the civil or military affairs, showed some degree of fear towards him. Even the present emperor had no way of dealing with him. It was only after he stepped forward did the members of the imperial court realize his existence. They could not help but whisper to themselves, this old man had not attended the court for years now. Why did he suddenly appear today? For him to appear at such a sensitive moment, something is obviously not right. Duguzinhang's round eyes widened just like a mountain bear. He then cupped his hands and spoke in a coarse voice. Your Majesty, the assassination attempt on the imperial princess and the officials of the imperial court is indeed a national situation that could cripple the foundations of our kingdom. Thankfully, this old bag Senior Duke Jun Janshin was quick and decisive in his actions, thus succeeding in averting this terrible disaster. This old one thinks that Senior Jun's actions this time is not a mistake. He is not only innocent, he has also earned himself an astounding amount of merit. A thin old man with sheep-like beard who was standing beside him sneered. After this traitor defied the authority of the ministers and disrupted the imperial court's affairs, he is lauded as someone who earned himself a merit. If this is how the imperial court works, then won't we end up being despised by the people of the world? This thin old man with barely any flesh on his body and a sheep-like beard is one of the 3 most capable individuals from the Ming family, Ming Yufeng. Last night, his house suffered the highest level of damage. Not even a single tile was left whole. A high-ranking member of the imperial court had to bring his own family out into the rich and bustling capital in the middle of the night to eat the cold air and sleep under the starry skies of the night. The amount of suffocation he felt nearly caused him to puke out blood watching these 2 military leaders reversing black and white. He was unable to hold it in and stepped forward. Duguzinhang became enraged. He turned around and viciously stared at Ming Yufeng, opening his mouth that revealed a yellow set of teeth. His voice shook the tiles in the imperial court. Screw your granny, you are worth less than dog poop. You mean to say that this senior is wrong? As if acting in concert with his fury, his beard exploded out, his facial hairs standing upright. His mouth was opened wide, as though he wanted to swallow the thin old man with sheep-like beard, his entire being radiating an aura of violence. Beside him, the great General Dugu Wudi immediately stepped forward to support. Meng Yufeng, what are you trying to do? My father is in the middle of a conversation with His Majesty. Do you think someone like you have the qualifications to interrupt them? His hands extended outwards, his palm opened wide like a palm leaf, intent on catching him by his neck. All the senior ministers rolled their eyes. This pair of father and son is truly invincible. WD. They actually dared to bully others in the presence of His Majesty. His Majesty, the Emperor, who was supposed to be the main character of this play, could not help but stare in a dumbfounded manner. Enough, His Majesty, the Emperor thundered loudly and stood up in fury. A group of civil and military ministers arguing with one another and starting a fight upon the imperial court. What do you plan to do next? Are you going to start throwing obscenities around? His Majesty's wrath caused everyone to become silent, except the old masters from the Jun family, Dugu family, Lai family, Meng family, Song family, Tang family, and Murong family. As for the rest, they all immediately knelt down and spoke out in unison. This minister is guilty. I am willing to accept your Majesty's punishment. Very well, I have already understood the gist of what happened. Jun Janshin had originally wanted to capture assassins, but had made errors in his mobilization of the army. His actions caused the city to fall into chaos. As punishment, 1 year's worth of salary will be deducted. In addition, I decree that you are not allowed to leave your residence for 3 months. However, in light of your contribution of capturing assassins, I reward you 1,000 gold liangs and 1,000-year-old ginseng. Military matters will temporarily be handed over for Dugu Zinheng to handle. Next, you great families chose to ignore the truth and focused only on your own losses, blatantly accusing other ministers. All your positions are now downgraded by 1 rank. In order to avoid riots from happening, all military authority of the great families must be returned to the military division. It will be reassigned again 1 year later. Deducting 1 year's worth of salary. Not allowed to leave home for 3 months. A reward of 1,000 gold liangs, 1,000-year-old ginseng. Could this still be considered a punishment towards Old Master Jun? This is simply a reward plus holidays. There was also the military matters will temporarily be handed over for Dugu Zinheng to handle. This sentence seemed to be hiding a different meaning. However, there was a problem here. All the ministers turned to look at the Dugu family's pair of tough sheikhs. They all had the same thought. If this is how it is to end, won't it be better to have Jun Janshin continue handling military matters? These pair of father and son from the Dugu family is even worse than Jun Janshin. At the very least, Old Master Jun is generally a reasonable person. However, this pair of father and son had never been reasonable before. Now that their family's private forces was about to fall into their hands, they wonder how many could come back. In just a moment's time, nearly everyone started cursing secretly and almost lashed out at Meng Yufeng. His Majesty was manipulating everything behind the scenes. Since Dugu Zinheng had already appeared, why did you have to step in and interfere? You do not recognize your own strength and weakness. However, don't you at least understand the meaning of the word humiliation? If you want to jump down the cliff, you should just jump down alone. Why the heck did you drag us down with you? What kind of damaged goods are you? Almost everyone in the imperial court revealed an expression of one who had just lost their soul and vigor. It does not matter if it was real or fake. What was important was that it looked real on the surface. As a member of the imperial court, they must have the ability to put on an act. Otherwise, it would be hard for them to continue serving for long. However, there were around 10 or so people within the imperial court who lowered their heads, anger etched upon their faces. These were all men who could not stomach their grievances. They were truly enraged and were unwilling to simply let it go. However, all of them have had their identities noted down by all the senior grandfathers of the imperial court. They could not even recognize that a performance is in progress. These people have no future in store for them. When we go home later, we must inform our sons and grandsons to keep a distance from these people. Otherwise, who knows when we would end up being dragged down by them. You fellow ministers are all the pillars of our kingdom. To see such a scene occurring in this imperial court today, I am disappointed, very disappointed. His Majesty was furious, unstoppably furious after having meted out the punishments. His Majesty said heavily, "This matter will be resolved following my commands. No one is allowed to disobey it. You may leave now." The Minister of Rights, Sun Cheng, shouted out loudly, "Your Majesty, please stay." This person was none other than Fatty Tang's future father-in-law. All the senior grandpas of the imperial court burst out with a look of contempt. Could you not see that His Majesty is heading back to his chambers to relish the joy from earlier? Ever resourceful, overlooking the world as its sovereign, delightfully manipulating everyone within the palm of his hand, suppressing all the great families' influence and authority in one fell swoop, bringing stability to the entire capital city. How joyful would such an experience be? However, you actually chose this moment to restrain His Majesty. Do you not want to live a good life anymore? What a silly idiot. What do you wish to discuss? His Majesty's face was a mask of fury. His Majesty's fury had originally been staged, but after having been restrained, his false countenance of fury has started turning real. Your Majesty, please understand, this one is in charge of ceremonies. However, today is the day for the annual Gifted Scholars Autumn Festival Feast. What should I do? This Minister of Rights is clearly missing the capacity to judge the situation. This is not our light problem. Are all the ministers in the imperial court sighed inwardly? Could you not see what kind of situation we have here? Every family is filled with weeping and mourning. Who would be in the mood to care about a Gifted Scholars Autumn Festival Feast? This brat is simply an idiot. I will need to pay attention next time. I must not get too close to him. Chances are he will be the death of me. Sure enough, His Majesty was greatly furious and spoke out in a heavy tone. Gifted Scholars Autumn Festival Feast. We are currently in the middle of troubling times. How can you even bring this up? If I recall correctly, I had appointed 2 ministers to be in charge of organizing the Gifted Scholars Autumn Festival Feast just a few days ago. But these 2 men are amongst the names of those who've been assassinated by the assassins. Having finished speaking, he pointed vigorously at the list of names on his table. Flicking his sleeves, His Majesty walked out with an expression of rage on his face. No one was able to see it, but when His Majesty had turned away, the sides of his lips curled, as though he was happy. Indeed, no one was able to see it. However, all the old ministers were secretly feeling pleased with themselves as well as expected. Everything went according to my predictions. After His Majesty had left, everyone patted their knees and got up from their kneeling position. A few of the elder ministers looked at one another with an as-expected gaze. Lai Shang snorted looked at Jun Jianchen through the corner of his eyes. Old Jun, congratulations. Has your grandson gotten better yet? The reason Lai Shang had mentioned this matter to Jun Jianchen was for the sake of pissing him off. Even if Lai Shang could not do anything to him this time, he could still prod Jun Jianchen until he chokes. That would not be too bad. However, once Jun Jianshan heard that, he suddenly recalled what he wanted to do. Ignoring Lai Sheng, he immediately ran in the direction that His Majesty had went. Your Majesty, I need to borrow that death-warding imperial doctor for a while. This is an emergency. All the ministers in the imperial court stumbled. TL Duguzhen Heng is not the housemaster of the number one great family. He is the number one housemaster amongst the great families. A bit confusing. TL in the earlier chapters, the author had Sun Cheng take the role of Vice Minister of Ministry of Justice. However, in this chapter, he is now the Minister of Rights. Apparently, Sun Cheng is a multitasker. TL Tough Shank is used for Jiandu Ru, which means a person who is hard to deal with. BTW, I am not Japanese. In fact, my grandparents had to live under Japanese occupation. If they are still alive, I doubt they will have anything good to say about Japan. Chapter 79 A Blessing in Disguise. Chapter 079 A Blessing in Disguise. Duguzhen Heng squinted his eyes as he looked on with contempt. Look at this old bastard. Just because his grandson was a little hurt, he became so anxious. He does not have the bearing of a great general at all. How disdainful for someone like me to be outranked by such an ordinary man. What a worldly tragedy. Dugu Wudi curled the corners of his lips and spoke out in support of his father while nodding his head. Indeed, how despicable, a worldly tragedy. All the ministers shook their heads in unison as they looked at them with utter contempt. A mere scratch would have been enough to cause you people from the Dugu family to raise a sky-shaking havoc. And yet you actually have the gall to despise Jun Jianshan. How shameless. However, the words that Grandfather Dugu spoke today seemed rehearsed. It seemed one of the head clerks must have helped him out with the script. And could it be that he had rehearsed this for a long time? That is a shocking revelation. Could it be that something is going on in the military division? Thinking about this, all the old foxes in the imperial court felt shocked. Seeing his son supporting him with complimenting words, Duguzhen Heng laughed happily. Stroking his beard, he said, "In the end, my family is still the best. Producing nearly 10 heirs in one go, each of them are skilled dragons and fearsome tigers, unlike the Jun family which only have a single fur." Dugu Wudi nodded like a chicken pecking down at grains of rice. Indeed. A wave of contempt burst out from the crowd again with just one sentence. You started bragging about your family foundation. Producing nearly 10 heirs in one go. Do you take that daughter-in-laws of yours as shows how unrefined? Besides, your 3 sons have a total of 20 wives, but only nearly 10 grandchildren. You think you are qualified to brag about this? Ignoring the prideful pair of father and son, they all shook their heads and left as they headed home. Let us just assume that everything that had happened in these 2 days as an exhilarating farce. If only we knew it would end like this. Sigh. A while later, the palace guards saw Grandpa Jun triumphantly escorting an old man with white hair and beard who was carrying a medical chest out the palace. On the horse that Grandpa Jun rode on, there was actually another seat prepared. It turned out that even before entering the palace, Grandpa Jun had already prepared a seat for the doctor. Truly a detailed plan. What kind of person could be called a master? This is what you call a master. The great young master Jun Moxie was lying in bed, putting in every effort to appear ill. But in truth he was inwardly feeling joyful. The little Key carefully served him, scooping spoonful of sweet bird's nest soup for him. There were also ginseng soup, 8 treasures, lotus soup. As long as it is nourishing, it would be prepared for him. The only thing which made him unhappy was that Grandpa Jun would occasionally prepare a generous sum of 6th-level Xuan beast's blood. According to him, this was a rare nourishing stuff. But Jun Moxie would have to cover his nose and pour it down his throat or pour it down the bucket beside his bed. It is simply too hard to stomach. I am not a barbarian. Is it worth it to give me blood to drink? How unhygienic is it? Would my stomach even survive? Naturally, these were not what had made him joyful. After having suffered from this injury, Jun Moxie realized that the Hongjun pagoda within his consciousness was constantly rotating at high speed, releasing a rich amount of white, misty spiritual Kai. The Kai swept through his body's meridians again and again, focusing onto the damaged area. In less than a day, the sword wound on his chest had been fully healed. After several coughs, some thick black-colored blood came out. The damaged area on his chest had also been reduced considerably. As for the wound on his thigh where one could see through to the other side, it only seemed serious. After the continued restoration effects of the spiritual Kai, he was no longer in pain from the wound. The only thing that gave Jun Moxie some discomfort was the waves of itchiness and numbness, which occurred every now and again. However, Jun Moxie still felt comfortable. After all, there is the saying, no pain, no gain. That was not all. The Hongjun pagoda's spiritual Kai kept gushing forth as though saying that it would not stop until the wounds on Jun Moxie's body have disappeared. Naturally, Jun Moxie would not miss out on such a good opportunity to cultivate his arts. He quickly activated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, leading the near-solid form of spiritual Kai as he channeled them through his meridians. While he was exercising the arts, he realized something different this time. The spiritual Kai turned into a semi-solid existence as it pummeled the area of the meridians that were suffering from blockages due to the sword wound. Almost instantly, the blockage was burst open. After that, he could clearly feel the Kai flow within his meridians expanding bit by bit, becoming thicker bit by bit. Under such circumstances, the Hongjun pagoda would usually stop releasing the spiritual Kai. At this moment, however, it did not show any signs of stopping at all. Jun Moxie became elated. He gave up on his plans to restore the damage from the sword wound and focused obsessively on leading the spiritual Kai in order to increase his Kai flow, secretly becoming joyful over this fortunate event. Jun Moxie suddenly felt that his behavior was similar to those of scammers. Others were being kind to help you treat your injuries, and yet you took advantage of this opportunity to increase your own strength. This was just like the act of making profit from other people's kindness. However, such a type of scam I would very much like to commit a few more. I am already addicted to it. Who would not want to do this kind of fraud? Jun Moxie cried out inwardly as he grasped onto the opportunity provided by this scam. Otherwise, what would he do when the spiritual kiss intensity dropped down to its former level after his wounds were fully healed? He has now become accustomed to this high-quality delivery service of spiritual Kai. Once his body has been fully restored, he could only cry, or perhaps I should stab myself again in order to gain such a suitable condition for cultivation. Unfortunately, some of the spiritual Kai would still move towards the wounded areas and slowly began restoring those parts. During the moments when the wound on his thigh was being restored, the feeling of itchiness started to appear as well. The emission speed of spiritual Kai from the Hongjun pagoda began slowing down. After a few more moments, the speed of its rotation also slowed down and finally returned to its former state of silence within his sea of consciousness. Jun Moxie woke up with a start and gave a sigh within his heart. I still have not had enough. This fast rate of cultivation is simply too alluring. Activating his inner eye, he could see a transparent chi flow slowly moving through his meridians. In the short span of just one night, the size of this chi flow had doubled if one were to use the Xuan Kai cultivation as a standard of measure. Then his current level of strength was at least at the 8th level Xuan Tai. In addition, his Kai had a high grade of purity. In this world where 9 and below are but ants, silver and gold Xuan experts were aplenty. No matter how pure his 8th level Xuan Tai may be, he was still not someone worth discussing. However, do not make light of Jun Moxi's speed of cultivation. Just in case anyone had forgotten, he had only arrived into this world roughly a month ago. Within this 1 month's time, he successfully improved his body, which was only at the 3rd level Xuan Kai, up to the 8th level Xuan Kai. If those old supreme divine Xuan geezers witnessed this practice speed, they would be shocked to the point of having their old teeth drop out. If this world has an institute of anatomy where they dissect things in their studies, then upon learning of Jun Moxi's speed of cultivation, they would likely move out to capture him and dissect him for studying purposes. Jun Moxi gave a pleasant sigh of relief. He suddenly felt that the injury caused by the sword was too bloody darned worth it. He had begun to seriously consider if he should just stab himself again. A bodyguard entered and reported, Young Master Tang is here to visit you." Jun Moxi gave an "oh," then he suddenly remembered something. He calmly picked up something that was wrapped up with a cloth beside his pillow and stuffed it into his blanket. Then he used a feeble voice to speak. "Invite young Master Tang in." Following that, the sounds of heavy footsteps could be heard. Fatty Tang panted as he stepped into Jun Moxi's room, his face expressing exertions. At the same time, the vast room suddenly seemed much smaller. "Third young master, you scared me." Tang Yuan's face was a mask of shock. "I heard that you were killed and cried for the whole night. If we brothers were to be forced to part ways forever, then how am I supposed to live?" Jun Moxi stared weakly at the fatty before him. He had the urge to jump out and kick him out. However, he was currently playing the part of a heavily injured person. He will have to spare him for now. His eyes, on the other hand, was spouting flames. Chapter 80 Gifts from Fatty. Chapter 080 Gifts from Fatty. Thankfully, you did not die. Otherwise, I would be left alone. What would I ever do without you? Fatty Tang wiped away his tears. After that, he drank a cup of tea that little Qi brought in and called out, "Come quickly, lift up and bring over the gifts that my Tang family has prepared for third young Master Jun." Jun Moxi turned his attention to the outside. He was curious as to what kind of gifts did this brother of his prepared. He had even used the word lift for the gifts. What kind of gifts could it be? Two men carried in two big boxes into the room, their faces showing an expression of extreme difficulty. Suddenly, Jun Moxi's bedroom was completely occupied by Tang Yuan and the two big boxes. Even little Qi did not have any place to be at. She could only try to shrink her legs as she sat on a chair. Tang Yuan waved to have the two men move out and laughed. He moved about with a mysterious air as he giggled and glanced at Jun Moxi. After opening the box, he moved away to let Jun Moxi see the contents within. Seeing it, Jun Moxi nearly fainted. Placed within the box were high-grade medicines, boxes after boxes, bottles after bottles, packages after packages. All of them were perfectly packed, and the smell of medicine assailed one's nose. One look was enough to confirm that the things inside were all valuable items. Jun Moxi wondered, did this fatty sweep up all the medical shops within the capital? For the common people that had been injured, these medicines would certainly prove useful. In fact, those medicines were necessary. Moreover, some of these medicines might be impossible to obtain even if one has money. However, there was a problem here. John Moxie is no ordinary person. He has absolutely no need for this stuff. In John Moxie's eyes, these items were no different from a pile of garbage at the very least. It was only chicken ribs. Groaning, John Moxie spoke feebly. "Fatty, you have had it tough. However, even if I were to get hurt every day, all these medicines could probably last until the day I reach 100 years of age. Are you here to visit me, or to curse me so that I get injured more?" Tang Yuan slapped down on the box, closing it, and spoke in a triumphant demeanor. "Third young master, what do you think of your brother's acquisition techniques? As long as the medicine is available in Tangsang City, regardless if it is the holy grade or pinnacle grade, all of it is now within these 2 boxes." After saying that, he secretly moved close to John Moxie and whispered furtively, "Third young master, those in the bottom layer are the ones I have spent a huge amount of effort in acquiring. Those are all rare items that are very hard to find. You must hide them carefully." "What is it?" John Moxie felt himself becoming interested. His eyebrows were raised as he asked. Tang Yuan gave a furtive glance at Little Qi and then smiled indecently before replying. "The wands at the bottom are those that you are most interested in. Treasures to make females strong, Joysong grass, kinky lady, chaste breaker, golden spirit spear, infallible rod, wall piercer, 100 jin hoist." Stop. John Moxie was shocked. "What in the world are all those weird stuffs? What is that 100 jin hoist? Just what is that?" 100 jin hoist. Tang Yuan let out an obscene smile again. Pointing at John Moxie's crotch, he whispered, "It means that after you eat that item, then that part of you could hoist up 100 jin 60.5 kg. Good stuff." Hearing John Moxie use the words stuff, Tang Yuan decided to call it stuff as well. "Bloody hell, don't do this to me. That is simply too disgusting." John Moxie felt himself coming down with a headache. "Quickly move it away. If my grandfather sees it, he might decide to just cut that part of mine off. I want to take it with me even after I die. Don't bring such a kind of calamity to me." "What are you scared of? As long as Juan is a man, he will certainly appreciate this item. If I am not mistaken, Senior Boss John should also have this item. After all, his age is nothing to scoff at. Without the help of this stuff, even with his glorious bearing, he may not be able." Carter Tang Yuan laughed out recklessly. Suddenly, "What item do I also have?" A deep, profound voice sounded out, and Grandpa John stepped into view just outside the doors. A puzzled expression was on his face as he glanced at Tang Yuan before looking at the crammed room. "What is going on here? What were you just talking about earlier? Why is my luck so shitty?" Tang Yuan was shell-shocked. Large drops of sweat perspired out from him, his eyes rolling about in disorder. The floor below his obese body had, in an instant, become drenched with a pool of sweat. "Oh, my pitiful life!" If those words earlier had been heard by old Master John. "What is all this stuff?" Grandpa John showed an expression of annoyance. "What a mess! Quickly move it away." Tang Yuan immediately straightened himself, nodding his head like a chicken pecking on grains. Yes, I will immediately take them out. These are all some common herbs and medicine, nothing special about it." After he spoke out though, Grandpa John spoke out again. "Fatty, what was the item that you said I have?" The facial features on Tang Yuan's face suddenly contorted together, his complexion turning white, then red, then green. His fat cheeks trembled non-stop, and his thigh quaked. Fatty was saying something about your imposing aura. He even said that His Majesty's aura could also be felt from you, but decided to stop because the subject was too much of a taboo. John Moxie quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Watching the poor Fatty's pitiful figure, he estimated that Fatty would probably turn to stone from just another word by Grandpa John. What is so taboo about that subject? Do you need to be scared to such heights? This senior simply possesses a grand and imposing aura, a heroic aura that would never fade. This is simply a fact. Grandpa John looked at Tang Yuan with an expression of disdain, and continued. In the future, do not invite our Moxie to go to those shady places anymore. Back then, he became bad because he followed you all the time. Our Tang Yuan became shocked. Old master, how could you flip right and wrong to such an extent? Back then, I was the one who followed your grandson and turned bad as a result. Grandpa John snorted. In his heart, his own grandson was naturally a good grandson. As for all the disappointing things which happened back then, the main reason would naturally be due to this bad apple of a friend. The two bodyguards came in and lifted up the two boxes. Tang Yuan then urgently said, "The second box." John Moxie started to sweat himself. Could it be that the items within the second box are even more unbearable than the first? Are you trying to get me killed? Grandpa John waved his hand, commanding the men to carry away the two boxes of gifts away. Little Key also went along with them. It was only then that the two of them let out a sigh of relief. An old man with white hair and beard walked in. His face was one of kindness and harmony. He carried with him a small medical chest. Tang Yuan became shocked. He quickly bowed in a respectful manner and saluted. Sir Fang. This Sir Fang was none other than the chief of the imperial doctors, Fang Huisheng. Those within Tianxing City also gave him a resounding nickname, Death Warding Fang. The meaning behind this name was that no matter how grievous one's injuries may be, once the imperial Dr. Fang treats that person, then that person will never die. This description towards him may have been exaggerated. However, his expertise within the field of medicine was indeed indisputable. If Huatuo were to return to life, then he would probably be at this level. In the past, Tang Yuan had fallen seriously ill, and all the doctors within the capital were unable to cure him. During the most critical moment, this Sir Fang had appeared to treat him, saving him from the brink of death. Thus, Tang Yuan showed a great level of respect towards Sir Fang. After all, he was the one who saved his life. Fang Huisheng nodded and gave a gentle smile. Without speaking, he sat on the bed and his hands grasped onto John Moxie's wrist, feeling the pulse on his wrist. He carefully observed John Moxie's complexion, pulling up his eyelids and asking him to extend his tongue out for observation. It was at this moment that an idea suddenly popped into John Moxie's mind. Using his internal energies, he exerted control over the chi flow of his body. It suddenly moved, causing his meridians to pulse in a seemingly abnormal manner. This method was something that this world has no knowledge of. Naturally, there was also no one who could detect this method. Fang Huisheng's face gradually turned serious. He had originally assumed that Zhang Jianchen was simply making a mountain out of a molehill by dragging him here. However, after having checked this patient's pulse, he suddenly realized that this youngster before him was in a truly terrible state. There is a part of chicken ribs which is tasteless, meaning eating it would be pointless, throwing it away would be a waste. Huatuo is a famed doctor in ancient China during the Three Kingdoms era. Chapter 81 Reason for Faking Injury. Chapter 081 Reason for Faking Injury. Observing the discouraging look on Sir Fang's face, Zhang Jianchen could not help but feel apprehensive. he asked. Old Fang, how is it? Fang Huisheng looked at Jun Moxie with an expression of pity. He shook his head and sighed. His life in no danger, but as for the rest, they are in terrible shape. Terrible? Grandpa Jun was shocked. How terrible? Stagnant meridians, with faint signs of overexertion. His internal organs are also damaged. This he sighed before raising his head. Did the third young master undergo a rigorously intense physical exercise just before this? In addition, the intensity involved is one that exceeds what a person's body could shoulder. Jun Janshin felt a sense of foreboding as he replied. Yes, he had once done that for about 7 days. In fact, just the day before yesterday. Thus the problem? Fang Huisheng retracted his hands, his eyebrows wrinkling. The human body can sometimes be deficient, and third young master's body was originally weak to begin with. With a deficient body, even if one has the perseverance to endure a high-intensity physical training, how could the body's muscle and veins endure it if it was only this hidden injury? All he needs to do is to stop the training. With a proper lifestyle, he could be cured. However, it was at this moment that his chest suffered from an impact of over 100 jin in strength due to the sword wound and the kicks from the assassins, resulting in the injuries to his internal organs. The injury to his internal organs also aggravated the hidden injury from his training. Now that these two injuries have stacked, how could it be managed? That's not all. The worst part was that after being stabbed by the sword, his wound was not wrapped up in time, leading to the loss of too much blood. For him to be able to stay alive right now is already a great fortune. He shook his head and continued. After such an incident, for third young master to successfully preserve his life and become an ordinary person is something to be highly grateful for. In addition, if he ever partakes in any intense activities in the future, he would suffer from dizziness and painful agony which could even endanger his life. Jun Janshin's face turned blank and pale. It is actually so bad? Don't Divine Doctor have any methods for restoration? Could it be that there is absolutely no hope at all for him? Fang Huisheng gave a sigh and said, I can only tell you the same thing. The human body is sometimes deficient. Even though I am touted as the Divine Doctor, I do not actually have divine skills. Now that all these injuries have come together, I fear that not even an immortal could do anything about it. Old Jun, you wish for your grandson to become a dragon, but that is what everyone wishes for. No matter how earnest your desire may be, one must know one's limits. As he spoke, he produced a writing brush and started writing down a prescription. Follow the recipe stated here and prepare it for him 3 times a day. Prepare it carefully and he may be able to recover a bit. As for his Chuan Kai cultivation, I believe that is no longer a possibility. Grandpa Jun was stupefied. Even Tang Yuan, who was standing beside, stood with a stunned expression. However, who could dare doubt the words coming out from the mouth of this leading figure in the medical profession? Who could have the qualifications to doubt him? Jun Janshin forced himself to smile, his face dark. If he can preserve his life without suffering from any disability and live on like a normal person, that is good enough. As for Chuan Tai, there are many other people within Tangsing Kingdom that have no knowledge of Chuan Tai. However, they could still contribute. Despite saying that, the disappointment within Grandpa Jun's tone was clear to even Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan tried to comfort him. That is true. Just look at our Imperial Court's Grand Preceptor. Is he not merely a frail scholar? However, he could still dominate the Imperial Court, standing below 1 and above millions. Tang Yuan's words were said with good intentions. However, listening to those words caused Grandpa Jun to become enraged, thinking that Fatty was indirectly scolding him. Back then, Grand Preceptor Lisk Shuan Kai cultivation was personally destroyed by Jun Janshin. That incident was the cause of the enmity between these two families, an enmity that could never be reconciled. Scram! Grandpa Jun roared out in anger. Grandpa Jun's roar caused Fatty Tang to tremble and he ran off, nearly crapping himself as he did. Even then, he could not understand what he did to make Grandpa Jun so mad. He was clearly only trying to support Grandpa Jun's words. Feng Huisheng sighed. He packed up his chest and started to leave. Grandpa Jun arranged for a few bodyguards to send him back while he himself sat down beside his grandson's bed. This action from him caused the divine Dr. Fang to feel somewhat displeased. What a huge difference in treatment before I came and after. Turning around, Grandpa Jun found Jun Moxie smiling. He sighed and said angrily, "What are you smiling at, you brat? This senior spent so much effort to invite an expert tracker to protect you. Instead, you decided to be a smart aleck and used some methods to get rid of him. Now look at you. Tell me, what should I say to you now?" Sigh. Grandpa Jun shook his head and sighed. He felt that his lifetime's worth of sighs had all been used up today. "Grandpa, please be at ease." Watching Jun Janshin's face frowning due to concern, Jun Moxie felt his heart turning warm and could not bear to hide it from him any longer. "The diagnosis for Sir Fang earlier was simply a result of my tampering. Truth be told, the state of my body is nowhere near as bad as what he had described." Having said that, he activated his body's Chuan skill and his sickly face was suddenly replaced with a radiant complexion. Jun Janshin was startled and an expression of ecstasy washed over his face. However, before the expression of ecstasy could spread over his entire face, a look of doubt appeared, followed by a look of realization. "I want to hear your reasons. I want to hear every single one. And even your plans." Jun Janshin's gaze turned sharp as he stared at Jun Moxie, as though he was trying to examine this grandson of his and what he was thinking of doing. Jun Janshin immediately turned around and shouted, "From this day onwards, I forbid anything that has ears to enter within 30 zhangs 91.2 m from this room. Anyone disobeys, kill without mercy." A sound of affirmation came from the outside, following which the sounds shoo could be heard in succession. In only a few moments' time, the outside had turned silent. Not a sound could be heard. Hiding the truth from the imperial doctor meant fooling the emperor. Thus, Jun Janshin was being very careful. Jun Moxie, who had been lying flat on the bed, suddenly sat up. Wearing only his pajamas, he tightened his cloth belt and walked off the bed. He sat down onto the chair in the room, his face facing Jun Janshin, who was seated just opposite him. This action from him caused Grandpa Jun to become surprised. It would appear that Jun Moxie's body was indeed fully healed. This grandson of his truly has some good techniques. He had even managed to fool the great divine Dr. Fang. However, Grandpa Jun's face turned solemn. He could feel that what Jun Moxie planned to say would inevitably be something very serious. It might be something that he had no desire to listen to. It could even be something outrageous. Thus, Grandpa Jun had acted to cut off any possible leak in information. As of now, the only one that could eavesdrop on them without being detected by Grandpa Jun would be the legendary Supreme Divine Chuan expert. Judging by how long his grandson had hidden his talents and how he had faked his injuries, Grandpa Jun could sniff out the unusual atmosphere that was currently brewing. He felt that he could even guess what it was that his grandson was going to say, leading to him becoming particularly serious. As of now, our Jun family is in a really dangerous spot, thus I have no choice but to step up. Otherwise, I would have followed my original plans of living the rest of my life as a prodigal debauchee. Jun Moxie spoke. His first move was to slap himself in the face. Unfortunately, I am now the only one left in the third generation of the Jun family. Even if I do not wish to enter the stage, I no longer have that choice. As such, I must not allow myself to garner the attention of the great families or their precautionary measures. This much I understand. It is also one which I have already guessed. Grandpa Jun stroked his beard. On this point alone, your action of faking your injuries has been very successful. I am also pleased with that. In addition, there is the previous action taken by Grandpa. In one night, you shocked all the great families within the capital city. But by doing so, our Jun family's forces have been revealed. Regardless of whether it is your power in the court or the military or even in terms of hidden forces, they are all much too powerful. Such a kind of power is not something that the imperial family could tolerate. At the same time, your actions were actually a great crime. However, it just so happened that your actions complemented His Majesty's plans, leading to His Majesty yielding on that in order to complete his plans to reshuffle the balance of power within the capital city. Secondly, His Majesty was probably taking into account of the past friendship between you two and your countless contributions to the kingdom. Thirdly, Grandpa is already old while third uncle is paralyzed. As for this grandson of yours, I am but a worthless debauchee. All this allowed His Majesty to not feel any doubts towards you. However, this is something that could only happen once and never again. We are already pushing our luck with this. The next time we may not be so lucky if His Majesty were to find out that grandson's debauchery ways are but an act, or if His Majesty were to find out that the news of my heavy injuries were false, then the suspicion within his heart would double. Such an occurrence would cause a calamity to descend upon our Jun family. This is the biggest reason for me to fake my injuries. The Emperor had received news of Jun Moxie's injuries from his daughter Princess Ling Ming, who reported that Jun Moxie was seriously injured. Chapter 82 Do What You Must. Chapter 082 Do What You Must. Jun Jianchen remained silent, but he was secretly nodding in agreement within. What happened back then had occurred because he was in the depths of absolute despair. He had originally intended to die together with all of those people, but was held back by His Majesty. In addition, his grandson had returned safe and sound, leading to a change of heart for Jun Jianchen. Even if what had happened went according to His Majesty's plans, if the one involved was not the Jun family, if it was any other great family, then that family would have been flattened by now. Thinking about it now, Jun Jianchen could not help but feel a great amount of fear. Grandpa, you have chosen to place utmost loyalty towards the imperial family, of that there is no doubt. However, that is only your own choice, Jun Moxie said. Although our Jun family seems to possess a power capable of upending the world, the truth is that our family power is dependent of a single imperial decree from the Emperor. With just one decree, our family would collapse to pieces in an instant. I am not accustomed to such a kind of feeling. I believe that third uncle is also not used to this. I have never liked the idea of placing my own fate in the hands of others. That is why I would rather be a debauchee for the rest of my life. However, my life as a debauchee has been forced to an end. Thus I needed to change. And the change that I want is to place the fate of our Jun family within our own hands. Jun Moxie calmly looked at Jun Jianchen. This is my highest goal and my ultimate intention. It is also the main reason for all my actions. To place our fate within our own hands. For you to have these kinds of thought means having the desire to rebel. Grandpa Jun shuddered as he stared sharply at Jun Moxie. Grandpa, you misunderstood me. In grandchild's opinion, those who desire to be an emperor and those who are emperors are all fools. Especially those who desire to become an emperor whose reputation would spread across the world. Those people are a fool amongst fools. Jun Moxie scoffed and smiled. Even if it means grasping the power to upend the whole world, even if it means overlooking the entire world as its sovereign, even if it means being flanked by beauties everywhere I go, none of those could entice me, none of those interest me. You Grandpa Jun's chest rose up and down in succession. His white beard was scattered in a mess. For Grandpa Jun, who had constantly upheld the ideals of loyalty, these words had profaned the one person he had sworn his loyalty to. If the one speaking was not Jun Moxie, then the person would have been killed long ago. Grandpa, honest people do not beat around the bush. Today I am going to let it out. His Majesty would never allow our Jun family to maintain such a huge amount of power in addition to having a highly capable heir for His Majesty. Such a kind of occurrence could only represent a threat to his sovereignty. My father, second uncle, and my two brothers, sooner or later I will be seeking the answers to what had happened to them. If I find any conspiracy within their deaths, then I will certainly demand justice from whoever is involved. Jun Moxie stated in a calm manner. Very well, since I have accepted my identity as Jun Moxie, it would only be fitting that I do something for this family. In addition, this matter is probably the biggest wound afflicting the Jun family. Grandpa Jun slumped down and gave a sigh. He slowly pondered the matter before standing up and turned around. Back when the first emperor was laying the foundations of Tangsing Kingdom, he intentionally moved the great families of the kingdom into Tangsing City and awarded them with high positions and nobility. There were two benefits to this move. First, with all the great families grouped together, the act of controlling them would also become easier. Secondly, the great families would act to mutually restrain one another, creating a balance in power amongst the great families. With such a system in place, the imperial family would be able to cope with anything that might happen and control everything within the kingdom. With the exception of the Yi family that was removed years ago, the current Tangsing City has the Jun family, Lai family, Dugu family, Murong family and Tang family serving as great families, each located in different locations of the city, each holding onto a mutual understanding of non-aggression. Of course, in recent years there was the addition of the Ming and Song families, but a closer inspection would reveal that these two are but overglorified clowns. They are in no way capable to standing on equal footing with the great families mentioned earlier. The military side is being controlled by our Jun family and Dugu family. Even though Murong family is currently trying to dip their hands into the military powers, they will never succeed as long as Dugu family and I exist. As for the Lai and Ming families, they appear to be our greatest rival. They are always thinking of how to tear us apart at all times. In addition, there are some intermarriages between these two families. As for their successors, the Lai family has managed to produce a peerless talent. Lai Yoran, the danger posed by them would naturally increase as a result. The Song family, on the other hand, have always kept a low profile and can thus be ignored for now. As for matters of the military, our Jun family and Dugu family had always competed against one another in that respect. We would be making a fuss even on normal days. That old thing, Dugu's king and me would always bicker with one another. However, that is not the main point. The main point here is that even though our two families act to keep one another in check, the both of us have dedicated our loyalty to the imperial family. We would not truly go all out against one another. This is something you must remember. This is also the main reason why our Jun family could survive this long within the imperial court. Among the various great families, the Murong family has great ambitions, something worth noting, and yet not worth bothering. Each of the great families has their own thoughts. However, until the day His Majesty chooses to clear the entire structure and change the balance of power within Tingsing, the great families will remain safe. This is something that every one of the great families have come to understand. As such, we are presently at a time where you members of the younger generation move about against one another. We of the older generation would simply observe the mess that you make on the sidelines, but at the same time we are also noting down which one amongst the younger generations could pose a threat. For you to be able to see through this aspect, Grandpa feels very pleased. Grandpa Jun had avoided discussing the subject of Jun Moxie investigating into the deaths of the two generations of Jun family members. Instead, he chose to discuss about the current situation within the capital city. 3 years ago, His Majesty had planned on establishing a crown prince, but after some tests, His Majesty had to let go of that idea. His Majesty decided instead to let the 3 princes compete against one another while he observes from behind the scenes. His Majesty believed that all 3 sons of his are wolves, and in the ensuing struggle between these 3 wolves, the winner would become His Majesty's successor. Jun Moxie sneered, but chose to remain silent on the subject. At the same time, Grandpa Jun gave a bitter smile and shook his head. However, in the end, a wolf will remain a wolf. It can never transform into a tiger, nor could it transform into a dragon even if it becomes the king of wolves. A wolf is still a wolf. Unfortunately, His Majesty does not have any other candidates and could only force them onwards, suppressing them when needed, deterring them when necessary, taming them continuously and teaching them when possible. The old foxes from each great family would most certainly be able to identify this situation. Thus, for the sake of preserving their family, they would never join the struggle between the princes. However, there would still be some people from the great families who would get close to one of the princes. These men would maintain their anonymity and also the balance in power. At present, the only ones with absolutely no involvement with the 3 princes are our Jun family, Dugu family, and the Lai family. Grandpa Jun's words seemed inexplicably irrelevant to what Jun Moxie had said earlier. It almost seemed as though he was talking to himself, and yet it also seemed like he was talking to Jun Moxie. At this point, however, he finally concluded. Thus, as long as you know what you are doing and do not go too far in creating a mess, I will not care about what it is you plan to do. I will only support you. So, go ahead and do what you must. After saying that, Grandpa Jun rose up with a somewhat tired expression. As of now, Grandpa can no longer deny that I am old. I can only watch on the sidelines. As for your 3rd uncle's body, disabled or not, our Jun family, all will depend on your actions. No matter what happens, as long as you do not lead our Jun family down the road of no redemption, that is enough. Jun Moxie's eyes glinted. He had clearly grasped the meaning behind Grandpa Jun's words, do what you must. These words were quite meaningful. No wonder he had given me a detailed analysis of the situation within the capital first. It turns out the gist of what he wanted to say are these words. The meaning behind these words is that I can do whatever I want, while the Jun family will remain as a source of support and yet would not interfere. However, once shit hits the fan, we will fish you out. However, Why did he pause once he mentioned about third uncle's disability? This question was answered almost immediately. Jun Janshan's face revealed an expression of comfort as he looked at his grandson. As for your third uncle's legs, if you really have a method of healing it, you had better grasp onto the current time and proceed. Regardless of what the results may be, it is best for you not to delay it anymore. If you keep delaying, it won't just be your third uncle who is anxious, someone else would be even more anxious. Having said that, Grandpa Jun glared at him and scolded. Can you two, do you take this senior to be a senile fool? One is my grandson, the other is my son, while this is my Jun family's residence. You think you could hide this from me, could you? What a ridiculous joke. Jun Moxie felt awkward. Tapping his nose, he explained. I was simply worried that you would become disappointed if this attempt fails. That would be bad. I have never had any hopes at all regarding this matter. Grandpa Jun blew on his beard, his words shooting out like a punch, severely striking at Jun Moxie. In the event that a what-if actually occurs and you brat actually manage to cure him, did you think this senior would be so stupid as to declare it to the whole world? Would I fear that the whole world do not know about it? If I did that, won't everyone would start moving their gaze and attention towards you two, creating conspiracies after conspiracies to harm you? If you dare hide anything from me again, this senior will smash both your buttocks. I will make sure that the both of you cannot even crawl out the door. Jun Moxie stared in a dumbfounded manner and could only say repeatedly, well, this is it. I tried thinking about saying something, but in the end, I could come up with nothing. Coincidentally, the title for this chapter is Do What You Must. Oh well, goodbye, Jun Moxie. P.S. Anyone who wishes to pick OEM up may use my translation if they want. P.S. If anyone is interested, the racism starts at Book 4 Chapter 95-96. It then continues in the later part of Book 5 as far as I can tell. Chapter 83 Relief. Chapter 83 Relief. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. With a pleased look on his face and his hands clasped behind his back, Jun Jantan slowly walked out of the room. However, as soon as he left the room, his smiling face turned expressionless, exuding an air of stifling venerance. Observing the face of Jun Jantan, the servants figured that Jun Mozai would never recover or be much more than a cripple. Otherwise, why would Jun Jantan's face be as black as soot? Tang Yuan returned home and recounted all the details of this trip to Tang Wanlai, who sighed heavily and thought, I would never have imagined that a mighty military family like the Juns, once full of celebrated generals, would fall to this state. It is indeed a tragedy that their last descendant has no choice but to lead the life of a mere civilian. With much hemming and hawing, Tang Yuan told Tang Wanlai about Jun Jantan's sudden burst of anger. Sure enough, Tang Wanlai, too, burst out in anger, exclaiming, You idiot, you have no idea what kind of jerk Lai Shang is. It was precisely because Jun Jantan broke that old fart's danchin that year that we arg scram. Realizing that his bootlicking was only going to get him into further trouble, Tang Yuan quickly scampered away. Within a day, news about Jun Mozai spread throughout the entire capital. But a while ago, in the capital, there had already been a few rumors that Jun Mozai, the Jun family's hedonistic young master, had turned over a new leaf and was starting to sharpen his martial art skills. However, the leaders of the other families were shocked to hear these rumors. Some even conducted secret investigations to confirm whether these rumors were actually true, tracking Jun Mozai's past movements. Of course, they were not actually scared of Jun Mozai, who was simply a weak young man. Rather, What scared them was the possibility that the Jun family would have a capable successor, helping the family to once again gain power and prominence. That would be terrible for the other families. And today, as the tragic news began to spread, many people sighed with relief, even turning the news into a joke. They laughed at mealtimes about how a useless heir had tried to mend his ways and begin strict training, only to sustain crippling injuries due to overexertion after a few days. At least before he trained he had some Kai to speak of, but now he was completely crippled. What in the world could be more comical than that this time? No one doubted the credibility of the news either, as it came directly from two extremely trustworthy sources. One was Jun Mo Zai's Ridordy friend, Tang Yuan, who personally saw the crippled state of his dear friend. The other was the imperial doctor Fang Hui Sheng, who had personally diagnosed Jun Mo Zai's condition and declared it beyond recovery. Nobody would dare to doubt the news. Those who did were simply making things difficult for themselves. The nobility knew how skilled Fang Hui Sheng was in treating injuries and illnesses. Almost every one of them had once experienced it for themselves. Cultivating an excellent relationship with Fang Hui Sheng would ensure that they could look to him for medical treatment when needed. This was akin to gaining another life. Anyone who dared to express their doubt regarding Fang Hui Sheng's diagnosis would incur the wrath of the public. They would drown in others' spit within half a day. Nobody imagined that trickery was involved either. As a matter of fact, even Jun Jan Tan would not be able to trick Fang Hui Sheng, let alone Jun Mo Zai, who had such little Tai to begin with. I didn't expect that Jun Mo Zai would become like this. Something seems off, Lai Yoren said as he stood in Lai Sheng's residence. With a slight frown, he said, Lai Feng, are you completely sure that this piece of news actually came from Fang Hui Sheng? Certain that it came from Fang Hui Sheng, Lai Sheng said in a weak, aged voice, as he walked in falteringly. He looked at his grandsons with pleasure written all over his face. He thought, Jun Jan Tan, you old bull, even your strength can't help you now. The Jun family is set to deteriorate, and even the gods couldn't change that. You want Jun Mo Zai, a useless idiot, to become a civil servant in the imperial court even if he were exceedingly talented. Do you think I would let him rise to power? You should know, the entire imperial court falls under the control of my faction. With a laugh, Lai Yorn said, since Grandpa is so sure, the Jun family is no longer a threat to us. Lai Sheng nodded in agreement, but warned that's still in the future. For now, we should continue staying out of Jun Jan Tan's way. He's old, but he can still go berserk and kill a lot of people. As he spoke, he gave a cautionary look to Lai Yoren. Previously, Lai Yoren had been kicked and slapped by Jun Jan Tan in public. Although Lai Sheng knew that his grandson could restrain himself very well, he also knew that his grandson was extremely vengeful. Lai Yoren might not reveal it, but he would never forget about this incident, and if given the chance, would definitely take revenge on Jun Jan Tan. In warning Lai Yoren about Jun Jan Tan, Lai Sheng was trying to persuade Lai Yoren to give up on revenge. After all, Jun Jan Tan had already been driven to the point where he was literally a deranged lion. No one would dare to further provoke him, especially so since he had the protection of the Emperor. Furthermore, last night he had displayed his real, unrevealed strength during the rampage that he had gone on, surprising everyone. Any family which had the nerve to challenge him directly would be utterly crushed and decimated by his overpowering strength. Jun Jan Tan could even totally wipe out some of the weaker families belonging to the major families. He was not someone to mess around with. Lai Yoren smiled and said, "Don't worry, grandfather. I won't do such a thing, I'm not that reckless. However, it's fine if I trifle with Jun Mo Zai, right? Someone who just lost their Xuan Kai will probably be drinking away their sorrows. Furthermore, grandfather, I guess you and Jun Jan Tan probably won't care too much about the affairs of the younger generation, right?" With indifference in his eyes, Lai Shan smiled and said, "Just don't cross the line." His 4 grandsons agreed in unison. Inside the imperial palace, the emperor leaned back into the throne, his back propped up by a soft cushion. With a calm countenance and slightly squinted eyes, he looked at Feng Huisheng, who was standing in front of him respectfully. After a long silence, the emperor finally asked, "So did Jun Mo Zai really become?" "Yes, your highness. Based on what I saw, there is definitely no faking it," Feng Huisheng replied confidently. Brushing his beard out of habit, he continued, "Jun Mo Zai has always behaved improperly, running amok and committing outrages. However, if he were to mend his ways and become an honest, sincere citizen, it could still be considered a blessing for the capital." "A blessing for the capital, ha ha ha!" The emperor laughed mildly and closed his eyes gently. "Then, I shall take my leave." Feng Huisheng bowed deeply and left the palace. After Feng Huisheng left, the corner of the emperor's mouth turned up ever so slightly, revealing his relief. As of now, Jun Jan Tian was as good as on a 3-month-long holiday. To an outsider, Jun Jan Tian seemed to have changed his temperament considerably. He seemed to be rather downhearted and discouraged after what happened. He took a series of actions which many felt were out of the norm, even bordering on outrageous. Even the emperor took the trouble to specifically send someone to express his condolences to Jun Jan Tian. For example, on a random day, Jun Jan Tian walked out and flew into a sudden rage, shouting, "Why are there so many trees in this area? Cut them all down, the weather's turning cold and I can't even see the sun. What kind of nonsense is this?" As such, because of his order, an area of about 5 to 6 li in circumference around the Jun family's residence became a flat piece of smooth ground, completely barren of life. Another time, Jun Jan Tian looked at the perimeter walls and shouted in anger, "These walls are so short, we might as well allow thieves to walk through our front gate as they please. Make them taller." As such, his men worked overnight to double the height of the originally 20-foot-tall walls. Furthermore, out of the blue, Jun Jan Tian also ordered for at least 5 feet of thistles and thorns to be placed at the top of the walls. Even a bird would not dare to perch on top of these walls. Furthermore, as if he were growing disdainful of his crippled grandson, or had gotten addicted to starting large construction projects, Jun Jan Tian actually split his courtyard into 3 smaller ones. Each was surrounded by the same high walls on all perimeters, and Jun Mo Zai was locked up within one of the courtyards. The 2 adjacent courtyards were given to Jun Wuyi, who had the left one, and Guarn King Han, who had the right one. The 2 extra courtyards were extremely useless and took up more than half of the Jun family's residence. Jun Jan Tian lived alone in the other half, from which occasionally the sound of something being shattered would resonate. The servants of the house could only quietly tremble in fear, and even passers-by would lower their voices. Chapter 84 Gramps' New Course of Action. A few days later, Grandpa Jun suddenly developed an interest in building a tall tower right in the center of the garden. He dug out the roots of the various flowers planted there and had envisioned a 7-story structure to be built here. Not only that, he even constructed an observation outpost at the top to help monitor the surrounding areas. Grandpa Jun often took a stroll to meet with several of the ministers who were in the neighborhood, and his accompanying entourage would create a ruckus. Also, during night time, the neighbors would be able to suddenly hear the sounds of horses' hooves and the deafening battle cry of the soldiers who were up and training hard. Even though this training did not matter very much to Grandpa Jun, in the vicinity of his residence, the few households of the officials that were present there were completely scared witless. They were pressured to such a point that they decided to spend a huge amount of money to purchase houses elsewhere and move out of this neighborhood. Then, Grandpa Jun gave the order, and all of these abandoned houses were completely demolished without anybody ever having the chance to move in. Having nothing else to keep him occupied, Grandpa Jun made his regular residence guards also undergo harsh military training every single day. The servants working at the Jun residence also leaked news on the daily practices of their master. Whenever Old Man Jun had nothing else to do, he would continue to keep drinking to drown his sorrows and get completely drunk. The feeling of despair that Grandpa Jun was experiencing was something that everyone could understand. If one saw a ray of hope out of a tough situation, and then, if that hope was taken away from them, they would surely feel absolute despair. Thankfully, though, Grandpa Jun had an extremely high tolerance for alcohol, so he would not lose his sanity after drinking. In fact, one could understand his grandson, who was a worthless debauchee, who finally decided to change his ways. But soon, he had gotten the news of him being killed. As he was about to go berserk, he received the message of his grandson being alive. Mosai being alive was sure a joyful event, but he was still hurt, and upon examination, it had been determined that he had become a cripple. This whole episode of ups and downs would have disastrous effects to one's heart. Wasn't this just fate toying around with people? Such a dramatic sequence of ups and downs, even if experienced by people with extremely strong minds and hearts, then them not going crazy with despair itself would be extremely commendable and praiseworthy. Everyone thought, if I encountered such a situation, I'm afraid that I would have long since completely collapsed and might not even fare as well as that Old Man Jun. Considering that Old Man Jun had to face multiple situations one after another, his behavior isn't abnormal in the slightest. Poor old thing. It was like the heavens themselves were playing around with him. He was already fortunate to not have gone insane. However, as long as I'm not a part of the misery, all is fine. That was a mindset that everyone shared. Even His Majesty the Emperor, who was always wise and brilliant and shared more or less a similar thought. Within the Jun family's residence, inside the residence of Jun Mozai sat across Jun Wuyi. Jun Mozai had a joyous smile on his face and poured out some wine into his uncle's cup. The wine was extremely exquisite, and it was so clear that one was able to see the bottom of the cup very clearly. The wine that was poured had been slightly chilled and had an extremely fragrant smell. This wine was capable of intoxicating a person with its smell alone, even before they had a chance to drink it. The wine being discussed here is Baijiu, which happens to be colorless. I never would have thought that you would possess this kind of an ability, Mozai. This wine really is a masterpiece among all wines. All the so-called high-class wines that I've had before are trash when you compare them to this. Comparing them is akin to comparing the mighty heavens with the earth. Jun Wuyi took a sip from his cup lightly and savored the remnant taste in his mouth, and his eyes showed signs of intoxication. In another corner of the house, 4 big and burly warriors were cowering over a smithy. One was wielding a hammer, other pushing on the bellows and other work that a blacksmith did. A hot flame was burning so brightly that it had almost turned silvery white in color. On the inside of those flames, there lay a large piece of iron which burned with a fiery red color. One of the guys slowly took the iron piece out with a pair of tongs. The warrior sniffed the air, taking in the lovely smell of the top-class wine which was lingering in the air. He energetically raised his sledgehammer up and brought it down with full force on the piece of burning hot iron. But, even under the immense pressure of the sledgehammer, the piece of iron did not show much of a change in its appearance, which signified that this little piece had reached a frightening level of purity and hardness. This is the forging process which is used to remove impurities from a metal piece. The more you forge, the purer the metal. Young master has said that as long as we hammer this piece of iron to his satisfaction every single day, we would all be able to drink a whole pot of that amazing wine every day. Gotha's wine. This was an exquisite and carefully crafted wine that had reached a level that not even the emperor himself could have ever tasted, let alone these four brutish warriors. Top-class wine, exquisite wine. This is just something that I brewed up to drink when I felt like it. Drinking that damn piss you call liquor is really unbearable. Jun Mozai closed his eyes while enjoying the wine and slowly spoke out. Uncle, I heard that my grandfather got drunk for the first time when he drank my wine. I heard that he did indeed get drunk. Jun Wuyi unintentionally frowned and then shouted, "Never talk about your elders behind their backs." Jun Mozai touched his nose and, still in high spirits without giving up on the subject, he asked, "I heard that Grandpa started to sing loudly when he was drunk and also inserted his head into a pig's head that was meant to be served for dinner. I thought he might stick something else in American Pie flashback." Editor lol, this made me crack up so damn much. You're simply looking for a beating, you little brat. Just stop talking about this and tell me, why the hell did you tell that the wine was actually this strong? Jun Wuyi was quite amused and distressed at the same time as he continued, "Your grandpa already not attempting to beat you to a pulp is already quite fortunate for you. Did you know that he had to sit and wash his beard for the whole afternoon to clear the filth from it?" Oh, Jun Mozai sighed meaningfully and said loudly while grinning, "Grandpa really doesn't have any tolerance for alcohol at all. Just stop talking about this already." Jun Wuyi did not intend to continue to talk about this subject. After all, it was his own father that they were talking about. How about you? Shouldn't you be preparing yourself and get ready? A look of sadness flashed past Jun Mozai's face as he raised his cup and drank like he was drinking to bury his sorrows deep within himself while he let out a long sigh. A few days earlier, Grandpa Jun made a sudden, whimsical decision to solve the problem of Jun Mozai not having a sparring partner. Due to his extremely low cultivation level and considering the fact that they had to safeguard the secret about Jun Mozai's health, he had decided on a unique and novel solution. It was to have Gwarn King Han spar against him. It was from then on that his life had turned into a living hell. In truth, this was just Grandpa Jun's prank on his beloved grandson for hiding his intentions and potential for so many years. He definitely needed a beating. Jun Mozai felt really helpless. Against this sister-in-law of his who did not marry, he couldn't just kill her with one move, right? However, if he wasn't able to subdue her as quickly as possible, wouldn't he just become a punching bag for her? After all, he had been cultivating the art of unlocking heaven's fortune for a period of time that was less than 2 months. How could his level of cultivation be compared to Gwarn King Han's, who had been cultivating her Xuan Kai since she was a child and was now about to break into the Silver Xuan Kai realm? Not only could he not use his skills as an assassin, but instead had to compete with his own sister-in-law using power alone. This was practically nothing but slaughter, as he was trained as an assassin, not as a fighter. Truth be told, Guan King Han had absolutely no interest in sparring with this brat, but since Grandpa Jun had requested this of her, she couldn't refuse. So, she had reluctantly come to spar with him. But, after the first day, she realized that it was particularly addicting and fun to abuse and beat up this guy till her heart was content. The feeling it gave her was very, very comforting. Editorkov Skortakov. Also, since there went in a more lecherous stares from Jun Mozai, this especially put Guan King Han on her guard, but it lowered the uncomfortable feeling that came from Mozai in the past. Not only that, there was another reason that made her want to come over every day. It was the new type of wine that Mozai had brewed with fruits. It had a very sweet taste, quite stronger than the average wine. The taste was akin to being in paradise, and you couldn't find it anywhere else. She loved it since the moment she first drank it. She could beat up her brother-in-law to vent out her anger and frustration, while also being given 2 pots of that exquisite wine as a reward with no consequences for her actions whatsoever, even to the point where Grandpa Jun encouraged her to beat Mozai up more than 8 to 10 times a day. Who wouldn't love to have such a job? Oh boy, Jun Mozai sighed, and then he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Uncle, did you gather all the necessary herbs that I had requested for? It has been quite a long time, and you should've almost finished collecting them all, right?" Jun Wui sighed and said, "Intestinal cracker flower, common heart grass, and persistent severing root have all been collected by me in vast quantities. However, I've not heard of anything about the blazing heart meridian. And as for the 9-leaf grass, this is a relatively rare herb that very few people use, and it is not very easy to find. A few days ago, I found out with great difficulty about the news that Jin Zhang Trading Company managed to discover 3 stalks of the herb and were transporting it to the capital. I quickly arranged for people to go and buy some. However, I didn't expect that by the time they arrived, the stalks had already been bought by some other people." "It was bought?" Jun Mozai warily asked. He sat up straight and said, "Unless it were for healing blocked meridians or injuries to them, one should not need this herb. But how is it that now, at this critical juncture, it was bought? Was it because some news leaked out from our Jun residence and someone is plotting against us?" Chapter 85. I really can't fight. "It was bought?" Jun Mozai warily asked. He sat up straight and said, "Unless it were for healing blocked meridians or injuries to the meridians, one should not need this herb. But how is it that now, at this critical juncture, it was bought? Was it because someone from our residence released the information, and someone is trying to plot against us?" "It is unlikely." Shaking his head, Jun Wui remarked. "The fact that the Jun family has been looking for this herb is known by only a few, and even fewer know that it is me who has been looking to obtain it. It is impossible for anyone to make a connection with us purchasing this herb to the fact that it is crucial for my recovery. Alas, it is only a fateful coincidence. Don't tell Maze the will of the heavens attempting to hinder my efforts to restore my health and heal my injuries." Jun Mozai frowned and bit and started to pace around in the room in an unhurried pace. "Just like in cooking, there are 5 flavors, namely sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. It is possible for numerous ingredients to bring out a similar flavor, but it would be possible for me to find a suitable replacement for this herb to concoct the medicine. It's exactly the case with this medicine. If I replace it, the effects of the medicine might be at a lower level and in the worst case, lacking in the requisite strength and nothing more. But yet, to make a medicine which is not optimal. Third uncle, I would like you to order your men to find out who was it that stole this herb away from us. I have already launched an investigation into this incident. But this happened just recently and not much time has passed since then. Hence I have yet to uncover more details on the buyer, John Wooyee said with a light smile. He did not seem in much of a hurry, and to comfort Mosai, he said, "Third nephew, it has been so many years since I've lived like this, it does not matter to me much if my recovery is postponed by few more months. It's all good, it's all good." John Mosai's face grew solemn, and he lifted his cup to slowly sip wine while seemingly in a dazed state. It was as if he was pondering something, and John Wooyee had no clue what this scheming nephew of his had immersed himself in. John Wooyee decided not to disturb him, and proceeded to entertain himself and enjoy the amorous wine. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps could be heard approaching the room, breaking the tranquility within the room. Hearing the familiar footsteps, John Wooyee broke out into an involuntary smile. Warren King Han slowly walked in, dressed from head to toe in a pretty, white dress. She looked just like a snowflake, wafting in with a beautiful appearance that seemed to be extremely pure. But as she slowly neared John Mosai, he felt a huge pressure weighing down on him as if a massive iceberg was pressing down on him. Not only that, this tender-looking sister-in-law of his let out such a cold aura that one could feel their bones freeze up till their very marrows. When people would look at this beautiful woman who had skin like jade and with such a cold disposition, they would even feel her heart had become cold a long time ago. As for the sparring sessions with Warren King Han, John Mosai had tried to protest against this arrangement many times, but it was to no avail. John Mosai knew his own fighting capabilities, and it wasn't that he had a lack of skill. In fact, when talking about skill in which one could kill his enemies in his previous world, if John Mosai claimed that he was second, no one would ever dare to claim to be first. But this was something that his grandpa did not know, and he wanted to keep this secret from him. So, despite all his attempts to avoid the daily spar, Grandpa John had firmly rejected him. Especially on the first day, when Grandpa John observed the absolute abuse that his grandson faced in the hands of his granddaughter-in-law, he left saying only one sentence. This sentence simply was, "I am extremely satisfied. Continue to beat up this brat to an inch of his death without any mercy." For John Wooyee, today would be the first time he would get to see his nephew beaten up. For this past month, this nephew of his had always been outsmarting him each time, leaving him extremely frustrated. Hence, John Wooyee had absolutely no intention to let this opportunity to vent his anger and frustration on his nephew escape. After all, such perfect opportunities were few and rare. "I really can't keep fighting with my sister-in-law. I don't want to keep up with this pointless charade and get beat up every single day. Also, it's extremely embarrassing to get beaten up by this beauty all the time. So, what do? I do go all out. I don't know how to hold back, and I attack with the intention to kill. Impossible. She is my sister-in-law, although she does hate me. This alone can't justify her death if I kill her, right? Also, the one she hates is John Mosai and not me. That lecherous bastard sure deserves this and even some more. There are some things that a man should never do unless a man has an enmity with a woman to the point of no return, where it would only end with one of their deaths. One should never lay a hand on a woman. By deciding to not use vicious methods, the evil monarch did not have many ways to deal with his opponents, especially when facing opponents like his sister-in-law who had a cultivation far above his own. Having a much higher skill in martial arts when facing such opponents, even if they would give him a handicap, the difference in strength was something that John Zai could never overcome using wits and tactics alone. This made him whine constantly. Guan King Han stood there motionless, looking as if she was a lovely snow lotus flower, refined, lofty, and unattainable, but at the same time she was also aloof, cold, pure, and noble. "Can we not fight today?" John Mo Zai made a pitiful expression, and continued, "I can give you 2 more pots of wine as compensation. What do you say?" No. Guan King Han glared at him coldly. Her fine hands, which seemed to be carved out of jade, shot out in front of her and they glowed with a blackish color 9th level of Xuan Tai. "Are you ready?" Guan King Han looked at John Mo Zai with an apathetic look within her eyes. There was neither anger nor joy within her expression. She just simply viewed him as an extremely durable sandbag. "Bar if not for the wine that I give you, would you be as enthusiastic about this? Heavens, you don't actually spar with me. All you have found is a justifiable reason to beat me up. I truly am unable to fight back." Ready? John Mo Zai was extremely furious. John Mo Zai's plan to conceal oneself deeply and hide their true potential surely had a positive effect, and this was the cause of Grandpa John's hope. But it also had a negative effect along with it. The grandson of his hiding his abilities from him certainly made Grandpa John extremely unhappy, and this sparring session with Guan King Han was completely arranged by him to get revenge against him for hiding his abilities, or to put it into better words, open revenge. This was something he could only say within his head and curse, but never out loud. The most annoying thing was that he had more than enough means that were required to deal with this puny woman, but he could not use them as he had to restrain himself. He could easily settle this situation, but instead he chose to constantly deal with this tyranny and abuse. Was he becoming a masochist? The most tragic thing in all this is that I don't know when Grandpa will end this punishment. If admitting something could end this punishment, I would honestly say 3 words to Grandpa: I am sorry. If this punishment had a deadline, I hope with all my heart that it is the very next second itself. Just as John Mo Zai was letting his imagination run wild, he unexpectedly saw a light, soft, snow-colored hand which was covered with kai flying straight at him. This punch, seemingly out of nowhere, was actually Guan King Han cheating in order to finish up the task of beating this brat up in the shortest possible time, and then carrying back 2 pots of his fine wine to drink in leisure. She had little interest in spending any more time that she had to with this perverted guy. Although this guy's behavior had seemingly changed recently, it could very well be him trying to put up a front. No matter, she had no interest in spending a second longer than she had to with him. As the fist came flying forward, making a whistling sound in the air, her muscles were also making a light noise along with her movements. Par par par. It was just akin the sound of the light falling rain on a summer morning, very compact, crisp, and sweet. John Wooyi only raised his cup of wine, savoring its taste and watching the scene being played out in front of him. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw the disparity in strength that was being displayed in the spar. Father's idea for punishing third nephew is truly wonderful. Arwat. As John Wooyi was leisurely thinking, his eyes suddenly constricted. His earlier expression of boredom and casualness suddenly turned into a solemn one. His gaze was firmly fixed on John Mo Zai, and he did not even bother to put his cup down. Jun Mo-Zai's sudden movement caught his complete attention. Before Guan King Han had thrown a punch, she had also planned to follow it up with a decisive kick. These two moves were performed one after the other in an almost fluid motion as if it had been practiced a countless number of times. But, in the face of these moves, Jun Mo-Zai's body slightly made a small turn before his elbow shot out. Just as this happened, Jun Mo-Zai retracted his elbow back and then, at the very next instant he was knocked to the ground by the punch-kick combo. This small action seemed extremely insignificant and also obscure, but Jun Wuyi was someone who had been a general and had faced countless of enemies on the battlefield. To him, this was an extremely thrilling observation. In the battlefield, one had to pay an extremely high attention to his enemy's moves. Even a second of carelessness could result in instant death. Jun Mo-Zai's subconscious reaction to Guan King Han's move, although it was quickly pulled back. Who was Jun Wuyi? He was an Earth Xuan Tai rank expert. He could clearly see every move of Jun Mo-Zai, and he clearly saw that elbow was directly aimed at the larynx of Guan King Han. If Jun Mo-Zai had followed through with that move, it surely would have been Guan King Han's doom. What was more important was the timing of that action. It was placed exactly between the interval of the two moves. One should know that Guan King Han had been practicing cultivation since she was a child, and her moves were performed almost at the same time. The almost fleeting moment between those two moves was practically insignificant, but it was still a flaw in her move. Jun Mo-Zai had capitalized on such a small flaw that barely existed. If he had actually carried out the move, Guan King Han would have had no opportunity to react to this unpredictable blow that was timed perfectly with her only flaw. Chapter 86 Terrible Instinct. Please give a big round of thanks to Jeff, Steve, Morris, GSI and ADF.LIP for sponsoring this chapter. Due to the huge gap in cultivation that existed between Jun Mo-Zai and Guan King Han, even if Jun Mo-Zai managed to hit her anywhere else on her body, he would most likely be unable to cause her any injury. However, the human throat was extremely weak, so it was a very crucial and vulnerable point of the body. Not only that, the human elbow was one of the best parts of the body to use as an offensive weapon because of its ability to bear and disperse stress. By striking the weakest part of your enemy using one of the strongest parts of your body, it is definitely possible to overcome an enemy that is much stronger than you. Especially in this case since it was simply a one-hit kill. This single strike was enough to land a fatal blow. So, Jun Wuyi was extremely shocked and surprised. Was Mo-Zai really so clever, or maybe it was just a simple coincidence? Jun Wuyi cleared his mind and watched the spar in front of his eyes with concentration and rapt attention. He carefully watched each and every move that was made, and though it seemed like move after move would only hit Mo-Zai and served to beat him up, in Jun Wuyi's eyes, a completely different scene was being played out. Just before each of Guan King Han's moves would hit Jun Mo-Zai, Mo-Zai's body would make slight actions and all it needed was put force behind it, and that would have been enough to kill Guan King Han. Sometimes this occurred more than once between her moves. Jun Wuyi stayed silent and carefully observed the scene in front of him. This move, Mo-Zai dodged to the right and has clearly raised his middle finger a bit while forming a fist. If you trace where that is pointing towards, that is Guan King Han's brain. That was another one of the weakest parts in the human body. This move, the precision and movement of Mo-Zai's knee action is sharp and swift. If he had not retracted it in time, it would have hit her vagina, another fatal weakness of the human body. Heart, the temple, spine, after that the eyes, throat, ears. Warren King Han seemed extremely spirited and happy at the fact that she got to beat up this perverted brother-in-law of hers. Jun Mo-zai was trying to strenuously avoid her moves while moaning and groaning, but Jun Wuyi, who was watching from the side, was completely stunned while sweating in fear from head to toe. While he was sweating profusely, Warren King Han continued on with her onslaught of blows without stopping at all. Every few moves, Jun Wuyi would slightly cringe with fear on the side. With his superior eyesight and knowledge, he could easily see the danger in which Warren King Han was in with each passing move. The pitiful Warren King Han, who had unknowingly faced death a countless number of times, was still enthusiastic about beating up Mo-zai without a clue of what could have happened to her. Jun Mo-zai was constantly releasing a subtle killing intent, so it was understood by him. Plainly horrible. Even Jun Wuyi, who was an Earth Xuan Tai realm expert, with all his powers of concentration, could barely keep up. This, just like the saying goes, like father, like son. A dragon would not birth a sheep, and an observer who could see this would be scared to death. He did not even dare to interrupt this delicate little game of death, lest his own words prove to be a form of distraction to Jun Mo-zai and he accidentally lose control over his concentration, leading to Warren King Han's death. These movements of Jun Mo-zai were too sharp and fast, so even if Jun Wuyi's legs were intact and perfectly functional, he still would be too late to stop the inevitable. Finally, it was only after Jun Mo-zai was knocked down 10 times before Warren King Han decided to come to a halt and did not continue to pursue him any further. From start to end, she had not said a single word. Without talking much, she simply picked up 2 pots of wine before she left for her own courtyard. Also, she had no expression of anger. Her face was precisely the same as before, extremely cold. In spite of all that intense action, she did not have a bead of sweat on her, while Jun Mo-zai looked completely beat up. This task for Warren King Han was practically one of no difficulty. After all, he had a pitiful cultivation level, so it was quite reasonable. Jun Wuyi stared blankly at the departing figure of Warren King Han, while his mind was still reeling in shock. According to his calculations, in the earlier fight, if it was a real life or death battle, Warren King Han would have died at least 47 times by now, and every single time, Jun Mo-zai actually forcefully withdrew. What kind of a frightening battle strength was this? A person who was at the 4th level of Xuan Kai was capable of fighting with a person at the 9th level Xuan Kai. Not only that, this person was also about to break in the Silver Xuan Tai realm. To overcome the level and realm difference and to still be able to fight on an equal grounds, would this record be broken by his nephew? No, it was already been broken by him. And the most terrifying part was that all those movements by Jun Mo-zai were instinctive reactions and were completely controlled by his subconscious, but what he did was actually forcefully withdraw his strike each and every time. What did this show? What did this mean? Jun Wuyi was completely drenched in cold sweat. This showed that the act of killing had already been ingrained to his very bones, so he could make these moves even if he was completely unconscious or asleep. Even without thinking, even without considering, he would be able to attack naturally by identifying the enemy's weakness and issuing a fatal blow. Killing was already an instinct. Only in this way would such be the case. So many people has he killed to hone this skill and perfect it to this extent. Even Jun Wuyi, who was a veteran of many wars, was afraid to think any more of this matter. He was used to seeing blood and gore on the battlefield caused by the soldiers, experiencing numerous assassinations of cold-blooded killers, but all of those people had been personally trained and raised. Even then, Those people with so many kills under their belt were quite insignificant when compared to his third nephew, who could act without even thinking, had never seen someone who was so adept at killing. Monster. There were no simple strikes within his moves. Each move would have only resulted in death. Killing had been completely melted into his bone until it had become his first reflexive action. And this terrible, cruel, demonic monster who was so strong was actually his nephew, the one the whole empire had termed and recognized as a waste. Jun Mozai. Jun Wui groaned and slowly closed his eyes. What the hell am I seeing? I must surely be dreaming. If it's a nightmare, please let me wake up from it quickly. Nightmare? If Jun Mozai can have such powerful strength, why would it actually be a nightmare? It was at this moment that Jun Wui remembered that Jun Mozai had urged his father to stop the sparring matches by saying, "I am truly unable to fight. The grandson of the general cannot fight." At that time I heard these words. The first reaction that father had was to kick his ass severely and then point at the door screaming, "Get the hell out." At that time, when I also happened to hear these words, I almost burst out laughing. It was simply too funny. Unable to fight, of course it cannot just be understood as an inability to fight, but it might also be thought of as. And now completely understood the real meaning behind those words. Jun Mozai was unable to spar. He would kill. There was purely due to the extreme killing techniques incorporated onto his blood, soul, every inch of his body, to every inch of his bone, muscle, and every nerve. If military soldiers had such skill, even when facing 1,000,000 troops, as long as he had strength left, he would not fall down, and his enemies would become nothing more than a pile of bodies which could be lined up to form a mountain. If assassins had such techniques, it would only give rise to the rumors of the mysterious killer in the continent. Whichever person had that kind of skill could transform it to preserve life and usurp death. To such a person, killing was already an habit, an instinct or a pinnacle of art, and even a supreme achievement. Just like a grandmaster artist would be able to blend in all what they see and capture the feelings within, a martial artist could also do so. This was the dream of all warriors and assassins, but no one had ever been able to reach the pinnacle of killing. However, Jun Mozai, his nephew, could do it. Was that even likely? Jun Wui had a lot of questions that he wanted to ask. Where was it that this brat learnt to kill? How did he even practice? More importantly, what did he practice? Jun Wui felt that his nephew was so mysterious, and he was unable to see through him. Although his current cultivation was only at the 4th level of Xuan Kai, from his earlier performance, one surely couldn't look down on him. Chapter 87: Getting to the Bottom of the Mystery. Chapter 87: Getting to the Bottom of the Mystery. Jun Mozai calmly patted off all the dust on his robes as he slowly got up and sat down lazily on the chair. The injuries he suffered were practically insignificant to him, and they really weren't even worth mentioning. The art of unlocking heaven's fortune was running at full power and rapidly healing him. After all, Warren King Han did not really mean to injure him or attack with killing intent. The injuries he suffered were just superficial. Suddenly Jun Mozai felt something and looked up to find his third uncle, a veteran of countless battles, looking at him up and down with a shocked manner. His eyes betrayed how horrified he felt, and if one looked deep into them with scrutiny, they would find that they contained a hint of fear, a trace of surprise, and even a flash of horror. In the end, how is this possible? Jun Wui stared with his eyes almost popping out and continued, "Who was the one that taught you such skills? A person of the legendary supreme divine Chuan rank." Jun Mozai was startled for a moment. Then, he understood what had actually happened and broke into laughter. After a long while, he raised his cup to drink the wine in one go and said, "To have honed such a skill, one must have the heart of a killer." Jun Mozai said smilingly. "Third uncle, is the real question you are trying to ask how many people I have killed to reach my current state?" From the look on Jun Wuyi's face, Jun Mozai understood. His shrewd third uncle already had seen through his instinctual actions. Even though they had been suppressed in a timely manner, there would still be an action no matter how small it was. Perhaps Warren King Han could be fooled. Her strength was too limited and her insight was very lacking. But who was Jun Wuyi with his high level of Xun Kai cultivation, experiences from numerous battles, and the opportunity to observe the fight from a third person's perspective? How could he not see the truth? Jun Wuyi grunted and snapped at his nephew, Mozai. During war, in the battlefield, enemies take each other's lives and that's the natural course of order. But Yao, you have never joined the army and were still able to learn to kill in such an effective manner. How is this possible? This ability of yours is not possible unless your hands are completely drenched in the blood of countless people. Jun Wuyi's trembling voice became angrier. You have always been inside the royal capital. Did you use civilians to achieve this? Third uncle, you've experienced countless life and death battles and hence seem to think in such a way. It is not necessary to kill and slaughter to hone a killing technique to such a level, Jun Mozai calmly continued. In fact, as long as you can truly familiarize yourself with and understand the human body, its every bone, every joint, and every nerve, then this would all come to you naturally. Jun Mozai closed his eyes and said, the human body, irrespective of sex, has 206 bones. That is to say, there are also 206 joints from the body over the thighs, both around, up and down. A fierce blow to any of these places can be extremely deadly to the existence of a person, and, no matter how a person moves and how well they defend, there would absolutely be some place that would be left completely defenseless. To fight would involve the usage of bones and the movements of joints. While using maximum force at some points of the body, the other part which is not being used becomes a flaw, a fatal flaw. Once you find this flaw, then the part that he is using also becomes a part of the flaw. Since all these details on your enemy becomes apparent, it would become quite easy to find a countermeasure against him. I had told Grandpa that I'm unable to fight. The truth is, I'm unable because if I did fight, there would be only one result. Sister-in-law's death. In fact, today, she could have died numerous times, over 100 times at the least. I wonder if third uncle was able to count all of them. Jun Mozai, his eyes glittering and teeth showing while he grinned, said, I have to admit that I've become accustomed to this instinct of placing my blows at the weakest links in a human body. In this world, the best understanding of the human body is possessed by doctors, but third uncle, you would have rarely seen doctors who are killers because most of them only learn how to cure and heal. Jun Wuyi stared blankly and was stumped for words. He then angrily said, You're just twisting words to force logic. This is an idiom here. Jun Mozai sighed and said, In fact, third uncle, since I've grown from a baby to now, you've watched me grow up. 2 years in between, though we did not meet often. But Grandpa's spies were always following me every single day, every hour of the day, and maintained a detailed record of every action I did. It was even to the extent of where I slept every night. Not only that, they also recorded the length of time I spent with each woman, who the woman was, her family's background, and also her ancestors in complete detail. Uncle, Do you truly believe that I really possess the ability to kill quietly in spite of all this? Don't you think such a thought is completely absurd? Jun Wui didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked on, utterly stumped. Editor, I'd probably choose to cry. Well, that's me. Is there really something such as a natural killer? Jun Wui stammered, his mind in complete chaos. What he had just learnt completely defied his common sense, and looking at his nephew he felt completely perplexed. Jun Mo Zai secretly wiped the cold sweat off his brows as he quietly relaxed and felt at ease. Oh my goodness, third uncle nearly caught me. To fool this third uncle really was not a simple matter as I thought it was. Editor, it was OMG at first. Just saying. But how would you be so knowledgeable, and your achievements are also very high? This is your identity too. Jun Wui did not give up and continued to ask further. Uncle, ever since your nephew came to this world, I have never killed anyone. Jun Mo Zai said deeply, and within his eyes, one could see a hint of loneliness and longing. This was a look of absolute sincerity and honesty. This expression was too real, and anyone who would see this would feel that he had said the truth, the absolute truth. This was indeed the truth, but the words that Jun Mo Zai said, ever since your nephew came to this world, he was not referring to Jun Mo Zai, rather Jun Zai, the evil monarch. At this point, the little lowly maid walked in and bowed down cutely before saying, "Third young master, there is someone here to see you. He has told me he had to report something very important and it was urgent." Then she looked at Jun Mo Zai covered in all dirt and she felt pity for him. Poor young master, he has been abused a lot recently. He has also been very nice these past few days, so he does not deserve to get beat up this ruthlessly. Jun Mo Zai quickly said, "Just let him enter." Finally, it seems it is time to help third uncle recover. Not much time passed when a man dressed in all black walked in with a steady pace radiating an aura of strength. His face was calm, and when Jun Mo Zai looked at him, he could tell that this person's talent was not bad at all. Good. Very good. General, we have identified the person who bought the 9-leaf grass. Who is it? Jun Mo Zai and Jun Wui simultaneously asked. The young master, his name is Tang Yuan. The man looked up at Jun Mo Zai and was hesitant to speak the name. Tang Yuan. Jun Mo Zai suddenly shouted out with surprise and said, "For Fatty Tang to buy the 9-leaf grass, has something happened within the Tang clan? I do not know this, sir, for now." Jun Wui and Jun Mo Zai, the nephew-uncle duo, both looked at each other for a long time without speaking. The messenger bowed down and quickly left the room without making a sound. The information was not leaked. Jun Wui mused softly. "I suppose not," Jun Mo Zai replied, his eyes twinkling, and then he frowned. But why did Fatty have to buy this herb? Mo Zai thought for a moment and said, "Third uncle, I remember you had said that the discovery of this herb led to 3 strands of it." "Yes. So, I just have to get Fatty to spit out the other 2 strands of the herb for my use." Jun Mo Zai gasped deeply and thought. Fatty Tang had lost a lot of things during that gambling bet, and he had saved his ass. If he didn't tough out these 2 strands of the herb, he would ensure to make Fatty run faster than a rabbit. The fat bastard would still be getting it off cheap. Jun Wui let out a faint smile as he looked at his legs, revealing a faint trace of emotion. "Finally, I only have to obtain one last medicine, the Blazing Heart Meridian." Chapter 88. I do not have the herb, you have it. Chapter 88. I do not have the herb, you have it. My goal is just a step away now. Jun Wooyi felt his heart beat faster with excitement and eagerness to know the outcome of the treatment. Without further ado, Jun Mozai immediately left to pay a visit to his beloved friend, Tang Yuan. He was afraid that the idiotic fatty might have wasted the herb or spoiled it. If he had to personally find the herb again, it would cost the Jun family both time and money, not to mention the mental anguish and the ginormous effort required for the search. As for matters such as these, the longer one delayed, the more prone the situation was to turn into misfortune. Placed on a sedan, stretched and laid back, third young master Jun Mozai slowly arrived at the Tang residence. He came to the door only to be greeted by the sight of a big round meatball-shaped human walking out from within the residence wearing a skin-colored gown. Today, Tang Yuan, the Tang clan's young master, wore a dress which was characteristic to his physique to such an extent that very few would find something amiss if rice was served in a bowl with him as a meatball dish on the side plate. "Brother, how come you came here today? Has your body completely recovered from its injuries? You probably came over because you were stifled and bored and wanted to play with your brother, right?" Tang Yuan looked at Jun Mozai with a pleased look, and his voice contained a hint of concern, but one could plainly see the joy and sincerity within his actions and words. "I came to see you." Jun Mozai lifted the sedan's curtain and continued. "What, are you going out somewhere?" "I am going to the magnificent jewel hall to enjoy and bid on a few items. There is actually some good stuff there today. Grandpa let me go to have some fun today." Tang Yuan reached inside his robes and brought out a big stack of bills and money. He whistled and clapped in excitement, and his face was lit up just like a laughing Buddha this time. "I was in fact ordered to check things out properly and look out for some exquisite items. I was even handed such a huge pile of money." "Jun Mozai, I say that we both go there and bid together. What say?" "I don't believe you'll porn your wife this time, right?" Jun Mozai jested. "Hey, don't mention those measly things." Tang Yuan's perfectly round and white face had a few black lines and wrinkles all over as he continued to speak. "I was framed and set up during that time. If we played under normal circumstances, your brother here is simply the gambling god who is spoken of within the legends. I wish I could believe that broken mouth of yours. In fact, I might be better off believing in the existence of ghosts in this world rather than that mouth." Jun Mozai wrinkled his nose and his face on a whole became solemn. While ignoring the invite made by Tang Yuan, he got straight to the point and asked, "Don't be in a hurry to leave and spend away your wealth. There is something important because of which I've come looking for you." "What is the matter? Let your brother know all your worries." Tang Yuan blinked a few times and said earnestly, "I heard that you bought 3 strands of 9-leaf grass from the Jin Zhang Trading Company. It's something that I need quite urgently because of my current injury. Take it out for me right now." Jun Mozai was quite direct with what he wanted and said it straight to Tang Yuan's face. "Who actually told you this? This is just treating me unjustly. I don't know what this 9-grass leaf is." Tang Yuan shivered while his fatty body flushed red in excitement. "I've bought this stuff." "What 9-grass, 7-grass? I simply don't know what this is." Jun Mozai's face fell and he retorted, "Tang Yuan, you tell me that you don't know? Your father. I'm talking to you now with great difficulty here, and you bastard actually have the guts to say that you don't know. If it wasn't for me, I wonder where your precious sword and piece of jade would have been. I should have flushed them along with you down the toilet." "I really don't know." Tang Yuan was visibly anxious as he jumped about in place, and while gnashing his teeth, he began to swear. "Brother, Would I dare to even attempt to fool or hoodwink you? I surely have no clue about this matter, and if I'm lying, let I, Tang Yuan, be turned into a toad this very instant. A Jin Zhang Trading Company. Just as Fatty Tang finished his oath, he suddenly yelled out loud, "Damn it, Mo Zai, did you just say the Jin Zhang Trading Company? You are not deaf, are you? Well, at least that is established now." John Mo Zai hummed with displeasure and looked at Fatty, wondering if he was playing a trick on him. Although, on the surface, he didn't seem to be acting out a scene that was contacted by one of our branches. Tang Yuan, his cheeks puffed up and eyes wound up in a way that they were perfectly circular, continued to speak. "I gathered all the precious herbs that I could find, and with the help of Grandpa, I even procured a lot of them from places far away from here. I actually bought all of these for you, that is. I plundered every chemist's shop to collect them in a box and sent it over to your family's estate." Talking continuously without pausing, Tang Yuan continued, "There were a lot of herbs that I had found and packed all of them together in the boxes that I sent over. I have no clue to what in the world were the exact contents of those boxes. Anyway, if you're telling me that I actually bought all of this 9-something herb, it would surely be in your house inside the box." John Mo Zai lightly coughed while speaking. "That didn't you just send some 100 Jin hoist or something? 100 Jin hoist is Viagra. You guys are 16, ed so soon. Editor, the image is very disturbing, but I wonder, can you destroy a builder using only your family jewels? Brother, it isn't your fault. Your brain is probably very confused, right?" Tang Yuan rolled his eyes while continuing to speak. "I sent a lot of things to you. Actually, the things were divided into 2 layers, and in the first layer, within the hundreds of herbs, were many which have amazing qualities, but not so rare. It was beneath them that I hid all the precious and rare herbs that I had to spend an extensive amount of money to acquire. Before I could explain everything to you, I was actually scolded by your grandpa. I was even worried about the herbs getting spoilt without being taken care of properly. Brother, those were something which I had to strengthen my heart to part with." Then, Fatty Tang concluded, "So I do not have the herb. You probably have it." John Mo Zai reeled from shock after learning this, and almost fell off his sedan. He pondered for a while before letting out 3 words from his mouth: "I have it." Suddenly he held no more interest in interacting with Tang Yuan, and wanted to head home as soon as possible. In case the box really did form molds and the herb got spoilt, it would be the most terrible outcome. Damn, this Fatty causes a lot of trouble. Editor, I support Fatty. Who was the smart assassin that got rid of them? Tang Yuan pulled a long face and said, "What are you so anxious about? You're still recovering from your illness, and rarely do come out. Since you have finally come out, let's go to the magnificent jewel hall together. I heard that they have a lot of good things over there today. You and I can go in and take away all the good stuff." Fatty then pulled out a sheet of paper while licking his fingers to twist open the paper. Then he pointed at the contents, shouting excitedly, "Look, jade ornaments, jade glass flowers, seabed jade coral. These are all extremely good items. I don't have the time to horse around with you." John Mo Zai rested back onto his chair, but just as he said those words, his head turned back reluctantly and then suddenly stared back at Tang Yuan before swallowing a mouthful of saliva, which made him seem like he was swallowing a chicken's egg whole as he made a noise, "Yua," and suddenly said, "Well, sure, let's go to the hall together and see what we 2 brothers can acquire at that place." He then arranged for a bodyguard to go home immediately, so that he could inform Jun Wui immediately about the 2 boxes gifted by Tang Yuan, and shift all the things out while carefully putting away each of the items within. He also instructed him to bring over some money for him to spend at the magnificent jewel hall. This sudden change in his attitude was because he, the 3rd young master, had found out that in this auction's list of materials, there was an impressive item which he wanted: the blazing heart meridian. Fuck, this is really beyond being lucky anymore. It's like being blessed by the heavens themselves. Coming all the way over here was not a waste of time after all. Magnificent Jewel Hall. It was a place which could even make the majority of the Tanzang Kingdom's highest officials dream in fantasy and go crazy. It was a place which was for the consumption of nobles. This was Tanzang Kingdom's largest auction house, but it was much more than a simple auction. In the kingdom, to find the best treasures, it would be an extremely tough challenge which would almost to never succeed even in decades to come. However, whatever treasure you could think of, this place would certainly have it. As long as you had enough money, even gods and demons can be your slaves. These words, whether in Jun Zai's past life or the present, were very suitable. Food, drink, playthings, killers, robbing tools, mysterious beasts' hide and fur, superb magic weapons, the best decorations, and even men and women as slaves. One could find everything. It was too much. You just had to think about it, and it was impossible not to find it. Just after walking into Magnificent Jewel Hall, no matter how luxurious your original lifestyle and how rich you were, you would realize that you still lacked many things in life. One would realize that there were many things that they had yet to try. They would feel that their spiritual and material life had been extremely barren. So, in order to not spend all that you own and become completely broke, the average person would want to come out and not let his thoughts or judgment get clouded by this treasure paradise. Chapter 89 Magnificent Jewel Hall. Chapter 89 Magnificent Jewel Hall. Of course, Magnificent Jewel Hall was not a place that anyone could enter as they pleased. It was a place catering to the elite. But at Magnificent Jewel Hall, they gave face to the Tanzang Kingdom, and inside their place, one of the biggest box was reserved for the royal family of the Tanzang Kingdom. Irrespective of if someone from the royal family came or not, this place would always be reserved and kept ready. Several other countries also enjoyed this privilege of having their own private box, but of course, when compared relatively to the royal families, they were smaller. In the Tanzang Kingdom, each of the major families had a balcony of their own, but each of them had to pay a substantial amount of reservation fee on a regular basis, and because of this particular rule, no other family was unhappy. In contrast to other auction houses around the country, in addition to the limited number of rooms, almost all the other seats had a fixed seating, which were basically in the large hall. And, if the youngsters of the major families actually were seated in the hall, it wasn't even the least bit loss of their face. So, Magnificent Jewel Hall's box area had already transformed into a special status symbol. It was extremely rare for people with newfound wealth to be added to this exclusive guest list. In addition, Magnificent Jewel Hall on the surface seemed as if it was only interested in making money like crazy, and that it wouldn't be interested in government affairs and would not interfere either. However, if there was any fugitive who escaped to the Magnificent Jewel Hall and hoped that they would receive their blessing, they would have been delusional. Magnificent Jewel Hall would just tie them up and charge them of their crimes, and would actually save the time of the officials to hunt down the criminal. Regardless of who you are, trying to stir up trouble in the Magnificent Jewel Hall is the biggest mistake one can make. Jun Mo Zai closely looked at the wide gates that appeared before him. These were the tall majestic gates which were the entrance to the magnificent jewel hall, and though third young Master Jun had never set foot in here, he too knew the workings of this auction place. Here at magnificent jewel hall, almost every day they would have an action to sell off items, but the items of great rarity, the ones which were priceless, were only sold in the auction once a month. And today happened to be that very special day. And always during this period, the magnificent jewel hall would be extremely lively. Another biggest oddity of this magnificent jewel hall was the items that it would auction. Almost no one knew the origin of these items, and no one had ever seen the magnificent jewel hall perform any form of acquisition or let people pawn items for money. Were all the items manufactured by they themselves? This had become a really big puzzle. Fatty Tang seemingly had come over here more than once as he turned and greeted a few of the bodyguards stationed over there. Jun Mo Zai followed Fatty and left behind 8 of his bodyguards to collect money from the others he had sent over to his residence, while the rest moved in with him. As Jun Mo Zai was walking, he suddenly frowned. This magnificent jewel hall is really not a simple place. Since the time he had walked into the door, there was at least 5 or 6 times that different spiritual awareness swept through him, inspecting his whole body, and at every corner this made Jun Mo Zai's heart to beat faster. According to his calculations, the cultivation of all those experts was surely at the Jade Xuan Tai level. This was just assessing the strength through internal inspection. Behind Jun Mo Zai came 2 groups of people, each of them emitting an eerie murderous aura. This was something that Jun Mo Zai was most familiar with and could absolutely not be mistaken. And one could see the heavy tension between the 2 groups. It was just like armies facing off each other on the battlefield. Jun Mo Zai immediately concluded that the 2 groups following him were definitely not friends. Moving forward and walking up the stairs behind Tang Yuan, Jun Mo Zai suddenly seemed to slip on a step and stagger back. He took this opportunity to glance back and saw 6 people in black walking the other way. Both the groups walked into 2 different boxes. One of them was covered by a curtain which was embroidered with a golden tulip flower, while the other had a black cloth curtain on which there was an elaborate embroidery of a white snow lotus. At this moment, the hall was already overcrowded, but everyone was sitting comfortably and the whole atmosphere was calm, harmonious and peaceful. A waiter was walking around with a tray, and although the number of people was enormous, it was extremely quiet. After all, these people felt that they were not eligible to run wild inside the magnificent jewel hall. Inside a box, Jun Mo Zai looked at the insides of his own box to observe the Jun family's box. There was a white curtain upon which was drawn a huge blood-red colored orchid flower, and he couldn't help but smile. Since the Jun family had bought this box, Grandpa had seemingly come here less than 2 or 3 times. Grandpa surely does not know how to manage wealth well and still paid regularly to keep this box. He really gave magnificent jewel hall too much face. Those 2 boxes belong to whom? Jun Mo Zai pointed out to the boxes that the 2 groups had just entered and asked. Chapter 90 Jade Sea Coral. Chapter 90 Jade Sea Coral. Those 2 boxes belong to whom? Jun Mo Zai pointed out to the boxes that the 2 groups had just entered and asked. Bro, do you have a fever or something? Is your head really muddled? Tang Yuan stared at him and said, those boxes belong to the 2nd and 3rd prince of our kingdom. All the 3 royal princes have their boxes in a line, side by side. Don't you even know this? Your father asked you a question, and you dare be disrespectful? Do you even remember what happened at the 1,000 Gold Hall? Jun Mozai rolled his eyes and stared at him. Tang Yuan grinned and his face resembled a Buddha as he thought, I've never seen this guy's over here at the magnificent Jewel Hall, but he recently did help me out in my time of need and did a big favor. He can be arrogant because of that, and I owe him one. He patted his own plump cheeks and said, I'm the one who has fever and I'm confused as my head is muddled. Jun Mozai stared at him. He knew that he was a crafty bootlicker and simply closed his eyes, ignoring him completely. He was then contemplating in his heart, the people who went into the two princes' boxes unexpectedly were releasing killing intent and were seemingly assassins. This was really weird. Did these men by any chance have anything to do with the assassination attempt a few days ago? If so, I must verify this account very carefully. After all, I also suffered at the hands of those fiends, and was not only stabbed and kicked mercilessly but was also left a step away from death. I did not even have a chance to repay the damage done to me. As a man, I cannot live in this world after suffering from such humiliation. However, which emperor's son was the one who orchestrated that assassination attempt? In the case of accusing a good man of wrongdoing, it is wrong, but it does not matter much as these men have wronged their own flesh and blood. Mozai, Lai Feng, and his accomplices have also come, and next door to us is the Ming clan's box. Tang Yuan whispered while gnashing his teeth. Those bastards. Sooner or later, I want to take special care of those bastards. Since that day where he realized that these boys had played a trick on him and he had almost lost his wife in the game, his heart filled up with hatred and he clenched his fist in anger. But recently, in the capital, Grandpa Tang had warned everyone that one can't easily make black white and vice versa, and it'd be best to not provoke his most precious baby grandson. Oh, the adjacent box, so close. Jun Mozai let out an involuntary smile and said, Fatty, today, I shall promise you one thing. If you agree to one of my conditions, I shall help you vent out your frustrations. What do you think? The humiliation I experienced in that gambling game was something I've never faced before. As long as you can help me with this resentment of mine, whatever your conditions may be, I shall agree to them. Today, in this auction, I have a few things that I absolutely must win. But I do not want people to know that it is me who has bought it. Jun Mozai said bluntly, I do not have much money right now. I want your help to outbid others and give me the products later on. As long as everything goes down well, I'll also let few of those mongrels make wish that they were dead instead. What is this? Tang Yuan retorted with anger and visible displeasure. Is this how you treat your brother? If you want something, I'll buy it for you. We two are brothers. What is the need to talk about all this? You are so serious that it tarnishes the relationship that we share. Tian relationship. Let's go all rainbow here. That's not the case. We sure are brothers, but that comes later. I never would take advantage of others and would never let others take advantage of me. Jun Mozai grunted. This sentence was a code that he lived by in his past life, and he staunchly believed in it. Okay, I agree to you as long as there is some retribution to those bastards. I'm all yours. Jun Mozai smiled, and then closed his eyes to concentrate on letting out his spiritual awareness. His target, of course, were the adjacent box and the boxes of the two princes. Using the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, he could disperse his spiritual awareness out and would be able to notice even the slightest fluctuations in his surroundings. Although he was not using his eyes to see, This was in fact much more effective than him using only his eyes to observe, as nothing could escape his notice under his spiritual awareness. Then after a moment, this exceptionally silent hall became even more quiet, and one couldn't even hear the sound of a person breathe. The curtain on the stage slowly opened up, revealing a colorful stage, and there appeared to be a purple-colored stone on it. This was inlaid with hundreds and thousands of colorful precious stones, and light was shining and reflecting off this, completely covering the stage. When people glanced at this, they would feel like they've entered a dreamland and feel extremely comfortable in an ethereal state. The whole look was magnificent to the extreme. An old man was standing in front of a purple table, and behind him stood two dazzling women holding a tray. The two women were wearing a silver-colored body-fitting dress, and as a man would lay their eyes upon them, they couldn't help but have nefarious thoughts within their brains, irrespective of how strong-headed they usually were. Under the bright lights of the stage, and coupled with their stunning innate beauty, they did not look like humans, but rather like two fairies who had descended from the heavens to grace everyone with their presence. After a few polite words of greeting, the old man did not continue to bother with the pleasantries and immediately came down to business without beating about the bush. This man was this auction house's seasoned veteran. He knew that no one was interested in him expressing his thanks or his greetings and welcoming message. All they cared about was him to drop his hammer down and begin the sale of items. The first item for auction is 6 consecutive items were auctioned out, though each one of those can be considered as rare and exotic, but most of them were merely decorative items. These items were something that Jun Mozai was obviously not interested in. In the adjacent room, and the boxes of the two princes also displayed an extreme lack of enthusiasm when these items were bought out, and there was no noticeable activity. These items, all of them, fell into the hands of some rich businessmen seated in the halls down below. But going with this trend of sky-high prices, Jun Mozai felt somewhat weary. After all, the Burning Heart Meridian, although rare, it is just another herb with good healing abilities and decent efficiency. It is not a particularly life-saving herb, and could not even be placed on the list of top-ranking herbs. But if this trend continues, by the time they bring out the Burning Heart Meridian, I'm afraid it will fetch an astronomical price. In traditional auctions, the items were bought out in the ascending order of the value they might fetch. How can this be? Don't tell me that I'd have to employ some other trick. To make up for things his guards had bought back a few million taels of silver. Jun Mozai frowned thinking of all this. Suddenly, Jun Mozai felt some discussions happening in the room with a Lai and Ming family members with his spiritual awareness, and he opened his eyes to look at Tang Yuan and said, "They really want whatever is next, it seems, and both of them want the same article. Moreover, the Lai family seem to be more interested in it and are looking quite concerned." Jun Mozai could clearly understand from the fluctuations in their room that the people in the room were experiencing the feelings of being elated, anxiety, and excitement. It seems that the next item is something that they've long waited for. The next article of this auction. I believe each and every one of you have heard of the jade sea coral. The amethyst and mixed corals are something which we have seen and cannot be considered as truly being rare, but the strain of jade sea coral that we have here today is something which has appeared for the first time in the Tanzang kingdom. Even in the whole continent a few might have seen such a high-grade coral. At least until today. This old man here has never seen such a precious treasure. The old man smiled gently, and the silver-clad girls behind him walked forth, carrying a tray in their hands. With a slow action of their hands, they unveiled the tray, which was covered in a red silk cloth, which made the whole hall sit at the edge of their seats and await in anticipation. "Fatty, those guys want this stuff. Make the starting price as a big one, and immediately shout it out. Do not give anyone else an opportunity to bid at all." John Mosai smiled and called out. With his spiritual awareness spread out, he could clearly feel that when the jade sea coral appeared, those people's hearts heated up quite a bit, and combined with the fluctuations that he felt earlier, he was completely sure that their trip to the auction house this time round was simply because they were determined to win this piece of jade sea coral. With such a good opportunity being presented to him in a lovely silver platter, how could he not help but intervene and mess up things for them? "Are you sure this stuff, if we bought it, it is at most a beautiful decoration piece?" Tang Yuan exclaimed with eyes becoming completely round. Sure." John Mosai nodded his head and continued, "Rest assured. There is no need to worry." Tang Yuan, without the slightest bit of hesitation, said, "Understood." He never even took a moment to consider if what John Mosai said was reliable or if he had hidden intentions. Tang Yuan chose to directly believe his brother completely and unquestionably. As the red silk cloth came off, the whole body of the Winterberry-colored jade sea coral was revealed in front of everyone's eyes, and it issued a crystalline brilliance, but at the same time gave off the effect of being extremely soft and delicate. The coral was a foot in breadth, 3 feet in length, and was 4 feet in height. Such a large piece of jade sea coral, even if it was of the ordinary kind, it would have fetched a lot of money, not to mention this rare Winterberry one. "Tien Ross, did you order that Winterberry one?" Winterberry jade sea coral, a foot in breadth, 3 feet in length, and 4 feet in height, with the earth element force. When placed at home, it would help in the process of cultivation of Chuan Tai and also strengthen your spirit. The starting price of this would be 120,000, and each increase in bid is to be of 10,000. Please place your bids now. Just as the old man's voice faded away, a voice rang out in the auction hall, echoing and booming throughout. "I bid 1 million. This voice belonged to none other than the Tang clan's young master, Tang Yuan. All of a sudden the audience made no movements nor any sound, almost all at the same time. A pair of 100 eyes turned to look over, and there stood Tang Yuan trying to stand straight with a lot of effort, his big belly staring at all proudly. "Are you kidding? Starting price of 120,000, but you went ahead and called the first bid at 1 million. Don't you even want others to bid, even if you are determined to win? You do not need to be so extravagant. One ought to slowly increase the price, and maybe for this, it might reach a price of 500,000. But to directly call a bid of 1 million on the first bid, isn't that a bit too much? This is sick and evil." Everyone had these thoughts ringing in their heads and looked over at Fatty with annoyance. "Tien, too smart, I like." Chapter 91 Big Trouble. Chapter 91 Big Trouble. In the next room, Main Haizhu and Lai Shen's face instantly grew unsightly as they heard this. Say hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, although not a small number. For them it wasn't too much either. It was a number that they could afford without much difficulty. And after the loss that they took in the 1,000 gold haul, these kids' pants were taken down and were beaten till their asses turned black and blue. And this trip that they made here was under specific directions. Their aim was to acquire this jade sea coral at any cost. Magnificent jewel haul. 3 days before each auction, it would routinely send to every major family in the Tanzang kingdom a list of all the items which were to be auctioned on that particular day. And When Lai Yorn reviewed this list and saw this jade sea coral up on the list of items, he immediately sent out an order. The Lai family must get hold of this jade sea coral at any cost. In fact, this auction listings was regularly sent to the Jun family too. But the Jun family never seemed to participate in any of such occasions, and over time, they stopped sending the list to the Jun family's residence. Besides, Jun Moyi's intention to collect herbs for his treatments were extremely secretive. In fact, only 3 people in the Jun residence knew about the whole situation. If it wasn't for the coincidence of me running into Tang Yuan today, I'm afraid that we surely would have missed the chance to obtain this burning heart, Meridianthort Jun Mo Zai. This particular jade sea coral, although valuable and has excellent properties, it is but secondary and only serves as an auxiliary item for cultivation. However, to Grand Preceptor Lai Sheng, who had a broken Dantane, this was a magic treasure which could ensure longevity. There was hope for recultivation because Lai Yorn had found out from a reliable source that, using this special type of jade sea coral along with some special methods, it was even possible for one with a broken Dantane to cultivate again. How fortunate would the Lai family be if Lai Sheng could cultivate again? And this effect, only a select few in the entire Tan Zhang kingdom knew about it. Lai Yorn had been long looking for this secret, but it had always eluded him. If Lai Sheng could prolong his life by a few more years or decades to the Lai family, how much of a benefit would it be? So, this piece of jade sea coral might just be an expensive piece of decoration, but to the Lai family, it directly affected their future. Now that this has appeared in the auction, it was a great opportunity, so the Lai family was determined to obtain this jade sea coral, and Lai Yorn had ordered Lai Zhang and Meng Haizhu to obtain this item at all costs. If Lai Yorn knew that his meticulously thought-out plan would be broken down today, he would surely have taken this issue up personally and would not have left it for his lackeys. The Ming and Lai family teaming up with these 2 families' extreme prestige. If they bid early on, with a huge amount, they would be able to intimidate all the other interested parties. This was the big plan that they had come up with in order to acquire this item without much difficulty. How would they have expected that they would encounter this fatty today, their old enemy? Not only that, Jun Mo Zai, with this spiritual power spread out, had already realized their intentions completely. But this was something which no one knew. Though the old man on the stage was a well-experienced auctioneer, the loud shout by Tang Yuan still managed to startle him completely. For a long time, there was complete silence in the hall when suddenly one could hear the gnashing of teeth and a shout, "I bid 1.2 million. Lai Zhen really braced himself to let out this bid. In reality, though, this was not the maximum of their budget, and they could go more as much as 2 million, but it was just in a hope that it might scare Fatty Tang away. Without even faltering a beat, Tang Yuan roared at the top of his voice, "Fools, are you trying to scare me away with this pitiful amount? I bid 2 million. Fatty really and truly shouted out with all his heart. This activity to make those annoying guys bleed was an especially fun and enjoyable activity. Lai Zhen and Meng Haizhu next door almost vomited blood as they heard this. For this bidding war, Lai Yorn had handed them about 2 million taels of silver. These guys had estimated that though that piece of jade was rare and precious, it would go for about 1 million in the worst-case scenario. 2 million was definitely a lot of money and totally excessive. The two of them even were plotting on how to seize some of the leftover money and pocket it. They were planning on taking it as a compensation for their losses in the 1,000 gold haul. Now, All of their plans were spoilt as this damn fatty had been calling ridiculous prices and forced them to go even beyond than what they could. As for asking Lai Yoren for reimbursement for the money they might be spending extra, they did not even dare to imagine that. 2.4 million. This was Lai Zhen's voice. He was already extremely angry, with his face turning green to blue to purple from the rising frustration and anger, and shouted, "Tang Yuan, do you really want this jade sea coral? This stuff is absolutely of no use to you. Just give it up." "Bullshit, how do you know that this is useless to your father? Even if it is useless to me, why are you spouting this rubbish? What is it to you? You believe you are very smart and intelligent." Tang Yuan grunted and stamped his foot down, making the whole box tremble, and shouted, 3 million. Even though the walls of these boxes were soundproofed, but with all the yelling, everyone could hear the commotion that was taking place. Meng Haiju's voice sounded out a bit, stammering with anger. 3.5 million. After he called out, he jumped out and came to the door of the Tang family's box and shouted, "Fatty Tang, because of the incident at the 1,000 Gold Hall, you already extorted my family of 2 million taels of silver, far beyond what your losses were. What do you want now? Your behavior here is clearly unreasonable. I'll be sure to remember this in the future." "You two are really strange." Tang Yuan was the first to bid 1 million on this piece of jade. No other person was interested. There was no haggling. He clearly had won the bid. But it was clear that you deliberately bid later on to increase the price of this item. It is you who has malicious intentions against him. This, everyone here can see and testify to. Now, how come you accuse my good friend here of your crimes? It wasn't Tang Yuan who said these words, but Zhun Mozai. He continued, "Now you tell me, isn't it your Lai and Ming family which is being unreasonable?" As Zhun Mozai said that, in the opposite box of the Tanzang royal kingdom, there sounded a girl's soft voice which sounded pleasantly surprised. Zhun Mozai's. This voice was full of joy, excitement, full of relief. "Zhun Mozai, this is none of your business. Don't poke your nose into this." Meng Haiju's voice sounded with his face livid and voice full of anger. The last time he had seen him, it was when he was out to teach this debauchee a lesson and swindle him. But the whole plan blew up in his face, with him losing all of his money. Because of this, he had to face a family discipline action by the elders at his family. But this did not end there, as Tang Yuan had come back later and then blackmailed him for additional 2 million taels of silver. The injuries he had faced after the beating had not healed yet, and seeing these two together now, it did not really bring pleasant feelings to his mind. My affair is his affair now. Cut the crap. If you want something, then take out the money. If you have no money, then get the hell out. Tang Yuan shouted like a madman, with his belly fat rolling all over the place. "I bid 4 million. Would you dare fight your father? I is filled with money. I'll tell you something. I've so much money that I cannot simply burn it away fast enough. Now, do you dare?" Everyone in the hall was looking up astonished. On one side was Lai and Meng families together, while on the other you had the Tang and Zhun families. This clearly had become a fight between these four major families to vent out their grudges and resentment, and ceased to be a simple bidding war. Everyone simply watched on discreetly with their mouth closed. Grandpa Zhun had just caused a bloodbath in the capital recently, and the blood on the streets had not even dried up yet. Who would have the courage to cause trouble? Fiercely swearing, Meng Haiju was trembling with anger, standing outside the box. He really wanted to walk out of this whole mess, but in the end did not dare to go against Lai Yoren, as he would have his teeth broken, and would also have to swallow it back down with his blood. With frustration, Meng Haiju shouted, I bid 5,000,000 taels of silver Tang Yuan. Do you have the guts to compete with me? Jun Mo Zai squinted slightly. With his spiritual awareness spread out, he could easily pick up every fluctuation in emotions of the people surrounded by his soul's power. He could make out that Meng Haizhu was close to the point of hysteria. He also knew that this was probably the highest number that Meng Haizhu and Lai Zhen would be able to scrape out for Tang Yuan to bid any further. It would simply result in drilling a hole through their pockets and having to take home that piece of jade. Tang Yuan understood and laughed. Young Master Meng really has a deep pocket. 5,000,000 taels of silver paying 10 times more than the 500,000 that this piece of jade is worth. I really admire you. Admire you from the bottom of my heart. Actually, this young master has not enough money to continue, and am willing to give this piece of jade to you. He then leaned over and whispered into Meng Haizhu's ear mysteriously, Young Master Meng, in fact, I did not have any money at all today. I was just bidding for fun. Meng Haizhu's eyes suddenly became round and wide, staring at Tang Yuan with a pale, trembling finger pointed at him. He stood there for a few breaths of time before coughing up blood and staggering back. Young Master Meng is extremely weak. A fatty just casually said that he had no money. Jun Mo Zai repeatedly shook his head as he looked at the shivering Meng Haizhu as he fell to the ground and then contemptuously said, You cannot even stand such a simple sentence. A real contemptuous. Chapter 92 Extremely Shady. Chapter 92 Extremely Shady. Shaking his head, Tang Yuan retorted, It is truly despicable. In fact, I have some money with me to use for the bidding. But if I did not have sufficient money, I dare not outbid others. This is the magnificent jewel hall. After all, even if one had to admit the truth, they still would have enough face left to live. If not, I'd rather suggest to hang yourself from a tree to save face for your family so that they can at least come out of the house in peace. But it seems that your family has given you a lot of money to spend so casually on such a cheap item. The whole family is looking to despise and scoff at others, truly looking at others with disdain. As the whole farce on the Jade Sea Coral came to an end, it was Meng Haizhu who paid 10 times the amount to obtain it and seemingly won the bidding war. But, in the eyes of all those present, there was nothing but contempt for Meng Haizhu, and they truly despised him. To buy an item worth a maximum of 500,000 for 5 million could not even be considered thrifty anymore. It was simply in the realm of insanity. But, at the same time, Meng Haizhu also received a lot of sympathy from those in the hall. They all thought that this young master was short-sighted and even conceited. He went a bit overboard and received the appropriate rewards for his actions. This Jade Sea Coral was something that Tang Yuan was clearly determined to win. After all, Tang Yuan shouted the price of 1 million straight out after the item was bought out, and this bid of 1 million was much more than the Jade Sea Coral was worth, while the Lai and Meng duo were clearly trying to drive up the price of this item to make things difficult for the Tang family because of their familial disputes. Just that, he had not expected that although the other party seemed to be determined to win this item, but in the end they played their hand a bit too forcefully with a 10 times bid, because of which Tang Yuan had no option but to withdraw from the bidding war. But this foolish action by Meng Haizhu was simply tantamount to shooting oneself in his own leg. What goes around comes around. A karma surely exists. People who were watching Tang Yuan sighed and thought, "Our kid, you are simply too naive and simple. If you had simply started to bid on this item slowly and carefully, you might have just bought it. There was no need to rush and bid like crazy, making your intentions known. When one watched the expressions of Lai Zhen and Meng Haizhu, it was unexpectedly the same as Tang Yuan's, but Tang Yuan's expression was actually the one which depicted taking joy in calamity and delight in disaster. He was exceptionally happy of playing such a dirty trick on them. How was it to shoot yourself in your own feet, you bastards? Tang Yuan outwardly showed the expression of the one being the victim here and others having ganged up on him and taken advantage of him while he suffered a big loss, but inside his heart he was delighted. Lai Zhen and Meng Haizhu were both driven to the extent of poverty by him and looked like complete fools in front of others. This not only helped him vent his frustration, but also let him have his payback at his enemies with interest. It was comfortable feeling. He was happy. It was simply great. At this time, the servant of the magnificent jewel hall walked over with a tray carrying the jade sea coral which was covered with a red silk cloth. Lai Zhen and Meng Haizhu were gnashing their teeth and their heart was bleeding with pain. However, they still managed to squeeze out a smile in the end to keep up pretenses. If these two simply continued to cry their hearts out and felt saddened by this turn of events, then that was one thing. But, despite them having a heartache, they also felt a glimmer of relief, and this immediately caught Zhang Mozai's attention. The origins and the true mysteries behind this jade sea coral was something that he had asked Tang Yuan about, but he too was unclear about it, and this led to him having more doubts about this. This stuff seems to be exceptionally useful to them, and looks like they want to obtain it all cost. What is useful and advantageous to one's enemy is extremely disadvantageous to oneself. This is not good. I must destroy this opportunity no matter what the use of this is. In short, only when it becomes useless will Zhang Mozai feel at ease. Wow, this is the precious jade sea coral worth 5 million. Surely enough. It is like even the fart of an immortal is outstanding. Zhang Mozai laughed and chided as Lai Zhen stood there and carefully received the jade sea coral. At the same time, Zhang Mozai let out a soft whistle before nudging Tang Yuan gently with his toe. Tang Yuan immediately understood Zhang Mozai's intention, and suddenly put on a solemn expression, looked at the jade sea coral and sighed, and with a sad face said, "Third young master Zhang, what is to be done before I came down here? Grandfather had given me an order to obtain this piece of jade and bring it back home, else he'd give me a beating. But now, you see, your elder brother here might actually get killed." The words spoken by him were not whispered, and Lai Zhen and others could easily hear all that was said clearly. Upon hearing this, they somewhat felt a lot better from their previously depressed state. They now realized why this guy was bidding so high, and also what gave Fatty the courage to go almost all out. But thinking of all this, they now felt a bit pleased with themselves. They did not expect that they had unexpectedly managed to defeat Grandpa Tang and inflict damage upon Tang Yuan. Really, it was great. Zhang Mozai curled his mouth, and his face changed into a dismissive attitude and said, "Well, isn't that just a piece of jade sea coral? What are you guys getting so flushed and angry by struggling over something like this? This is something that my family has several of. I, your father, say with confidence that it is not rare at all." What? Lai Zhen's face instantly reddened as he shouted, "Zhang Mozai, you little braggart, your Zhang family is already so poor and it is on the verge of collapsing and on the decline, yet you still claim to have such a good item, even several of these. Are you not worried that you might die by choking on that big glib tongue of yours?" Zhang Mozai suddenly jumped up and sprang to his feet, and then angrily rebuked Lai Zhen. "What are you talking about? Several of this type of jade sea coral was bestowed upon my grandfather by His Majesty the Emperor. Not only that, those are much bigger than this one that you are holding. I'm really surprised at your stupidity and ignorance. Lai Zhen laughed and said, "This is really ridiculous, John Mozai. What does a bumpkin like you know about what this is? This is a Winterberry Jade Sea Coral, a Winterberry Jade Sea Coral. Do you understand? I really cannot be bothered to talk to you. My family also has such jade sea coral. They are so big." John Mozai wildly gestured with his hands. "Fatty Tang has seen them. I am not lying to you." It seemed that John Mozai simply did not believe that Lai Zhen understood what he was trying to say with his gestures, and hence even made Tang Yuan his witness. John Mozai got closer to Lai Zhen to show how big his jade sea corals were in comparison to the ones Lai Zhen was holding. As John Mozai was gesturing, he seemed to draw out a size of more than double of what Lai Zhen was holding, and then snorted in disdain as he said, "My family's items are much better than the one you are holding." But, as John Mozai was gesturing wildly, in his heart he was secretly executing the art of unlocking heaven's fortune at top speed and directing it towards the jade sea coral. He suddenly felt a faint trace of air current coming out of the jade sea coral. Upon coming in contact with this, he found that his Xuan Kai in his body became much more dense and significantly became active. So, it turns out that this piece of jade sea coral is extremely useful for cultivation of Xuan Kai. John Mozai snorted in his heart. But this ore is somewhat similar to my own exquisite Hongjun Pagoda. With an intention from his mind, he prepared to take in these streams of gas into his own meridians and assimilate with his own Kai. But, as he did this, he suddenly felt extreme discomfort. He realized that inside his own consciousness, the exquisite Hongjun Pagoda had started rotating, emitting a white mist which actually pushed out this foreign gas from his meridians. "They repel each other," John Mozai exclaimed as he squinted his eyes. At this time, Lai Zhen was simply seething with anger looking at John Mozai's antics. He quickly took off the red silk that was covering the plate and roared, "This is a Winterberry Jade Sea Coral. Winterberry, what you have at your place is the ordinary kind. Ordinary, you know, fart." John Mozai simply laughed and said, "Whatever, no matter what type of jade sea coral it is, the texture and the quality of the material remains the same." Lai Zhen, you really may be a country bumpkin to use 5 million taels of silver to buy trash. He then proceeded to casually place his hand on the jade sea coral, rubbing it, frowned and said, looks a little different." John Mozai quickly operated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune at its full power and then suddenly inserted a thin wisp of the formidable white gas inside the jade sea coral. These two types of gases collided against each other, opposing each other's existence, seemingly as if only one can stay while the other has to disappear. The internal gas became distorted, moving all over the place and churning around, trying to remove the wisp of white gas. But, with John Mozai being so close at hand, how could he let that happen? He was operating the art of unlocking heaven's fortune at its full power, covering and surrounding the internal gas layer by layer with his white gas. John Mozai with his powerful soul could now make out that at this moment this piece of jade sea coral was nothing but a huge mass storing wild violent gases which would dissipate with time. John Mozai's stomach was clenched hard as he laughed internally evilly. This piece of jade sea coral is now something that cannot be used. Waharher. How is it compared with the junk that you have at home? It is not the same. Right? Haha. Lai Zhen laughed his heart out, thinking of winning the argument. The seemingly disappointed appearance which implied John Mozai accepting his loss was extremely refreshing for him. Really is not quite the same. John Mozai, with his face pale, pulled his hand back. Rubbing his nose, his face puzzled, he questioned, even though both are jade sea corals, how is it not the same? Tang Yuan also touched it and was also seemingly in great surprise and amazed. Lai Zhen and Meng Haiju's egos gained a huge boost seeing their reactions. Their chest swelled with great pride and were laughing without a break. Only after a great time, they looked with disdain and fiercely stared at both Zhang Mozai and Tang Yuan before scoffing. That's enough of staring at this treasure. You don't have this right, aren't you envious, oh fatty? Haha. They both looked over at Tang Yuan, gloating with all their heart. Hmiu did not manage to obtain this jade sea coral. It would be wonderful to see how you go back and deal with your grandfather also, making the Tang family lose him. Maybe there is still hope for us to be compensated for today's losses. Zhang Mozai had a look of embarrassment, but in his heart he thought, if what I, your father, did, it would be you too who would be dead. Chapter 93 Blazing Heart Meridian. Chapter 93 Blazing Heart Meridian. With such a large bid happening early on in the auction process, although in the next few rounds of auctions the money spent was not less, it wasn't something astonishing, and it naturally did not cause much of a sensation. And finally, it was the turn of what Zhang Mozai had come here with high anticipation, the Blazing Heart Meridian. The Blazing Heart Meridian is a highly toxic variety of grass, also called as bone mist. When an ordinary person is exposed to it by even a bit, they would be frightened stiff. It would be akin to their very soul flying away and scattering into the wind. However, for a certain set of people, it can enable them to have an unexpected recovery. It would be a truly priceless treasure for them, especially if people are infected with highly toxic poisons. A small dose of this would have high restraining effect on the poisons, and quite immediately at that. If an advanced Xuan Kai cultivator could use this to expel poisons from a person's limbs, he would be absolutely fine, as this would prevent the poison from invading the healer's body and causing damage to his cultivation and body. The starting price is a whole 200,000 taels of silver, and each additional bid has to be a minimum of 10,000 taels of silver. The old man held a white box in his hand and slowly opened the lid. There lay a single stem of lotus which was in its entirety completely black. It was slowly emitting enchanting, and at the same time a dangerous set of aura and bewitching colors. No wonder the aura that it releases is so refined. The whole lotus has a deep black color. Just looking at that black color, one can easily make out that this has aged for over 500 years. This is a lot stronger and has a better effect than the effect of the ordinary stuff. This is really good stuff, aged for over 500 years. It is surely a rare treasure. Zhang Mozai sighed with relief and then whispered, "Fatty Tang, this is what I want," and then he held up 3 fingers. While in his heart he secretly thought, although the explanation that you gave is already quite detailed, but still you have missed one important use of this Blazing Heart Meridian. But, if you actually come to know about this use, I'm afraid you really would not be ready to auction it off. As for the Blazing Heart Meridian, in the mysterious continent on Earth where he was from, once this herb had aged over 200 years, it was given another name, Heaven and Earth Bridge. This herb can be transformed into something that all warriors could only dream about by using some special methods. After the removal of the toxicity inside this herb, if one consumed this, their meridians, even if stagnant, would be vitalized and would traverse the bridge between heaven and earth. It was enough to increase more than 20 years of martial arts skill. This stuff is truly broken. As for this herb, which was aged for over 500 years, it was best among the best. With it, restoring Jun Wuyi's health would have a probability of more than 90%, and this was just a conservative estimate by Jun Mozai. Jun Mozai's words and the old man on stage's words ended almost at the same time, and Fatty Tang's voice immediately rang out, "I bid for 300,000. Just as this sound rang out in the hall, everyone's lips twitched. This prodigal son has come out, although this time his bid is only an increment of 100,000, but compared to the minimum, 10,000, it is still 10 times the amount. It is best not to even try and fight him. What if the price went beyond a limit, and this guy just backed out? Wouldn't it be just shooting yourself in your own foot, and then having no roof to cry either? Who hadn't seen the Ming family's young master spitting blood on the up there? As a result, after Fatty Tang's bid, the audience went completely cold with silence. In an instant they were stunned for a long time and spoke no words. To be honest, that purple-robed old man at the moment was somewhat dumbfounded. This blazing heart meridian surely could sell for over 800,000, but would he have to sell to for a mere 300,000 taels of silver? But the magnificent jewel hall were stringent on their rules, and nothing could be done. The old man paused for a moment before raising his hammer and saying, "Young Master Tang has bid 300,000. Are there any higher bids?" He paused a bit before continuing. 300,000 going once. 300,000 going twice. Suddenly a hoarse voice fiercely yelled out, "I bid 3 million. This price was offered by none other than Lai Zhen. Just as everything was going well for Tang Yuan, his moment of joy was interrupted by this Lai Zhen. He could not help but be furious, and jumped out of the box into the doorway before yelling, "You characterless neighbor, you dare fight and struggle with your father. I bid 500. Suddenly Fatty Tang's mouth was covered by none other than Jun Mozai. Although he did not finish that sentence, but still, every person in the hall broke into cold sweat. Everyone could guess that this Fatty was about to shout 5 million. Crazy, this Fatty must be simply mad. Jun Mozai twisted his neck and walked out. Though his sickly appearance was still there, he seemed extremely domineering. Opening the curtain, his foot landed outside with a pop. Waving his hand, he took off his hat, unbuttoned his long, flowing robes, before shouting, "Lai Zhen, you son of a bitch, are you seeking your death by bidding? Who are you to have a say in this? This is the auction house. You can bid a price, but I cannot go bite me." Lai Zhen flushed with anger before he too jumped out of his box, but managed to trip in his landing. "Who am I?" Jun Mozai, looking at him as if spotting a black sheep among the herd, twisted his mouth before saying, "Just drop this act. You just happened to empty your pockets with your previous bid, and now you can also come up with additional 3 million taels of silver." Lai Zhen, "Not that I think any less of you, but can you show your 3 million to me now? As long as you can come up with that amount of money, the herd is yours. If you cannot bring out that amount, damn, I'd like to ask, what is it that you two have against Fatty Tang? And why are you making things difficult for him on purpose? Do you and Tang Yuan have grudges, or is it with Grandpa Tang that you have grudges?" Opposite to them, one could faintly hear Dugu Xiaorui let out a faint chuckle before saying, "Looking at this guy like this is really annoying. This Black Lotus, it is said that there really is only one strand of it. Truly don't know, hee hee." Princess Ling Meng, who was sitting beside her, reached out to touch Xiaorui's forehead. "This sister does not have a fever today. Right a moment ago it was the look of worry, and now a changed attitude." These days, in the Dugu family, there was trouble everywhere because of Dugu Xiaorui. Because this little lady had suddenly changed a lot these days. Originally, she had an extremely cheerful and lively personality, but this inexplicably disappeared. She was quick to tears and even would sit in a daze, would not eat often. It made General Dugu extremely sad. He and several of his wives had also inquired to what was the problem, but to no avail. He was forced to watch his precious and beloved granddaughter become thinner with each passing day. General Dugu could not do anything to change this situation, and was extremely depressed about it. To relieve his frustration, he had caught several of his sons and nephews to administer a beating to them. Having Princess Ling Ming keep this young mistress of the Dugu family keep company had slightly improved her condition. Recently, she had received a notification from the magnificent jewel hall about the auction, and these two came out here in a bid to catch some fresh air and relieve themselves, hoping to enrich their mood, but Dugu Zairoi was extremely reluctant with this idea. But who would know that after coming here, her sickly appearance would actually vanish and she would be in high spirits? How can that not be extremely surprising? Is this magnificent jewel hall some kind of divine healing medicine? Lai Zhen looked at his friends and thought, not to mention the 3 million, if I am able to borrow from a few people here, even if I manage to collect 100,000, that will be a great thing now. Looking at the 3 million figure, he could not help but be flabbergasted. A bunch of trash. I really cannot be bothered by you. John Mozai snorted in disdain before patting his ass and continuing. Even your father's fart is more valuable than the words that you spoke. The silver you have cannot even be compared to the amount of maggots in shit, now can it? In an extremely arrogant manner, John Mozai turned towards the public, showing that their pair had no need to spend additional money before shouting, "Who else wants this herb? You are all welcome to try. Come on then," with a snap of his fingers added, "but be ready to bring out several million taels of silver." People in the hall pretended as if they heard nothing, and turned a deaf ear to John Mozai's provocations. Millions to buy a herd? This is just simply asking to be robbed. Which normal, sane-headed person would do such a stupid thing? 2 parts of huge spiritual pressure descended upon John Mozai from an unknown location. Abruptly, John Mozai showed a snowy white complexion, and he started running his mental power at full force. John Mozai was quite cunning, and he understood what was going on. He started to shiver a bit before shouting, "It feels terrible. Why is it so cold here?" The spiritual pressure that were overlooking him checked him out thoroughly, and upon not finding anything amiss, they instantly disappeared. John Mozai sneered at the two in his heart. "For you 2 uncles to hope to grasp anything from me, you guys are nothing but mere circus performers in my eyes." Chapter 94: Twists and Turns. Chapter 94: Twists and Turns. At this moment the old man in the purple robe closed his eyes and then nodded his head. It seemed as if he was listening to what the people were talking about. His face displayed a slightly pained expression, then disappeared without trace before he opened his eyes and shouted, "Tang Yuan to buy the Blazing Heart Meridian has already bid 5 million. Is there anyone who wishes to bid higher than 5 million? John Mozai suddenly reeled back and stared at the old man on stage and said, "Senior, this matter is a bit troublesome. The situation here is clear that Lai Zhen is indulging in malicious bidding and has no means to back up his bids. Whereas none of my friends actually did so, why is it necessary to force the price to 5 million? People not participating in the bidding process of this auction are forbidden from speaking and disrupting the process." John Mozai was completely ignored by the purple-robed old man and simply turned towards Fatty Tang before saying, "Mr. Tang may raise the objection." Tang Yuan, who usually was filled with arrogance, now was totally submissive and quietly whispered, "I did not happen to say how much exactly just now." John Mozai suddenly observed that this fat friend, who usually was bursting with courage, cower over and act meek. It was totally unlike his usual self, where he was arrogant and despotic. Now, he was acting strangely even when faced with paying the astronomical amount of 5 million silver taels. This was utter nonsense. Moreover, it seemed that the magnificent jewel hall was deliberately making things difficult for them. Jun Mozai was after all the evil monarch. Pride was something that was deeply seeped into his bones. How could he eat this loss? By laying low with a sneer he said, "It seems some things are really hard to sell, even if it is the magnificent jewel hall." Fatty Tang just called out 500 and nothing more. When did he say 5 million? If the magnificent jewel hall really wants to sell, then 500 silver, it is a good deal. Indeed, it was just as Jun Mozai said. Fatty Tang only called out 500 and did not have enough time to shout out 5 million before Jun Mozai covered his mouth. For some time, both the sides actually froze. Lai Zhen and others actually had a happy expression on their face, looking at Jun Mozai joke around with a magnificent jewel hall. The crowd was completely silent, as on one side you had the magnificent jewel hall and on the other side, the all-powerful Jun family. Both sides were powers that they simply dared not offend. Suddenly breaking the stillness in the hall, there sounded a voice. This voice was something that no one could locate where it came from. It seemed to come from everywhere and at the same time, nowhere. The rules of the magnificent jewel hall cannot be broken. Since a bid was made and the price spoken, that is it. The voice was vague and soft, but it could be heard clearly by everyone present. The complexion of the purple-robed old man suddenly changed as he said, "The magnificent jewel hall will never buy or sell using compulsion. Regardless of whether the Jun and Tang families' young masters will visit again, it is inconsequential. Today, this auction house has established that it was Tang Yuan who has placed the bid of 5 million. As soon as the mysterious character spoke out, the attitude of this old man had clearly toughened up in an instant. Even Jun Mozai, who was the best killer and had a calm countenance, couldn't help but be surprised, and there was a slight change in his expression. 5 million taels of silver was surely a lot of money, but this was not something that was so huge that it would be coveted by the magnificent jewel hall. The real reason was the unexpected voice that sounded out. The voice transmission clearly showed how high the skill of that master was, and it was even comparable to the initial stages of the sky rank. But, why would such an expert want to make Fatty Tang feel embarrassed, or is it to make things difficult for me? Strength was one thing, but Jun Mozai was hearty by nature. How could he eat this loss by simply lying low, without speaking out his grievances? This fight over 5 million taels of silver was simply a joke to him, with a great effect of the 500-year-old burning heart meridian on Jun Wuyi's treatment. The value for that, not to mention 5 million taels, even if he had to pay twice. The third young master Jun was determined to win this item. But winning a bidding war and paying the appropriate amount was one thing, and being taken advantage of was another altogether. If right now he was forced to hand over 5 million taels of silver for the transaction, regardless of whether the deal was something which was cost-effective in the overall perspective, he would be stifled and would feel like dying altogether. Moreover, it became clear at this point that the magnificent jewel hall was simply trying to twist words to force logic. What Jun Mozai most hated was seeing people use strength to oppress others, and this situation was no exception. What is the rule that shouldn't be broken? Jun Mozai, if previously was simply play-acting, but at this moment became really angry. With a sneer, Jun Mozai continued, "If that's the case, then this young master would sit here every single day to rise prices and let the magnificent jewel hall fill its pockets." The son of the Jun family, the implications behind your words are not understood by me. Is it that the reputed Tanzang Kingdom's Jun family wish to go against my magnificent jewel hall? That voice immediately rang out in the hall, and it was filled with anger. Everyone could clearly see the hint of threat veiled in that sentence, and the heavy pressure being emitted by that person made it difficult for many people who were seated in the hall to breathe. The people observing this situation develop all watched Jun Mozai with pity in their eyes, thinking, all because of this debauchy son running of his mouth, he has attracted a disaster to his home. This Jun Mozai really acts recklessly. He even dares to provoke the magnificent jewel hall. Lai Zhen and Meng Haiju were totally elated, although today they had spent more and more money. But if it is in this matter, if the magnificent jewel hall and the Jun family became enemies, even spending 10 times the amount would totally be money well spent. In a box opposite them, Dugu Zairoi anxiously stamped her feet down, saying, "This pighead, he actually dares to openly defy the magnificent jewel hall. How can this be of any good?" With extreme anxiety she held Princess Ling Ming's hand as she observed on with even more concentration. Jun Mozai's heart grew extremely vigilant as he heard the words spoken by that expert. This guy is clearly deliberate in creating a rift between the Jun family and the magnificent jewel hall openly. Do we have some grudges with the magnificent jewel hall? Thinking up to this point, he decided to speak no more nonsense and cut to the chase. Filling the empty parts with gossip, is it that the truth you said that Tang Yuan bid an amount of 5 million? But who here can testify that they heard this? All I heard was 500 and nothing more. Isn't that what it should be then? In addition, Lai Zhen bid an amount of 3 million taels of silver. But has the magnificent jewel hall not thought of if he can take it out or not? If he can't take it out, is it right to rise prices with empty pockets? You asked. If the Jun family is going against the magnificent jewel hall, then I have to ask, is this a means of accumulating wealth by the magnificent jewel hall that it has deliberately arranged? As Jun Mozai said these words, everyone present was surprised and shocked. This sentence was simply tantamount to say that the magnificent jewel hall and the Lai family had teamed up to fleece Tang Yuan of his money. This would be a serious blow to the reputation of magnificent jewel hall. The magnificent jewel hall had made an oversight of this particular point, and Jun Mozai promptly seized this floor. The magnificent jewel hall, in some obvious manner of injustice, were deliberately making things difficult, and Jun Mozai had fearlessly jumped out to openly accuse them of their wrongdoings. The hall was completely quiet, and one couldn't hear the people breathing. To dare question the magnificent jewel hall, who no one had opposed in hundreds of years, today the people were enlightened and grew in experience. After a long time, the mysterious voice again spoke up. This matter is actually an oversight. This lord will look into it. The voice was still steady, but it exhibited a hint of reluctance. Everyone could easily imagine the powerful expert trembling and seething with anger to be forced to recant his words and then shamelessly speak out calmly as if nothing had happened. Jun Mozai was completely stunned. The magnificent jewel hall had deliberately made things difficult for them and wanted to embarrass them, but suddenly they recant and go back on their words and actions. First oppress, then change their behavior. This was truly strange. It seemed as if he himself did not know if an insider existed or not. While Jun Mozai was thinking this, the voice sounded out again. Lai Zhen, you just bid 3 million taels of silver. Would you care to take the money out? Sitting comfortably, Lai Zhen and company were enjoying the scene being played out and were happy at Jun Mozai and Tang Yuan's misery. But suddenly, when Lai Zhen heard the voice being directed at him, and all his happiness suddenly crumbled down. His thoughts ran real quick before he bent in ceremony. Before I of the younger generation was still unhappy that Tang Yuan was repeatedly upsetting the magnificent Jewel Hall's decorum, and that's why I felt the need to step up and come forward to expose his dark and ugly face. The voice with impatience quickly retorted, "This lord has not asked you of what your motivation was. I only asked you about the 3 million taels of silver that you bid." Lai Zhan could not but be embarrassed before saying, "Junior here does not have 3 million taels of silver," but this junior acted merely because of the disruptions caused by Tang Yuan and not to disturb the proceedings of the magnificent Jewel Hall. Bastard. The voice now seemed to have totally lose its calmness and did not even bother to disguise its anger. The voice then coldly sounded, "Even without having the requisite amount of silver, you still dare bid disturbing the proceedings at this place. How is it Tang Yuan that's disturbing and causing a ruckus? It is clearly you who doesn't hold the magnificent Jewel Hall in any regard at all. You broke the rules of the magnificent Jewel Hall. How can I let this pass? Guards, come, this person is expelled from the magnificent Jewel Hall effective immediately. The Lai family's box is effectively cancelled and they are permanently disqualified from ever setting foot into the magnificent Jewel Hall." As the voice sounded out, several waiters appeared outside the Lai family's box. Lai Zhan directly stood up and directly started to walk out. He was someone who was extremely arrogant and had been accustomed to such a lifestyle since he was young. However, at this moment he gave no resistance, did not even bother to plead for mercy. His face pale and slumped over, he walked out. Zhang Mozai, sitting on the sidelines, felt something was more and more wrong. This clearly is the case of flying into range out of humiliation, but why are things going this way? Even if Lai Zhan made a mistake, that is simply not a reason enough to throw him out and deprive the entire Lai family of its qualifications to enter the magnificent Jewel Hall. If I actually had handled the matter of this malicious bidding of Lai Zhan improperly, it would have been Tang Yuan who would have been forced. I'd like to see how the magnificent Jewel Hall justifies all their actions. Even if you have 1,000 good ideas, your father, I am not afraid. At worst, what is it that would happen? The Zhang family lose rights to enter the magnificent Jewel Hall. What is the big deal in that case? After achieving more success in the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, the first thing I'd have to do would be to pay a visit to these magnificent Jewel Hall guys. Lai Zhan was causing trouble from the beginning. Who couldn't see that the magnificent Jewel Hall is not composed with a bunch of fools? Naturally, they could clearly discern the situation, but still intentionally made trouble for Zhang Mozai. But after being embarrassed, his attitude turned around suddenly and he focused his attention on Lai Zhan. Suddenly a thought came about in Zhang Mozai's head. Did the situation develop like this because someone intervened? Therefore, the magnificent Jewel Hall had to change their original intention. But just who is this person who has such huge capabilities? Just as Zhang Mozai was thinking this in his heart, the voice sounded out again, and everyone could hear clearly. Zhang Mozai, although it was Lai Zhan who had committed an error and flouted the rules of our magnificent Jewel Hall, but you still insulted my magnificent Jewel Hall. You gave no face to me and my magnificent Jewel Hall, and I need an answer to this. The voice sounded quite harsh and apparently still contained, and apparently some of the anger still lingered in his voice. Zhang Mozai still had questions that were left unanswered and he was seething with anger bellow. Though this was the case, he realized that the mysterious person was leaving room for saving some face for himself, and Zhang Mozai decided that it would be best if he made a strategic retreat right now and played along. In still a fledgling without much of a power, though that is the case, once my cultivation of this Xuan Tai succeeds and reaches higher realms, I, your father, would surely be happy to drop in and put away with these pitiful pleasantries. Thinking up to this, John Mosai said, "When did this junior insult the magnificent Jewel Hall? No, right, this Lijian simply had a lot of malicious intentions against me and I was completely hoodwinked and blinded by his schemes. But the magnificent Jewel Hall's mental perception is like a torch. You wouldn't let a new feather get harmed. You came out and saved everyone from this rotten apple without fear of the power backing him up. You are unyielding in your righteousness, and the magnificent Jewel Hall is surely worth its reputation." This junior has admiration, and nothing but admiration for the magnificent Jewel Hall. Suddenly John Mosai turned and said loudly, "You guys can see that this magnificent Jewel Hall is surely the #1 under the heavens. They have their products reasonably priced and treat both the young and old honestly. If they weren't impartial and just, how could such a chamber of commerce make one respect them just by doubting them? Wouldn't it make others blush with shame to see how the magnificent Jewel Hall handled this controversy? This junior to have the esteemed and noble chamber of commerce like the magnificent Jewel Hall in the Tanzang kingdom is really proud. Let us all cheer and applaud for the magnificent Jewel Hall." Then John Mosai, with a face filled with a look of sincere admiration and worship, took the initiative to clap loudly before continuing to talk. "Why do guys not applaud for our magnificent Jewel Hall? Do you people have other differing opinions? If so, then this junior would be the first to seek grievance on behalf of the magnificent Jewel Hall." Immediately the audience broke into a thunderous applause while all were applauding. They were cursing in their hearts, "Are shameless, truly shameless. This John Mosai is shameless to a different degree altogether. He is so thick-skinned that he is not ashamed of this ass-kissing at all." Only Dugu Zairoi, among everyone present, had a look of excitement. She was smiling happily and clapping vigorously, full of relief. The mysterious voice quieted down too and did not speak anything else. Inside the magnificent Jewel Hall, in an elegant room, 2 white-clothed middle-aged men sat opposite to each other. One of the white-clothed men gnashed his teeth fiercely while his face was depressed. He brought his hand down, slamming on the desk hard, which crumbled from being unable to bear the blow, and fiercely whispered, "John Mosai, you are a really crafty young fellow. This Lord will not spare you." The other white-clothed man closed his eyes and gave a very disapproving look. Frowning, he said, "This thing you shouldn't have. How strange that it was that young kid who got it." The previous white-robed man grunted in dissatisfaction as he said, "But that blazing heart meridian, I'm afraid that John Wooyi." Saying up to this point, the man stopped. John Wooyi, the other white-robed man, stood up saying this and asked, "What do you mean?" The white-robed man grunted, closing his eyes, and did not speak for a long time, while the other just stared at him for a long time before declaring in an awe-inspiring manner, "I do not care about what grudges you and John Wooyi have had in the past. But now, he is disabled and his life is destined to be doomed. If you have any plans to deal with him, I will kill you." He said this with absolute ruthlessness, without a hint of mercy. This showed that he had the determination and intent to follow through with whatever he said. The white-robed man simply grunted twice and then turned away without speaking. The other white-robed man looked at him cold before suddenly saying, "The auction originally did not have the blazing heart meridian, but it suddenly appeared. What is its exact source also?" "This blazing heart meridian. Who was it that supplied it to you? And the most important of all, unexpectedly, request you to sell it in the Tanzang Imperial City." The white-robed man simply gave a cold shoulder to him and kept his eyes closed. He thought, "If you really want to know, then why don't you ask the elders? Don't show your questioning face here. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Yes or no? The other white-robed man's face became more solemn as he continued. Yes or Nasha specifically sent it as a present for Jun Wooyi, otherwise why would 9 elders come together? Upon hearing the white-robed man's eyes snapped open as he shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? A trifling Jun Wooyi, don't tell me is worth for us to sacrifice half the power of 9 of our elders." I did not say anything about sacrificing 9 of our elders' power. It was you who said it. What do you mean by that? His face again became murderous as he asked, "What dirty tricks are you employing?" So what, as long as the Jun family is spending 300,000 taels of silver to buy it, is it not the same as it falling in the hands of Jun Wooyi? Your mother's fart. Only to give the blazing heart meridian is of less use than fart without a divine Chuan expert controlling the process. With the poisonous potency of the blazing heart meridian, Jun Wooyi will only die faster. You bastard, I will kill you. Enough. There came a voice from far, and it was very old but severely scolded the two. Do not make me repeat myself. The two had their swords out just ready to strike one another. They looked viciously at each other before finally sitting back down without saying a single word. Chapter 95. The Heart of a Young Woman. 95. The Heart of a Young Woman. Inside the hall, Jun Mo-zai had a smile on his face. Clasping his hands together, he began to salute at the people all around, and laughing with a smile that extended from ear to ear, he said, "Thank you. Thank you for everybody's show of support for the magnificent Jewel Hall. His junior shall be grateful for this personal favor. Everyone, please let the auction continue. Please feel free to bid casually and as much as you'd like. There is no need to be polite. What kind of a despicable fellow is this kid to see you lick the heels of the magnificent Jewel Hall and portray them as if they're the best kind of shopkeepers in the world? It is truly despicable to the extreme point." Everyone present was simply cursing him in their hearts. If supercilious thoughts could smash a person to death, then Jun Mo-zai currently would be bearing down on an earth-shattering amount of pressure, and the end would be for him to simply die horribly. If despicable behavior could hurt, then Jun Mo-zai would right now be filled with cuts and bruises. Finally that mysterious voice did not sound out again, when after some time another voice sounded out clearly. Before, during the bidding process of the Blazing Heart Meridians, it has been deemed that the bid by Lai Zhen is invalid, and the auction shall continue with the original price. Sure enough, it was 2 people. Jun Mo-zai thought this and smiled in his heart. Surely there wasn't any unity and agreement on their views. Right, then this person should still be a little strong, eh? The complexion of the purple-robed man on the stage changed and then, with frustration, said, "The Blazing Heart Meridian was previously bid on by Tang Yuan for 300,000 taels of silver. I had called out the price twice. Is there anyone who is offering more than 300,000 even after being asked repeatedly?" No one ventured out a bid. Even disregarding the events that transpired earlier, who'd want to go offend Jun Mo-zai, whose grandpa was a Skychuan expert, and to add to that, the fearsome grandpa of Tang Yuan who doted on his grandson? Who would dare to get on the wrong side of these 2 young masters? 300,000 taels of silver goes thrice sold. When the purple-robed man slammed the hammer down, he was completely feeling oppressed. He had been managing and hosting auctions for over a decade and yet had never felt so depressed before. Because of 2 prodigal children of big families, the auction has become totally messed up. This item, which could easily reach the price of 1 million taels of silver, is being sold for merely 300,000. This price is almost akin to simply giving away the Blazing Heart Meridian. Fatty Tang had experienced great joy, only to be saddened instantaneously, and half of the time, he has not understood what really was going on. Jun Mo Zai's disposition finally calmed down. The opportunity was almost about to slip away from his hand. Sitting across them, Dugu Zairoi cast an extremely angry look before saying, "There is no justice here. That guy actually succeeded in obtaining at such a low price. It is truly repulsive. I hate it." While the words that were coming out seemed hateful, her two beautiful big eyes actually turned into two crescent moons, and she seemed to laugh from the bottom of her heart, and there wasn't the slightest hint of disgust contained in it. Princess Ling Ming looked suspiciously at Dugu Zairoi, who was obviously in high spirits, and suddenly looked over. Skimming across, she thought of Jun Mo Zai, who this lady was always bullying. But, sitting in this room, she apparently did not have the usual look of disgust that she had in the past, but a look of appreciation seeing how things were progressing. Princess Ling Ming suddenly had a bizarre thought, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Zairoi, how did you take a fancy to this debauchee of a man?" Hearing this, Zairoi's face became completely red as she wrinkled her nose and stuck out her tongue. Undoubtedly blushing, she said with resolution, How can I take fancy to some prodigal son of a family? It is just that this girl's meteorite ion was taken by him. His guts is real big. How can I forget this? This girl is just waiting for an opportunity to pay him back in full." As she was saying this, she lifted her eyebrow and clenching her jaws tightly. Princess Ling Ming, from head to toe, was feeling completely powerless as she heard these words. With all things said, Dugu Zairoi was a close, precious friend of her for many years. How could she not see through her, and was fully exposed? Zairoi was truly happy, from unlike what her appearance seemed, and the concern that she was showing came from the bottom of her heart, and this was something that any random observer could tell. Thinking again, she realized this Dugu Zairoi had been depressed and her mind was not in place. But, just as she heard Jun Mo Zai's voice, she suddenly seemed to become totally lively and bursting with energy. All of these were self-evident, and it could all only lead to one possibility. This possibility was so unthinkable that it simply was a nightmare. A younger sister Dugu Zairoi. She looked at Zairoi before continuing. "Are you trying to pull wool over your older sister's eyes? He is such a loiterer and a good-for-nothing brat. How could you approve of him?" Dugu Zairoi blinked her big pretty eyes twice and happily hummed before saying, "Because he is such a debauchee, all he needs is a good lesson to let him know how powerful this girl is." As she finished saying this, she could not help laughing. Her eyes were full of longing, apparently already thinking about how she would teach Jun Mo Zai a lesson, and a fascinated look. Princess Ling Ming simply grew more worried about this issue. This is no trivial matter. Even though Dugu Zairoi had only herself to blame, we also had to inform her father, the magnificent General Dugu Wudi, about this. The Dugu family is a peerless family in the capital. Moreover, Dugu Zairoi is the sole beloved daughter of the family, who is always doted upon by everyone. To compare her with the Jun family's dissolute and waste of her heir, it would be akin to a lovely flower being stuck in a cow dung. The absurdity simply cannot be described. It would just be a simple wanton wastefulness of the nature's lovely products, to say of nothing else. Just to think on behalf of the imperial family, the Jun family's third generation's only grandson, and the granddaughter of the Dugu family, the result is simply terrifying. This would lead to complete change in the government and the public. So no, I must stop this. I must never let Dugu Zairoi fall in Jun Mo Zai's hands. Princess Ling Ming gave a complex look to Dugu Zairoi, and secretly made the decision on Jun Mo Zai in her mind. Obtaining the Blazing Heart Meridian at a cheaper price, Jun Mo Zai was extremely excited from the bottom of his heart. He looked at himself, and knew that such appearance of two masters at the magnificent jewel hall is rare and infrequent. My own personal strength is not strong enough. I just simply have to wait and be patient and have act as the Joker in the meantime. Eventually, Tang Yuan bought what was requested of him by Grandpa Tang without a hitch. It was a single scroll on the way of the sword. Zhang Mozai simply cast a look at it and then expressed no interest in that martial book. He simply looked down upon Tang Yuan for having bought such a thing. This book, which can be classified as only fancy fencing, they actually bid for it and even spent 2 million silver to acquire it, but then Zhang Mozai was suddenly startled, and then his face showed a trace of surprise after obtaining this blazing heart meridian. He had sent his spiritual sense out to cover the boxes of the 2 princes which had 6 people in them. But he was surprised to find that of this moment both the boxes were completely empty. There was absolutely no one in them, and none had walked out the door. It seemed as if they simply disappeared. However, Zhang Mozai concluded that these 6 people did not leave the place. Is it that those 2 boxes have a secret underground passageway? The next moment, in fact, Zhang Mozai managed to find a trace of the lingering spiritual energy in the air and traced it back into the crowds down below. What he saw down there surprised him greatly. They had changed their clothes, and even the look of their faces. Even if someone managed to take a look at these men face to face, it would be hard for them to be able to recognize them. 3 of them had gathered in the middle of the hall, while the other 3 to the sides of the hall. They all had the appearance of wealthy men, who were just looking here and there, but Zhang Mozai, with his keen perception, easily could make out a hint of anxiety and desire burning in their hearts. It simply indicated that the object that they desired was going to come up soon, and they were waiting in much anticipation. But among all the goods in this place, in the end, what is it that has got these 2 groups totally enticed? Even 2 of the princes are involved. Zhang Mozai took the auction list from Fatty Tang and started scouring the items that were mentioned. Finally, after going through the list, he managed to find out the item that had even brought the 2 princes to the auction house: 30 strips of tendons from a rank 6 Xuan beast. Xuan beast's tendons, it had to be this item. In addition, the rest of the stuff on the list was just something which can be considered as luxurious decorations and other small stuff, things that did not have too much of a practical use. Wouldn't they want something that would have a huge offensive power and could produce a threat to life? Seemingly on the Xuan beast's tendons would meet their requirements. But what are they going to do with so many tendons? Do they have a reason to change to whips as their weapon of choice for their killers? Could it bait is going to be used for making particularly strong bows? A whip, ha. As his thought progressed to this point, Zhang Mozai's heart started beating really fast. If the tendons of a rank 6 Xuan beast were used to create a bow, then the arrow, if shot from such a bow, would have its power increased by more than twice. However, though such a kind of bow and arrow would be incredibly powerful, the strength of a 9 Xuan rank cultivator is insufficient and surely wouldn't be able to pull the string of the bow. But because of this, if it were silver or gold level Xuan rank experts, this type of weapon would undoubtedly become an absolute weapon. Even a jade Xuan rank expert might meet his end at the hands of such a bow's user if he is caught in a moment of unawareness or surprise, and a group consisting of more than 10 such bow-wielding users would surely have the power to even pose a threat to the lives of Xuan level masters. Truly, it's what they're thinking. Sure enough, just as the Xuan beast's tendon came out, the group belonging to the two princes immediately began to bid against each other, and the situation was a fierce competition between the two factions. Prices continued to rise, and before long it reached 5 million taels of silver, which was an unprecedented height. At this price, surely the rest of the people in the hall would have simply been sent packing home. But even if these two were relatives, they refused to even concede half a step. After a long bidding process, the price of the 30 strips of Xuan beast's tendons actually climbed up to a sky-high price of 13 million taels of silver, and was obtained by the Killa group of one of the two emperor's sons in the recent years. In all of the auctions that the magnificent jewel hall had organized, this can be considered as the single item with the highest price. Jun Mo Zai, see, this is just the tendons of a rank 6 Xuan beast. If it were a demonic core of a rank 6 Xuan beast, then I'm afraid the price would have been even higher. Jun Mo Zai, now you must know that how much of an important thing was lost by my family. Tang Yuan snapped. It is simply priceless. Our Jun Mo Zai did not know whether to cry or laugh. He simply looked below with the intent to procure those Xuan beast's tendons. Once the auction finished, the crowd quickly dispersed, and the three men who had obtained the tendons also mixed in with the crowd, slowly moving away. Jun Mo Zai knew that in his family, the strongest was his grandpa, who was a Sky Xuan realm master, but he knew that even if it was his grandpa facing against people wielding these bows, his life would be in peril and he'd have to be very careful. Let's go. Jun Mo Zai stood up, his mind still wondering if I'm able to trace it back or find out where they are going to keep it. Finally, it would be extremely ideal. Chapter 96, So Powerful. 96, So Powerful. What a pity. Jun Mo Zai had some regret in his heart. After the last time, that old fellow had some urgent matters that he had to take care of, and had left saying that he wouldn't return for another 6 months. If he was here, then his incredible tracking skills would surely have come in handy at this point of time. Jun Mo Zai looked over at his own guards. Firm and strong. These were the men that Grandpa Jun had himself selected personally. They had varying strengths of at the gold and silver Xuan level and could be considered as quite good. In the Tanzang Imperial City, at least, it was sufficient for them to be able to protect Jun Mo Zai against all dangers and threats in broad daylight. When Jun Mo Zai would need them, they would be there ready to serve. But Jun Mo Zai knew that it would make no sense to have him command these men to follow and track the movements of those killers. Even if these men managed to keep up with them and catch up to them, then only in a very short period of time. All there would be left would be 8 corpses. According to Jun Mo Zai, each of the 3 men had a cultivation at the pinnacle of the Gold Xuan realm, and in addition to that, they were killers by profession. Threat once discovered, it must be wiped out and stopped at its very root. To allow the tiger to grow up and create a disaster would be an extremely foolish thing to do. In any case, there had to be a way to track these back. At least if I cannot get my hands on those Xuan beasts' tendons, I should at the very least destroy them. After all, the consequences of the weapons made out of them is extremely terrible. Jun Mo Zai, with the thought of killing, involuntarily let out his spiritual sense, which was filled with awe-inspiring killing intent. Just at this time, Jun Mo Zai suddenly felt an enormous spiritual pressure descend upon him, cutting off his own spiritual sense. The goal of this pressure of extremely clear. It was Jun Mo Zai himself. Not only that, it was extremely accurate. Even Tang Yuan, who was at his side, was not affected in the slightest manner. This imposing mana was much more formidable than the previous 2 mysterious characters. This extremely strong spiritual sense gave Jun Mosiah real surprise. This mysterious master from the magnificent jewel hall seems to be far stronger than my grandpa Jun. Is this actually the legendary divine Chuan level master? Jun Mosiah even managed to slightly guess the reason for this spiritual sense to come out. When those three killers had left the auction hall, he had his spiritual sense spread out, wanting to track them down, but then he let out a hint of killing intent, which led to the change in the fluctuation of his spiritual sense. And this little bit of feeble fluctuations, the slightest intention to kill, was immediately spotted by this mysterious master. Because of the special mysterious gas that he had, the experts below the divine Xuan realm simply could not detect his spiritual sense, so Jun Mosiah simply used it without a second's thought and did not expect that this time he would be caught red-handed. The strength of this man hidden in the dark was completely evident, and he did not expect for such an expert to be here. However, the magnificent jewel hall had always been concerned about its auctions, and for Jun Mosiah, who had been tracking them, to have been found out is not surprising, especially considering what kind of an expert this man was with such strong spiritual pressure. Jun Mosiah was, however, sure that this man had only found out his spiritual sense, and he couldn't identify that it had been him. That is because, to identify the spiritual sense, they had to be similar, but Jun Mosiah firmly believed that his art of unlocking heaven's fortune in this world was completely unique, so he is confident that though his killing intent had been exposed, he had not yet exposed his identity. But, at this moment, Jun Mosiah was clearly feeling a strong oppressive pressure bearing down on him, and it was making it difficult for him to hold on. He thought, if I do not fight back, then I'm afraid that my own mind would be greatly affected. But, if I use my soul to fight back, though mine has my magical and mystical effects, his opponent's was far stronger than his. What could he do? While he was hesitating, the strong spiritual sense had already started to oppress his body and cover it completely. At the final moment, deep inside Jun Mosiah's consciousness, the exquisite Hongjun pagoda suddenly started rotating at full speed and at the same time started emitting a multicolored radiant light and completely covered his soul. He could feel this new type of force slowly meet the one that was oppressing him. As the strong spiritual sense came crashing down on him, the light from the exquisite Hongjun pagoda met with it, and it was akin to have a little snowflake falling on a red-hot stove. The pressure was eliminated without a trace. It completely disappeared. Not even the slightest trace of shockwaves were left. This ancient treasure, a relic, it was simply amazing with supernatural capabilities. Its blessing was even comparable to the energy of a divine Chuan realm experts. I'm afraid even if all the powerful experts in this world came together, yet, for this exquisite Hongjun pagoda, to handle them would be an extremely simple and easy matter. The light from the exquisite Hongjun pagoda slowly receded back down. During this whole period of time, Jun Mosiah had his eyes completely closed and was concentrating on his consciousness and soul. But everything that occurred was only understood by Jun Mosiah. Even the mysterious expert who had been counterattacked would have no clear idea on what had exactly happened. Within the magnificent jewel hall, in an underground chamber, there sat an old man cross-legged with his eyes completely closed. He suddenly shook his head and opened his eyes fiercely. One could see an incredible look in his eye, and a trace of fear flashed past in his facial expression. Even beads of sweat started to flow down his forehead. No matter what, he was an divine Chuan realm expert. But his spiritual sense, when it had been oppressing someone, the other person, without even the slightest of difficulty, simply and effortlessly resolved it. In comparison, It seemed as if his soul's power was just a speck of dust when compared to the other person. What did this show? Peak of divine Chuan realm. Only a person at the peak of the divine Chuan realm would be able to receive my spiritual pressure with such ease and would be able to nullify it so quickly and effortlessly. It is the only possible way to explain this situation. The white-haired old man was completely stunned and blurted out, "Fisho, is there such a supreme figure in the Tanzang imperial city? Is it that something big is about to happen here?" Jun Mozia's clear and crisp voice sounded from behind abruptly, and Jun Mozai turned to look and was surprised to find Duguzairoy over there. She came over with a savage look plastered over her face and said, "So you haven't," she was just about to say, "You haven't died," but couldn't bring herself to say it. The word "died" itself seemed morbid, and she had extreme reluctance to add that word in the same sentence as describing Jun Mozai, even when it was just in the context of a joke. "So, it is Miss Duguzairoy," Jun Mozai said, smiling, and looked up and down at her appearance before saying, "I'm seeing you after many days. Miss Zairoy seems to have become all the more beautiful. It is simply giving me a psychological itch." Tang Yuan, who was standing on one side, was totally taken by surprise. He could not help but turn and stare at Jun Mozai. "My ancestor Jun Mozai, how is it that your guts grew so much that you even dare to take liberties with this angry little sister? Is it that all the beatings that you received previously are not enough?" In Jun Mozai's heart, even his grandpa, who was a Skyxuan realm master and an expert at fighting, only held a second place in his heart, but his sister-in-law was the one who truly held the most cherished position in his heart. This was something that Tang Yuan knew very clearly. However, a series of events that happened next led Fatty Tang to believe that he was yet dreaming and had not woken up yet. After listening to the words of Jun Mozai, Duguzairoy actually was surprised and not angry, but also slightly blushed. Her fierce expression completely disappeared and she started blushing and lowered her head while whispering, "Really, do I really look better than before? I look at myself every day in the mirror and I do not think so." What? Tang Yuan let out a groan and felt his mind crumbling down. It is broad daylight. Is the person in front of me not Duguzairoy, but her twin sister or something? Jun Mozai also started to sweat a bit and suddenly felt a bit creeped out. "This sister today, what has gotten into her?" Nodding slowly, he said, Yes, it has dropped. Definitely dropped. It must be effective then. To lose weight, then I'll go home and continue to lose weight," Duguzairoy said excitedly as she was jumping about, and then suddenly stopped as she remembered something, and then started at Jun Mozai with those beautiful eyes viciously before saying, "Jun Mozai, what did you say a moment ago? You dare make fun of me slyly? Your head has sure but muddled. You've really got bold." Jun Mozai was more and more sure that something was wrong with this girl today, and she was totally not acting like her usual self. Just then, from Duguzairoy's bosom, a small snow-white head stuck out. It had small eyes, small ears, a small nose and a lovely small pink tongue which it was wagging and completely wet. It also had small little paws which it was flailing about and trying to grasp at something with small nails at its ends. It was a really cute small little animal. "A Xuan beast, oh my god!" Tang Yuan screamed, and then staring at it he said, "An iron panther's cub." Chapter 97. A Xuan beast. Chapter 97. A Xuan beast. Iron-winged panther, A high-grade Kshuan beast with the potential to reach rank 7 upon reaching adulthood. It could crush iron with its legs, had an excellent movement speed and had an extremely high level of intelligence. A fully grown iron-winged panther had enough strength to be a worthy opponent to a Sky Kshuan realm expert. This iron-winged panther was a high-level beast which had a formidable strength, was enough to rival a normal rank 8 Kshuan beast. Such a high-leveled Kshuan beast's cub was really hard to find, and Jun Mozai never thought that Dugu Zairoi would actually be in possession of one. But, looking at its barely a foot-long body, it was obvious that it was a newborn cub of an iron-winged panther. The Dugu family was really a big and strong family to have such a scarce thing being given out as a pet to their beloved daughter, and now this little iron-winged panther cub was trying to climb out of Dugu Zairoi's arms and was struggling to get out. A pair of dark eyes looked at Jun Mozai unexpectedly with a look of desire. "Be good, little white, do not struggle. Sister here will feed you great food." Dugu Zairoi was greatly surprised. This little thing was obtained by her father through great efforts 3 days ago. However, because of being separated from its mother, the panther simply just grew weaker. It did not love and always simply rested in her arms without so much as moving about. But how did it have such a huge reaction suddenly to the point of wanting to leave the comfort of her arms? "So, he is called Little White." Jun Mozai took one look, smiled and appraised. What a cute little guy. Jun Mozai did not particularly love this little beast. The words spoken from his mouth were simply to maintain pretenses and lacked complete interest. What he wanted to do was to find the whereabouts of those their mysterious killers and their base of operations and hideout. As he turned to see, that little iron-winged panther abruptly started to shout, "Grr, grr." It was extremely anxious and struggling unbearably. It kept trying to break free from Dugu Zairoi's hold, struggling outward, its 4 pink paws scratching with all its effort to reach out in the direction of Jun Mozai, the Jun family's young master. "This little guy seems to like you." Dugu Zairoi stood there staring with her big round eyes a little shocked. Since they received this little iron-winged panther cub, all it did was to eat and drink itself to sleep, and she had not seen it behave in an affectionate manner with anyone today. It was the first time that it had met Jun Mozai. How was it so affectionate? It was strange indeed. "But I do not like it." Jun Mozai frowned and squinted and partly looked at the so-called rank 7 high-leveled Kshuan beast, but unfortunately shook his head. "But unfortunately, this little one is too small. Even if its size doubled, it would be barely enough to stew only a single pot." Dugu Zairoi snorted. The way Jun Mozai was speaking was something that she did not quite like. She hesitated for a moment, only to see that this little white had an extreme desire to go to him. Finally she couldn't bear it, and holding the tiny body of the cub, she went before Jun Mozai and begged, "Well, Little White really likes you. You hold it for a while now and coax it to make it happy. In return, I'll forgive you about you commenting on my weight previously." As the separation between Jun Mozai and the cub became lesser, that little iron-winged panther cub looked even more excited and its mouth completely open. It was whining with happiness. It held out its soft and tender paws towards Jun Mozai like how a baby would hold out its arms for an adult to pick it up. Its eyes held a complete look of longing and joy. Hesitating for a moment, Jun Mozai sighed in his heart. With such an interruption, he wouldn't be able to track the 3 killers, but there was no way out of this. He reluctantly stretched out his hand and took the cub over. As the panther got into Jun Mozai's arm, it gave out a very satisfied expression and stretched its legs like a king and stared around sleepily. It greedily took a few breaths of the air around Jun Mozai and issued an extremely satisfied growl with its pink tongue showing. It snuggled its head along Jun Mozai's arm and acted as if his chest was a lovely pillow and actually went straight to sleep. Looking at its behavior here, it seemed to have made a long-term plan to live over here. Dugu Zairoi, who was on the side, stared at Jun Mozai wittied with her big pretty eyes. How is this possible? Little white, though small, when taken by the Dugu family, it was handed over to me and had almost recognized me as its master, even though its specific trainer had not been recognized. Hence, it had not even bothered to give a second glance to others, and Dugu Zairoi was the only one it would be ready to be with without any exception. How is it that it meet Jun Mozai for the first time today and yet is so close? This is simply too weird, right? In fact, even Jun Mozai found this matter to be extremely puzzling and thought that there was more to this matter than that met the eye. However, he looked helpless at the little guy who had surely made his long-term plan to stay at this new home that he had found, and then said smilingly, "Isn't it that a Xuan beast will recognize only one master during its lifetime, and would be incomparably faithful? A rank 7 high-leveled Xuan beast, how can it be comparable to a common household puppy that is so easy to abduct? Implausible rumors are." Dugu Zairoi blushed and felt a great sense of loss of face. She angrily stepped forward with the intent of wrenching away the little guy from the hands of Jun Mozai. "Jun Mozai, this guy is simply outrageous. I do not mind about the earlier fat thing, but he went as far as to make me feel ashamed to leave spiteful R. But an even more unbelievable thing happened. The little guy, seeing Dugu Zairoi stretch her arms to pick him up, actually suddenly stared at her, his eyes full of hostility, the mouth growling repeatedly. Even though it had not grown many teeth, it opened its mouth and showed a ferocious expression, trying to intimidate her, while his tender little paws tightly grasped onto Jun Mozai's short and actually refused to leave the stranger that it had met of the first time. Dugu Zairoi cringed onto its body and tried to pull it away. Little White's 4 little paws were tightly fixed onto Jun Mozai's body. Even his clothes tore a bit, but it was holding on to him and shouting out loudly as it was being parted away from Jun Mozai. One could easily see its extreme reluctance. Dugu Zairoi scratched her and looked shocked at Jun Mozai when suddenly a sentence came to her head which she involuntarily blurted out. "Jun Mozai, are you his mommy?" Jun Mozai suddenly started sweating, his forehead covered with black lines. What kind of a darn sentence is this? Its mom? Would I not be a beast then? Not to mention Dugu Zairoi and Tang Yuan, who did not know what happened. Even Jun Mozai himself wasn't exactly sure. In fact, the point was that Jun Mozai was the master of the exquisite Hongjun Pagoda, and the Kai that had transformed his body was not exactly of the normal kind. Coupled with the fact that he was practicing the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, which had marvelous effects, Jun Mozai's body was far better than what anyone could imagine, and between heaven and earth, it was filled with the purest essence of Kai. These pure worldly Kai, for ordinary people and Xuan beasts, it would generally go unnoticed, but for these high-leveled Xuan beasts, it was one of the most important things that they needed the most to grow. Especially for this young high-end Xuan beast, it would be the most fatally irresistible temptation. After when the little guy was finally picked off from Jun Mozai, in his torn clothes, there actually was a big hole. Jun Mozai simply ignored the little guy's anxious growling, and brushed his clothes off before throwing it into Dugu Zairoi's arms. "Here it is, back to you. I'll give 10 million to you, just to hold him properly." Dugu Zairoi hurried to catch it carefully and then rebuked him angrily. Can you not handle him gently? What are you going to if he falls down? Dugu Zairoi held the little guy in her arms, while he was squeaking with anxiety and was struggling to get out of her grasp like his life was on the line. He kept looking towards Jun Mozai and even managed to improvise. His eyes actually became wet and tears seemed to roll out of his eyes. He even gave a look filled with resentment to Dugu Zairoi. Dugu Zairoi, seeing this, her heart softened a bit and she felt that it was necessary to send the little guy over for some time again. Jun Mozai was shocked at seeing this. He hopped out of the way and stood far off and embarrassedly said, "I'm getting late. I shall leave first." He then shamelessly turned away. Dugu Zairoi bitterly stamped her foot down and muttered a few words in anger. She suddenly turned to face the little guy in her arms before rebuking him. "I blame you. How are you so good for nothing, acting as if he is your mom or dad?" The iron-winged panther opened its eyes and looked with an innocent face at her. He suddenly hung his head down and looked as if it faced a bad loss as Jun Mozai left. Its mouth issued a whining sound as it rubbed itself listlessly against her arms, and the little happiness that he had shown was completely gone. Well, at most only a few days and I'll take you to him to play." Dugu Zairoi finally said this to cajole the little cub. The little cub's development was still far from having the ability to understand human tongue and could naturally not understand what she was saying. Hence there was absolutely no response from it. But Dugu Zairoi herself, as she uttered these words, she was thinking to herself. But at this, her heart was suddenly feeling a hint of joy. Then there was another burst of embarrassment, and was not sure why that happened. Princess Ling Meng, she obviously came out together with me. How did she suddenly disappear? Dugu Zairoi found that her sister had actually gone somewhere. She wrinkled her nose and was greatly surprised as she complained, "Not letting me know and go, really this is too much." Jun Mozai with his guards bid farewell to Tang Yuan and proceeded to walk away in the direction of the king's house. He turned at the intersection but found himself to be facing a big sedan chair which was parked quietly over there. It was surrounded by numerous strong figures and was much powerful than the previous lineup. Standing in the front of all this was a lonely, desolate figure, Igu Han. Princess Ling Meng was here, waiting for him. "So, it is Ling Meng, Her Royal Highness in person. Even when we do not want to meet, it seems that we are predestined to meet in this life." Jun Mozai was surprised and raised his eyebrows as he said these words. Listening to his glib rhetoric words, she could not help but frown. "Jun Mozai, I actually came to find you for something serious." Princess Ling Meng slowly came out of the sedan chair. Her face was cold, and her slender eyebrows raised in disgust, and refused to look in 1,000 miles radius of this despicable fellow. "I found you for something serious. You even find me for something worthless. You actually have the face to see me in this fashion and ask for something." Jun Mozai was sneering and enraged in his heart, but he put on a smiling face before saying, "Although the princess told it is a serious thing, even if it wasn't, I will do my best. Is it that the princess finally is going to begin responding to my infatuation and going to ask me to be my consort? Really, it seems that the heaven pities me and grants me things that I do want. God is really great." He blurted out a string of nonsense. Igu Han's voice, filled with killing intent, sounded, "Bold, you dare utter such nonsense? Really presumptuous." "Bold, daring, and presumptuous," Jun Mozai shouted back. "How dare you interrupt when this young master is talking with this princess when she told that she has serious business that needs to be spoken? Who are you to butt in?" Jun Mozai of course did not put Igu Han in his eyes. He had not left much of an impression on him. It was not because of anything else, but because of how he had praised that killer with the words, "real man," on that particular day. Jun Mo-zai felt to use such words to describe that man was a useless thing, and felt nothing but despise towards Yi Guhan. Listening to Jun Mo-zai talk like this in a seemingly dignified manner, Yi Guhan was about to burst into flames of fury, and was about to go on a rampage and kill this brat. Chapter 98. Do not be shameless to this extent. Translated by Mo. TL. Note this site is still a work in progress, but here's the first chapter release. Enjoy. Chapter 98. Do not be shameless to this extent. Uncle Yi, please calm down, Princess Ling Ming hurriedly coaxed. When Jun Mo-zai was previously injured, Grandfather Jun had already caused a bloodbath in the capital. If he were killed by Yi Guhan, the consequences would be too ghastly to consider. Although Yi Guhan is a Skyxuan expert, he would still just be a piece of cake to Jun Jan Tan, even if Yi Guhan's strength were to increase by 1-fold and fight with his full force. In any case, to lose his life just for a young debauchee is not worth it. Princess Ling Ming took 2 steps forward and asked Jun Mo-zai, "Jun Mo-zai, please follow me over to the side. I have something important to tell you." Yi Guhan closely followed behind her like a shadow, not leaving for even a moment. He apparently did not trust Jun Mo-zai. It was at this moment that Jun Mo-zai suddenly sensed a familiar chill in his heart rise and then quickly disappeared. This was the same killing intent that locked onto Jun Mo-zai in the magnificent jewel hall. Jun Mo-zai then contemplated in his heart, "But why are they here? They did not leave after obtaining the Xuan beast tendons. Don't tell me they want to assassinate the princess in broad daylight." Anyhow, the killing intent of 3 assassins could be clearly detected coming from around the street corner. And contrary to expectations, Jun Mo-zai had a feeling of seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. After having been delayed twice, he was certain that he would not be able to catch up to those 3. He certainly did not expect that he would accidentally bump heads with them again so soon. This truly must be fate. He looked at the several bodyguards behind him. If these men followed along, not to mention tracking others, perhaps they would be discovered before they can even be able to take 2 steps. After giving it some thought, an idea slowly begins to develop in Jun Mo-zai's mind. Although Jun Mo-zai does not know why these killers ended up here, it's clear that the other party had not moved a step after discovering Princess Ling Ming's entourage. There is no doubt about it. The reason they paused was because they detected Yi Guhan's formidable Skyxuan presence and so did not dare to act rashly. "You wait here first. The princess and I have important matters to discuss," Jun Mo-zai explained while looking at his bodyguards with a serious face. "The princess and I still have to exchange caresses and whisper some affectionate words. Don't disturb our serious business." Hearing these truly shameless words, the leader of the bodyguards was gaping and speechless while he stared at him. Eventually, he bows his head in consent. "Why yes, young master." Just 3 short words had almost caused him to stutter 3 times. The leader was secretly cursing in his heart. "You caressing and whispering sweet love with a princess, young master. You truly are thick-skinned. Look at how the royal princess is glaring at you with those chilling eyes as if she want to freeze you to death. I'm afraid the truth is that you are going to suffer masochistic abuse, but don't want us to witness your humiliation. We also have better things to do, so why would we even want to follow you this time? Something serious? Do you dare to say that you have done even one serious thing since you born up until now?" Jun Mozai walked forward with Princess Ling Ming. In his mind, he sensed that just as his retinue of bodyguards moved forward, the three assassins across the street had begun to move as well. By the time Jun Mozai had turned the street corner, the three assassins had already proceeded a few dozen jangs down the street. But it seems that this just so happened to be their destination, since it didn't appear as if they had any intention of leaving. By now, Yi Guhan had already detected their presence as well, and he held in a frown. Although he was not aware that the other party were assassins, it is apparent from the spiritual power fluctuations that the other party had a high level of Qun cultivation. Even though he doesn't know their intentions, he had already placed his right hand upon his sword hilt. If they have any sudden movements, Yi Guhan will immediately exterminate these three men. Concerning the safety of Princess Ling Ming, Yi Guhan will never allow any accident to happen. A Skychuan level existence can act with impunity in a place like Tangsing City. Jun Mozai, I have a warning for you. Princess Ling Ming's charming figure finally came to a stop. She knitted her brows, apparently organizing her thoughts, as she seems to have a bit of a difficulty broaching this subject. Royal Princess, please speak frankly. I'm all ears. Jun Mozai's back has moved against the wall, with one leg bent such that his feet prop up against the wall. After raising one arm, lowering the other, and then tilting his head, he gazed at Princess Ling Ming. A truly sloppy, frivolous, indecent and despicable appearance. Yi Guhan could not stand looking at him like this, the spitting image of a street bum, and snorted before turning away. He would rather not look at this eyesore's shameful display. In his heart, he pitied Zhang Jiantian, a hero of a generation, for having such a good-for-nothing as his sole heir. Truly regrettable. It seems that the Jun family's decline is already a matter of certainty. How unfortunate for a family that has sacrificed so much for their country. Jun Mozai gave the same snort of despise in his heart. You're supposed to be a Skychuan expert, but compare to with me, your big brother, you are too inexperienced actually to be lacking even the minimum level of vigilance. Even though this young master appearance resembled a street bum or a dog taking a piss, but this leg being propped up against the wall can let me react appropriately to sudden changes and push off at any time. With the slightest exertion, no matter from which direction, from the sky or down below, I can still secure a path of retreat for myself. With each arm raised and lowered, it is a lot easier to maintain my balance, which would be advantageous under any circumstance. Even if a supreme divine Qun expert were to appear in front of me right now and wanted to kill me, I'm confident I can still escape so long as I can push off against the wall with my leg. But look at you, a Skychuan expert who did not understand that form followed function and turned away earlier. If this young master had the mind to take the life of this daydreaming little girl, that split second would have been more than enough to kill her 3 times over. What a moron, and to think this bodyguard believed that he's responsible and diligent. Truly tragic and laughable. Jun Mozai, Lady Dugu is my closest and best friend, and so Princess Ling Ming paused and bit her lips, feeling a little embarrassed. But the thought that Dugu Xiaoyi's lifelong happiness was currently in the hands of this frivolous debauchee in front of her, she gained her resolve and blurted out in one breath. And so, I don't want you to harass Xiaoyi again in the future. Too much flirting. You understand what I mean? Jun Mozai does not understand. Jun Mozai shook his head as if startled and started sweating profusely. This lowly debauchee does not have your royal princess profound knowledge, therefore, the words princess spoke is too difficult to understand. Forgive this one's ignorance. Might I suggest your royal princess make your words as clear and direct as possible? Jun Mozai was speaking the truth and was not just playing dumb. If he were the original Jun Mozai, he would have immediately understood. But having never been in a relationship in his previous life, he had not realized Dugu Zairoyi's feelings for him until now. He had already been in a chronic state of depression as it is from having to constantly avoid that bipolar and unruly female. Hearing what Princess Ling Ming said about this taboo subject was like hearing news from hell. Jun Mozai, there's no point in acting stupid. Do you really not understand what I'm saying? Princess Ling Ming frowned and felt annoyed in her heart. It doesn't matter if you don't get it, but you are not good enough for Zairoyi. All I want today is for you to promise never to bother Zairoyi again so as not to invite trouble. Jun Mozai laughed out once before narrowing his eyes and asked, "Isn't your royal princess stepping out of line? Are you her mother?" Then, with an "oh" sound, his face lit up as if in sudden realization before a strange smile emerged. "So you were jealous, Waharher?" You Princess Ling Ming's delicate frame suddenly trembled in anger, and her lips were quivering uncontrollably. Jun Mozai's words were simply a malicious mockery to an unmarried woman, not to mention that the person involved is a royal princess. Woman, let's first make things clear just exactly who is harassing who. Understand? FK your mother. Wait until you have properly investigated the truth before you start mouthing off. Understand? A princess of a kingdom does not even understand such simple logic. No wonder other people say you have big boobs, but no brain, even though your chest is small. Jun Mozai extended his hands out and began fondling the air with an evil grin. He gave a little sigh and said unexpectedly, "Same as poached egg, and also brainless. What's wrong with you?" Jun Mozai couldn't care less about her identity as a princess. What royalty? There is no difference between a princess and a daughter of a notable family in his heart, not to mention that Princess Ling Ming's demands have already aroused his enmity. Avoiding that little girl is one thing, but ordering him to avoid that little girl is another. He opposed the royal princess as a matter of principle. This was also a sore subject for young Master Jun to begin with, so he wasn't in a good mood at the moment. If it were not for his apprehension about those assassins leaving, he would have long taken down Princess Ling Ming. Do the way your father, handle business. Need the input of a little girl like you. Whatever I do, I will never be soft-hearted toward women. Princess Ling Ming exhaled deeply and glared at him with two bone-chilling eyes. Jun Mozai, if you remain so stubborn, do not blame me when I inform this matter to Great General Dugu Wu Dai. You should know better than me what will happen at that time. Even Grandpa Jun may not be able to protect you. It will not be pretty for anyone. You are scaring me. I'm so afraid. Jun Mozai's face showed fear as his voice trembled, patting his chest in very exaggerated movements. My heart is thumping and thumping. His expression suddenly changed as he urged, "You should quickly go and tell him. Leave quickly now. When the evening arrives, you know a man will have urges in that particular region of his body. This master is not a lady like you who must act with propriety. You should hurry up and go. I have to thank your royal princess." Jun Mozai did not hold back his words. Thinking to himself, your father, request that you leave quickly. It will be for the best if this leads to Dugu Zairoyi being grounded indefinitely by her father. If that were to happen, then I'd really need to thank you. Good, very good. Jun Mozai words are like the wind, so you better not regret when the time comes. Princess Ling Ming's tender figure trembled with anger, and her charming face paled. She had her heart in the right place when she gave her warning first in consideration for Dugu Xiaoyi, which incidentally also benefited Jun Mozai. In case this actually causes an incident, the Dugu family really will not fear Jun Gantan. If Jun Mozai really did something unforgivable, a situation where Dugu Wu Dai will apprehend and execute Jun Mozai could actually happen. If she means to go through with this, then the Jun family and Dugu family will inevitably become mortal enemies. And with two big military clans at war with one another, the whole Tangxing kingdom will become scatter ashes and dispersed smoke. The two would not be agreeable and parted on bad terms. As if it was planned, both individuals sported the same sneer on their faces. Jun Mozai turned his head away to the side and muttered to himself, "I really ate my fill to the point of bursting. Brain-dead people everywhere. She's not even my wife, and she wants to control my dating habits. What gives you the right to stick your nose into other people's business?" Princess Ling Ming's lungs were about to burst with rage, her two beautiful eyes in a death stare, and her chest violently heaved up and down. He almost made her vomit blood. Not saying another word, she turned around and left. Walking away, she ferociously stamped her little feet, making thumping sounds, seemingly wanting to bore through the ground beneath her feet. If she stays here any longer, only God knows if she will go insane from her anger. It was truly difficult to understand why Dugu Xiaoyi's heart is unexpected moved by this kind of despicable, shameless, vile, filthy, lowly reprobate of a person. The pale-faced Yi Guhan arrived in front of Jun Mozai and coldly said, "You're the same as trash. I usually disdain using force, but you are too abominable today. I will act on behalf of Grandpa Jun and teach you a lesson. It'll make you understand there are people you cannot afford to offend." He had overheard their conversation earlier and had already been at his wits' end. It could already be considered an extraordinary accomplishment to be able to endure until now. Ju Mozai curled his lips and sneered. "Par, who the hell are you? You open your mouth and somehow can represent one of the foremost officials, the Grand Duke of the kingdom. Truly too ridiculous." His heart filled with disdain. Jun Mozai already regarded people who talk big before fighting as the definition of an idiot, and considering the fact that there is still killers on the loose, this became even more inexcusable. Both of Yi Guhan's eyes instantly shot open as an azure blue radiance issued forth. His raised hand was about to descend. He finally understood Princess Ling Ming's frustration just now and decided this kid is in need of a spanking. A Skyxuan expert is beating someone. Skyxuan expert Yi Guhan is bullying someone. Come quickly. Come and see a Skyxuan expert beating up a person who is so weak he can't even truss up a chicken. Help! Yi Guhan's palm haven't even moved when Jun Mozai already shouted out extremely sharp words in a loud and clear voice. He did not want to lose. As the saying goes, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Yi Guhan's deathly pale complexion that hasn't changed in 10 years instantly flushed a deep shade of red. Too shameless, truly too shameless for a person to be so shameless to this extent. It really makes one's hair stand up in anger. Yi Guhan's raised hand trembled as he pointed at Jun Mozai in anger. This Skyxuan expert simply cannot imagine this situation after a long time. Yi Guhan finally choked out a sentence to Jun Mozai. Do not be shameless to this extent. Chapter 99 Tracking. Translated by Mo. TL note: the website is .functional. Anyways, thanks for all the kind words. I couldn't reply to all your comments individually. But yes, I will probably look for editor proofreaders in the future. In just carrying the torch. I'm only translating this project because no one else seems to be interested. I understand that the speed of chapter releases may be too slow for some, but 23 chapters are better than no chapters at all. I don't plan on dropping the series, but I'm not making any claims of the translating rights either. If others feel that they can do a better job and wants to translate the series, just let me know, and they can take over this project. In the meantime, I can only promise to do my best. Chapter 99 Tracking. Princess Ling Ming called out from a distance. Uncle, ye ignore him. Let's leave. Yi Guhan was so angry that he very nearly went off on that devil child right then and there. He disappeared before Jun Mo Zai's eyes with a swish sound and secretly decided in his heart. Although this brat's Xuan Tai is garbage and his martial arts are mediocre, his poisonous mouth truly is first under the heavens. I better not run into him in the future. If a day comes when he angers me to death, then I'll certainly set a record in the Xuan continent as the first Sky Xuan expert to be angered to death by a debauchee. In that brief period, he hadn't even fight, not to mention getting injured, yet his Kai churned, and he want to vomit blood. He has never experienced something like this in his life. Even the backlash from when his martial arts cultivation went astray hadn't been this grave. I, your father, will be damned if I didn't anger you to death, but I still have to thank you for solving my problem. Jun Mo Zai snorted and watched Princess Ling Ming and Yi Guhan leave while spouting smoke through their 7 orifices. After checking both ends of the empty street, he gave a curious laugh and pushed off with his left foot, leaping up on top of the walls with a swish and disappearing with the blink of an eye. Princess Ling Ming climbed straight onto the sedan chair. Her body was still trembling from head to toe, her sight shrouded in darkness, her lungs venting vehemently and her heart practically exploding out of her chest. The maids to her side were frightened out of their minds, continuously patting the princess' chest and massaging her back in an attempt to relieve her anger. The maids took the better part of the day to calm her down, and felt as if they had just come back from waging war. This is the first time in Princess Ling Ming's life that she had been angered to this extent, so much so that she had an urge to dismember Jun Mo Zai's body into 10,000 pieces. Head to the Dugu residence, Princess Ling Ming commanded. Yi Guhan's face became black, then pale, then red before change back to black. It was like this person was putting on a face-changing performance, but the only regret is that there were no alternatives to red, black, and white color. If there were a few more colors, then he would be worthy of being a face-changing Grand Master. The anger rising in his body gave him the urge to destroy everything. Both eyes looked straight ahead like an erupting volcano. The 8 Jun family bodyguards were sweating profusely as they watched him, their hearts filled with anxiety. How come the princess and this person have come back, but our family's young master still has not returned? Did our young master not shout out just now? This person wouldn't have beaten our young master senseless, right? Even though Yi Guhan's fury was palpable and the bodyguards were aware that this was a dangerous time to provoke him, their sense of responsibility to protect the young master still prevailed in the end. Finally plucking up the courage, one of the guards opened his mouth and asked, "This distinguished lordo, you know my family's young master get lost?" Both of Yi Guhan's eyes became blood red. His long, gray hair rose up as if to pierce the sky. His furious bellow was drawn out and full of power, causing the heavens and earth to quake. The color drained from everyone's faces, their heart wildly beating as they were shaken to the point of almost falling over. This was the absolute strength of a peak Skyxuan expert. All the pent-up anger in his heart finally poured out like torrential rain. If he had not vented out his anger just now, he was afraid that he might have suffered from internal injuries. The shout shocked the entire city. Countless experts in the capital instantly became alert as they soared up into the sky to hover over the capital. Everyone was curious. An expert that can issue forth a voice this imposing is at the very least a peak Earth Xun expert. What could cause this expert to become so infuriated? Everyone can tell from the fury in his voice that he wanted to burn down heaven and earth. By a small tavern doorway, Old Song suddenly widened his turbid old eyes in astonishment. How come I can hear little Yes voice watching as Yi Guhan and Princess Ling Ming's sedan chair leave? The Jun family bodyguards hurried into the alley to find it empty. Not even a shadow of their young master could be seen. The guards couldn't help but cry out bitterly to the heavens over their rotten fate. The young master has not only been killed in this old and dirty alley, but even his corpse had also been completely obliterated. Jun Mo Zai appeared from the hidden depths of the shadows, rushing through the alley, his spiritual senses already spread out so as to closely match the swift speed of the black-clothed assassins. Jun Zai's hands ceaselessly moved, and before he had even advanced one jang, his face completely transformed into that of another person. He now resembles a man in his mid-30s, and his hair was slightly disheveled. This ordinary appearance could be found everywhere in the capital and would be difficult to identify this person in a crowd. Jun Zai flew out onto the main street after several twists and turns. His feet under him seem as though they were moving in slow motion, but was actually quite fast. After passing through a clothing store, his speed had not slowed down in the slightest, but his moon-white gown had changed into navy blue common garment. The owner of the shop was now unconscious, still sporting the same ear-to-ear grin to welcome customers. The assassins ahead were obviously very cautious. After changing directions and taking multiple detours, each and every one had already changed their appearances to that of ordinary merchants and peddlers. They were neither fast nor slow as they traveled eastward, talking while walking, occasionally letting out fits of laughter as if sharing a very enjoyable conversation. Vulgar expressions were seen on their three faces, appearing to other people as if they were having perverse thoughts about women, like a stereotypical patron of brothels. This assassin group's level is not simple. Jun Zai sighed in his heart. It is true that in his past life, such disguises were clearly understood by assassins. But now there are three people in this world can do it so naturally, so it's clear that the training is quite well established. What is even more impressive is that the three had concealed killing intent such that not one bit can leak out. This place really has superior talent. If not for his spiritual sense being able to detect the cold yin aura from the other party, they would almost certainly be impossible to track. In other words, there is no one else that can use this tracking method apart from him. It was in this way, going around in circles as if chasing a teapot, that faint sounds of water were soon heard from up ahead, accompanied by the melodious sounds of a string instrument and the voices of women singing. After the fragrance of a woman's cosmetic had become more and more concentrated, the assassin's destination became readily apparent. This is a metaphor for the teapots typically being kept on rotating trays called lazy susans at the center of tables in Chinese restaurants. If you wanted to pick up the teapot while others are rotating the tray, then you'd be chasing the teapot. Spirit Fog Lake. Jun Mo Zai finally understood why these people had to pass through that particular street. It was the only road that leads directly to the Spirit Fog Lake. Any other route would inevitably lead to a long detour around the lake, but if he wants to change his appearance, then he would rather take this detour several more times. He will almost certainly not be caught. And along the way, John Mosai already changed his clothes 3 times and even transformed his height and body type 3 times. Tangsing City's spirit fog lake is the heaven for all men. There are heavenly beauties here of all shapes and sizes. As long as you can imagine it, you will certainly find it here. Patrons could wantonly enter one of the many pavilions or step foot on a merry-decorated pleasure boat. Whatever you can think of you can try. Whatever you desire you can do. As long as you have enough money, you can do as you please without any worries. But if you don't have money, then you'd better just leave. Even old and even older escorts as fat as Tang Yuan will not spare you a look. This world naturally has their fair share of fairy tales, gifted scholars, and beautiful maidens, escorts falling in love, vows of marriage without parents' approval, how love will find a way, and so on. But a fairy tale, after all, is only a fairy tale. Ideal pair of lovers, brains and beauty. Fairy tales always have happy endings, but unfortunately, life can be very cruel. Many poor and vain scholars, who thought in themselves that they were handsome and talented, had put on a distinguished intellectual appearance to come here in an attempt to create their own fairy tale story. They had anticipated that a divine beauty would fall in love with them at first sight, and how their charm and talent would allow them to live on the earnings of these escorts. Unfortunately, they had all been heartlessly thrown out in succession after only being able to fish out a pittance of copper coins from their pockets. Some were even thrown into the spirit fog lake and were drowned half to death. Their misfortune reminded them that fairy tales are certainly appealing, but without enough money in their pocket, you will just throw your life away and die in a stupid, meaningless, and shameful manner. Think about what kind of place a local brothel is. Escorts don't talk about love, and courtesans only talk of nonsense, and a brothel is a place that is filled with a former. What man would visit this kind of establishment and agree to remain chaste if his wife is not in the room? Pretending to have pure intentions at a brothel is like giving the escorts a certificate of achievement. How detestable and patronizing. I wasn't really sure how to translate this. Is a placard that's traditionally bestowed upon wives who have tirelessly worked to upkeep their home and raise the children while their husbands are away at work. Giving an escort such an award is like a slap in the face. For the women who've been accustomed to seeing the very worst in people, how could they not see through the half-assed scholarly and cultured pretenses for what it really is? There are very few good men like in the fairy tales. No wonder Tang Yuan once said that bastards were cleanly killed with one sword stroke, but hypocrites were continuously tormented and tortured until they collapsed from a mental breakdown. He always kept these words close to heart. John Mosai concealed himself among the shadows, sticking to the walls and hiding behind trees. His body seemed as though it possessed an almost intangible and elusive quality and was able to become one with anything he used as cover. Not one passerby along the way noticed his presence, not to mention the 3 assassins he is following. But looking at the 3 men in front dominated their thoughts, but they kept up a perfect gentleman's appearance. These nouveau rich entered a luxurious building in the outer reaches of Spirit Fog Lake Naichang Pavilion. After the party went in, a nearby pleasure boat begins to slowly row over before coming to a stop in the waters near the Naichang Pavilion. John Mosai was stunned by what he saw. Apart from the helmsman outside, there was surprisingly no one else on the boat. It seemed as if it's just waiting for him. This situation seemed a little odd. What's more, the people that have since gone on board have stayed on the other side of the boat. Isn't this too good to be true? John Mo-Zai gritted his teeth. Let's take a gamble. A sudden gust of wind rose up. Amidst a clump of reed, a piece of reed broke loose before gently drifting away on the surface of the lake. A hint of dreamlike quality accompanied the arrival of the setting sun, forming an uncanny scenery. John Mo-Zai planned to exploit these drifting reeds. His entire body seems to merge effortlessly into the clumps of reeds by the side of the lake and soon came within a dozen jangs of the boat. Hidden behind a thick willow on shore, he broke off 2 pieces of reeds to hold in his hands and slipped soundlessly into the water. His movement in the water was as light as a feather, such that he did not arouse even the slightest ripples. Actually, he had only recently achieved this level of movement after vigorously training. If it were a fortnight before, he would not have been able to move in this way. Chapter 100 Secrets. Chapter 100 Secrets. Slowly sinking to the bottom of the lake, John Mo-Zai opened his eyes to a world of azure-colored water. After reorienting himself, he proceeded to slowly walk toward the pleasure boat. It was not long before the water had turned pitch dark, indicating that he had already arrived underneath the boat. John Mo-Zai silently floated up before reaching out with one hand to tightly hold onto the hull. The reed held in his other hand was placed in his mouth, and, with a sharp exhalation, the long piece of reed quietly extended out of the water by the side of the boat. A breath of fresh air filled John Mo-Zai's nearly asphyxiated lungs, and a burst of relaxation involuntarily rushed through his body. A single careless mistake in this series of maneuvers, and all his efforts would have gone down the drain. His targets would certainly become alert to his presence and possibly even try to kill him, leading to a fatal disaster. John Mo-Zai took no further actions and only waited motionlessly without showing any signs of impatience. His previous anxiety and misgivings have all but disappeared. He no longer worried in his heart whether the assassins will board the boat. Since he had already selected his targets, there is no room for regret. Intuition, he firmly believes that the assassins will come on this boat. Therefore, he was endlessly patient. As long as he can breathe, he will wait. It was just like in his previous life when he had to rely on his intuition to pursue murderers or hide from his enemies. At this moment, he is the king of assassins, John Zai. After some time passed, there finally came the sound of a young lady's delicate laugh, and the echoes of boorish men talking and laughing. As people embarked, the boat swayed, and the thudding of footsteps could be heard coming from above John Mo-Zai. 1, 2, 6 individuals. John Mo-Zai counted in silence. It seemed that 3 more people had joined the party of assassins that have arrived earlier. Once the party had boarded the boat, their distinctive cold aura suddenly caused a reaction in John Mo-Zai's mind. In this ice-cold water, the cold killing intent made John Mo-Zai feel a sense of familiarity. This is my world. The extravagant life of ennobled glory, splendor, and wealth admittedly was very comfortable, but John Mo-Zai was the king of assassins. He yearned to be unfettered like the king of wolves, arrogantly howling among a vast expanse of rolling grassland. Even if danger lurks around every corner, he still chose to be a king looking down on the world. Suffering leads to growth. The lonely enjoys the loneliness. A solitary shadow charging into the unknown, brandishing his sword in defiance of the heavens. 10 steps to kill a person, 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. This is John Mo-Zai's grandest dream. Unfortunately, it is uncertain whether John Mo-Zai will have such an opportunity in his current body. No one spoke after entering the boat's cabin. Only the sounds of teacups softly touching, followed by the sipping and slurping of tea and the occasional gentle laughter of a young lady, could be heard. It was only after some time had passed when a hoarse voice spoke up. "Lady Yuir, do you know when Lord Liu will arrive? My brothers have been waiting here and will get nowhere like this. The assassination attempt on the princess is a serious criminal charge. There is still an ongoing manhunt in the city. That incident hasn't even died down yet, and we are already tasked with safekeeping these priceless Xuan beast tendons. If by any chance something was to happen." This one. A girl's delicate laugh was heard before she voiced out unperturbed. "Hall Master Zhao, is there such cause for alarm? This is the Naicheng Pavilion. Don't tell me that you are now aware of what kind of place Naicheng Pavilion is. There will naturally not be any mishaps here at Naicheng Pavilion, but we can never be too careful. The failed assassination attempt has already put us on edge and backed up against a wall. With the many delays and the Xuan beast tendons now in our possession, it really would not be wise to stay any longer in Tangxing." The one surnamed Zhao was feeling somewhat embarrassed but replied nonetheless. "So Hall Master Zhao is only thinking of washing his hands of this problematic situation. Perhaps the reason isn't just some manhunt. What do you have to say about your failure? Don't tell me the Hall Master plans on shifting the responsibility." At this point the young lady chided derisively. Hall Master Zhao only gave a snort and did not open his mouth to retort. However, one of his men spat in contempt. "Lady Yuir, your words are too unfair. Surely we are not the only ones at fault for the previous mission's failure. If the intelligence you provided had not been wrong, would we have returned having failed so dramatically? If we had known earlier that a Skyxuan expert accompanied the princess, would our organization have planned the assassination like so? The mission difficulty is clearly not a trifling grade 3. It was an impossible task to challenge a Skyxuan expert with the strength of the members who were previously dispatched. We demand that you provide our Hall Master with an acceptable explanation for the losses we have suffered." The young lady was silent for a moment and then slowly replied. "You received the money. Our side requested you to kill a princess with a strength of silver Xuan, did we not? And we had spent considerable amount of resources to arrange for a majority of the strength by the princess side to be away at that time. It could even be said that we have created the ideal conditions for you. If this is still not enough for you to succeed, then it is obviously you that is lacking. As for the Skyxuan expathe, whether or not this person really appeared is still your problem. We paid you for results and not excuses." After a brief pause, the sound of the young lady standing up could clearly be heard. Slowly pacing back and forth, a low but clear voice said, "I am but an insignificant young lady. Speaking to me regarding this business is not worth your while. Don't be impatient. When Lord Liu arrives, you will have plenty of opportunity to speak to him yourself." She sat down on a chair before picking up a cup of tea. For a moment, an incomparably awkward atmosphere filled the cabin. The assassins were extremely angry after hearing the young lady's sophistry. In the time that one of the assassins was about to flare up, the bow of the pleasure boat swayed slightly as two individuals made their way on board. The atmosphere in the cabin had shifted once again with the appearance of these two persons. Presumably, one of the new arrivals has a significant background and is certain to be a peak-level expert. Jun Mozai could sense his surrounding gradually dimmed onset of night. On both shores of the Spirit Fog Lake, all kinds of lanterns shine upon the water surface, all the colors in profusion, as if a scene from a dream. "What is going on?" a profound and imposing voice asked after having felt the strange atmosphere in the cabin. The penetrating manner of speaking revealed an eminent status kind of bearing. "Lord Liu, our blood sword hall demand that you provide us with an explanation for the business regarding the previous assassination attempt," the hoarse-voiced assassin leader continued without reservation. "Why were we not informed that a Skychuan expert is escorting and protecting Princess Ling Ming? Our forces were caught unaware and have been entirely wiped out. The losses we suffered this time were unprecedented for my blood sword hall." So according to Hall Master Zhao, the assassination mission was not completed, but the fault lies with us instead, Lord Liu said, unflustered and seemingly with a smile. "Then, with the Blood Sword Hall's reputation, I'm sure we can renegotiate a lower payment for your lack of results," the assassin leader's hoarse voice replied. "Lord Liu, you are an expert. How does this business have anything to do with the Blood Sword Hall's reputation? Once our Blood Sword Hall accepted payment, regardless of whom, we have always killed with no mistakes, but the missions have always been conducted under the assumption that the employer provided accurate information to determine the degree of difficulty, and then dispatched the appropriate task force to ensure one hit, one kill." While he was speaking with such intense vehemence, Zhang Mozai was actually down below, almost despising him to death. An assassin, even one who is leading a seasoned assassin organization, naively trusts in their employer's information. Truly ludicrous. Even if the employer's information was accurate, the assassin organization and the assassins themselves need to vet the details. To blindly trust your employer is to gamble with your own lives. The man continued to speak. "Whether you were purposefully concealing or just overlook this crucial piece of information, the fact remains that a Skychuan expert had been present. If our Grandmaster knew beforehand about the Skychuan expert's participation, he would not have only sent 2 gold Xuan-level assassins. Perhaps our Grandmaster would have personally undertaken this mission. The reason the mission was not completed was because your information was not satisfactory. How can the blame be on my Blood Sword Hall? Not to mention that this assassination absolutely was not just a grade 3 mission." Although his tone was rather blunt and disrespectful, Lord Lai inexplicably was not angered. Instead, he muttered to himself irresolutely for a while before asking, "Are you certain that person was actually a Skychuan expert?" "I am absolutely certain." The assassin leader nodded his head with extreme vigor. The Skychuan expert's flying daggers were dark blue in color, so his level of cultivation must have reached a peak level. What's more, the control he displayed was as light as a feather, as if he hadn't used any power, indicating that his intention was deterrence. This level of control is already nearing the legendary skills of the Supreme Divine Xuan level existence. I dare to guarantee that although this expert is still in the Skychuan realm, he is but one step away from the doorsteps of the Supreme Divine Xuan realm. The more the assassin leader spoke, the more fortunate he felt that he had not personally participated in the operation this time. Otherwise, he may very well already be an ice-cold corpse at this point. He felt confident that he had actually been tiptoeing around the gates of hell. His heart has already grown suspicious of this Lord Liu sitting in front of him as his eyes slightly narrowed. "You did not intentionally deceive us so that we'll throw away our lives, right?" Skychuan peak level expert Lord Liu paced back and forth, creased his brows and thought to himself, "When did such a person appear in the capital? Why are they so unconventional, too abnormal? Lord Liu, how should we proceed with this matter?" The black-clothed assassin had waited for a long time without speaking, but finally had to ask. "Yes, well, since you are sure about this matter, then this must be reported back to Yi," Lord Liu muttered. To have the protection of a Skykshuan expert, ordinary assassination methods will be ineffective. He raised his head to glance at the three men in front of him. Even though he did not speak, the implication is clear to those people that they are no longer adequate. What Lord Liu said is not wrong. We are also aware. With this Skykshuan level expert present, just the few of us are incapable of assassinating the princess. The assassin leader said, holding back his anger with great difficulty. But people that cannot even produce accurate information don't appear to be very useful either. Oh ha ha! Lord Liu trembled but immediately laughs before changing the topic of discussion. But you did not even kill Jun Mo Zai. Such an opportunity gone forever is indeed a great pity. End Vol 1 Part 2.